Good morning. I'm good to see all of you here with us this morning already in this public forum on land use change put together by the California Air Resources Board. Before we get started, each of you will need to make a language channel selection in order to be able to hear all of our presentations and moderators. So you can do this by going to the bottom of your Zoom screen. There will either be a little globe icon, or you may have to dig into your More icon and look for the interpretation button. Once you do that, you can select your preferred language, and you will also have a secondary option of muting the original audio. This is if when we have a presentation going on and translation going on, if you're listening to the translated version, if you don't do the mute, you might be hearing both of those at the same time, and that could be distracting. But just be aware, if you see someone speaking on screen and you don't hear anything, you may need to revisit this interpretation thing to make sure you've got the settings as they need to be. We'll be posting instructions in the chat room for the next hour or so that people can have these instructions at hand. So now that we're getting started, I wanted to just have a couple of housekeeping points so that we could have a nice, smooth day. This session will be recorded. The recording and the presentations that accompany it will be available on the CARB website a few weeks from now. If you are participating as a member of the public, you will not have access to your microphone or camera during the main presentations. There is a section at the end of the day where public comment is possible, and at that point, those features will be enabled. If you're going to be here with us throughout the day, you'll see that there's a number of breaks. For logistic reasons, we ask that, if possible, not to leave the Zoom application during those breaks if it's feasible. We do have a tech team operating behind the scenes to keep things moving because there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of people. If you have questions or concerns or not able to get something to work, shoot an email to this email you see here, conferences@foundationccc.org, and we'll try to get things worked out. If you need closed captioning, you can also find that button. You can click the live transcript button to read those from your Zoom control panel. So once again, if you have any questions, shoot an email to that conferences@foundationccc.org during today's meeting. So with that, I think we've taken care of our basic getting things working on the technical front. I just wanted to introduce myself and my organization briefly as we get started. My name is Jeffrey Clary. I'm Senior Director of Climate Strategy with the Foundation for California Community Colleges, which is the official nonprofit auxiliary of the California Community College Network, which represents 116 colleges and 2.2 million students in this current enrollment year. I have behind me a team of Kelly, Mackenzie, and Cameron, who are going to keep things running smooth for our group today. We are at the foundation, we support our community colleges, but we also help our state agencies achieve their missions by working as intermediaries and connecting them with opportunities out in the field, such that have to do with workforce development in our community colleges, but also that community engagement that can lead to productive outcomes. So at this point, it's time to get ready, time to get moving on our main program. So for that, I will be turning it over to Matt Bodel.
Thank you so much, Jeff, and thank you for the foundation for getting us organized today. My name is Matthew Botel. I am the Division Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division at the California Air Resources Board, and I, as well as a number of others, oversee the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard here in the state. And so next slide, please. Here, maybe what I will do then is I will put my slides up. Just 1 minute. So I want to thank everybody again for being here today. This has been a lot of work to get to this point and to gather so many speakers today to discuss this very important topic. I'm going to do a little bit of foundation setting for the event today. We've got a very full agenda for the day, and look forward to just getting into the details as quickly as we can. So, a quick reminder on why we're here. California, as many of you know, has long been a leader in addressing climate change and air pollution, and a major source of our greenhouse gas emissions in the state and of our air pollution in the state come from the transportation sector. The state has led in developing policies and initiatives to reduce emissions from these sectors for many decades. And one of the key policies is the state's low carbon fuel standard. The California LCFS is designed to reduce the greenhouse gas intensity of transportation fuels used in California, and it does that through establishing a declining limit in carbon intensity on those fuels. This program has been in California for over a decade now, helping to bring lower carbon intensive fuels into the state and fuels that reduce criteria pollutants as well. The program has also been successful in diversifying the state's transportation fuel pool and bringing in additional alternative fuels into the state and reducing fossil fuel use. Because of its importance and its role in bringing alternative fuels into the state of California, we have recently updated the regulation to support California's long-term goals to be carbon neutral by 2045. So, as many of you know, the regulation was updated and became effective in July 1 of this year, setting more aggressive targets for carbon intensity reduction and long-term targets in California, which means even faster pace of more alternative fuels and low carbon fuels coming into the state in the future. We also made a number of other updates around biomethane use and supporting zero emission vehicle infrastructure and feedstock sustainability, and are continuing to implement the new regulation and posting additional materials, including a implementation frequently asked questions document on our website. Throughout the rulemaking process, we received significant public comments and public input, and that input helped inform and support and develop the rulemaking that we ultimately adopted and that took effect earlier this year. Quite a few of those comments, one of the most commented areas in our rulemaking process was the role of liquid biofuels in the future decarbonization efforts for California, as well as concerns around the long-term reliance on liquid biofuels in California, both from a land use change perspective as well as from an impact in feedstock production. We made it clear through the rulemaking process and through the many hours of workshops and technical work that we did as part of the rulemaking process that we do see a future for liquid biofuels in our program, given the long-term timeline it will take to ultimately transition to zero emission vehicles. And so what we reiterated as part of the rulemaking process was that California has maintained that any biofuel production and biofuels that are coming to the state of California should not come at the expense of deforestation or food production, and that for the decade plus implementation of the LCFS, we have already and continue to implement policy mechanisms like land use change assessments within our program, and policies that support the utilization of waste-based feedstocks to reduce the potential impacts that crop production and biofuel use could have. We recognize that additional guardrails were needed, and so in the most recent rulemaking update, we also included new sustainability guardrails on top of the existing ones within the regulation. And those include things like sustainability certification on crops, as well as crediting limits on biomass-based diesel. When we took these regulatory updates to the board in November of last year, there was again a significant discussion on what the current science says with relation to biofuels, feedstock production, and how we assess potential land use change impacts for crop-based biofuels as well as waste-based fuels. Our board in a public meeting directed us to have a follow-on convening to discuss these topics and to hear from experts in the field that work on these issues every day, and to learn from those experts to see what changes, if any, we should consider as part of our long-term implementation of our low carbon fuel standard. That brings us to today. I'm very excited to be able to kick off this event today and to learn from so many distinguished experts in the field of low carbon fuels programs, in the fields of crop production and land use change, and also to hear from international representatives. We have a number of representatives from Brazil that will be speaking in a little while, on their perspectives on these programs and their local perspectives. We're going to be hearing from modeling experts as well today on how we address land use change through modeling frameworks. And then we'll also be hearing from companies and others that are looking to produce novel feedstocks that could be used to help support feedstock demand for biofuel production going forward. We're going to close out the day with a shorter discussion on waste oils and how we treat waste oils within our programs, and other considerations around waste oil utilization as demand for biofuels grows into the future. And then Dylan and I will be spearheading a public comment session at the end of the day today to hear from folks that have joined us. Because we have a very full agenda and a number of speakers today, we're trying to keep pretty close to our schedule. So we're going to be going through our panel presentations, and then at the end of the panel presentations, we will have a structured Q&A for the panelists, and then we will be moving to, as I mentioned, public comment at the very end of the day. I want to flag that we have a public comment docket that is open, and we're accepting public comments until November 21st. You can see the link here at the bottom of the page in the QR code as well. And then finally, before I hand it off to Dylan, I just want to extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude for everyone that has dedicated time and energy to making today happen. For our speakers who have volunteered their time to come and share their expertise, I am personally very grateful, and CARB, as well as an organization, is grateful that you are here today. So thank you. I also want to extend a thank you to the staff on the Transportation Fuels Branch on the LCFS program, Dylan Miner, who has led this effort to help get us pulled together today. But there are many other TFB staff that are here that have participated and helped build the agenda for the day, and that are listening intently to take as much knowledge and information as we can from this forum and use it in our program implementation going forward. So with that, Dylan, I am going to hand it back to you to kick us off for the first panel, and really look forward to an engaging discussion today. Thank you, everybody.
We feel privileged to have a panel today of nationally and internationally recognized experts joining us to discuss recent research on domestic and international land use change, including Dr. Chris Mullins from Cerealology, Dr. Wyatt Thompson from the University of Missouri, Timothy Searchinger, JD from Princeton University, Dr. Tyler Lurk from Michigan State University, and Dr. David Clay from South Dakota State University. Please help me welcome them. Take it away, Dr. Mullins.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone, from London, which is why it's dark outside here. Bear with me a moment while I get myself activated. Okay, someone tell me if those slides aren't working. That looks good. So thanks very much for the invite to participate. It's a privilege to be able to open the session today. And I'm going to give a few quick observations on why I still think that we ought to be concerned about land use change. For those of you who don't know me, I have a little consultancy in the UK called Cerealology. We work on alternative fuels and climate change policy more broadly. I previously worked at the International Council on Clean Transportation for 6 years as the lead of the fuels program, and I do have a background working with the LCFS. I was on the LCFS advisory panel back in 2011 and 2014. So to start with some pretty basics, land is fundamental to the production of feedstock crops for biofuels. This is not news to anyone. Land that is fit for agriculture has carbon stored both in biomass and in the soil. And when you convert that land to crop production, you will release some of this carbon. In general, you end up with less net carbon storage after conversion to crop production than you had before. And in general, it's going to take decades to recover that carbon by producing biofuels and then by replacing fossil fuels. And I'm going to talk quite a bit about deforestation today. I'm sure others will as well, but it's important to note that this is true not only for forest systems, but also for relatively low carbon stock systems like shrubland and grassland. But when we talk about forests, or we talk about things like tropical peat drainage, we can have payback periods on the order of centuries, even sort of 1,000-year carbon debt for the deeper peat bogs. So biofuels wouldn't work as climate policy if we thought that all of the cultivated area was going to be made available just by adding new land to the agricultural land bank. But that's not exactly what we expect. We know that most biofuel crops are going to be grown on land that has been farmed for several years previously. But when we think about taking this material out of the market, we know, just as a simple question of mass conservation, that this feedstock must be coming from somewhere. It's not available for an alternative use. So when we take material off the market, we might be drawing down stocks, and that has been seen in the past. That is part of the story of biofuels, but you can't continue drawing down stocks indefinitely. So we tend not to focus on that when we're talking about medium or long-term land use change impact. It can mean reducing demand and therefore reducing consumption in other sectors. And that is often expressed as the food versus fuel tension that people are concerned about. We can do it by increasing productivity. That can mean higher yields for the crops that we have. It can mean increasing cropping intensity, so moving to systems of double cropping or other sorts of multiple cropping. It might mean switching from a crop which is less biomass productive to a crop that is more biomass productive. And finally, it can mean expanding the cultivated area. And that last one is the one that causes land use change, indirect land use change, or sometimes referred to as induced land use change emissions. And when we talk about ILUC modeling, we're talking about a computational effort to produce a scenario that gives you a mix for these different effects. So again, for some framing, at the global level, we know that crop agriculture is expanding. This is a table that's taken from some work I did for the European Commission a couple of years ago with the Guidehouse consultancy. This just reports the, I think from FAO stat, the increase in harvested area for some key biofuel crops in the period, in this case from 2008 to 2019. So the exact numbers obviously will change as you look at different periods, but the point here is that we do have a pattern of ongoing expansion. And in that period, we had about 60 million hectares of expansion of the area of those crops. And at the same time, although not exactly the same time, I'm afraid you're going to see I've got slides with slightly different timeframes on them, looking now from 2005 through to 2023. So sort of from a point that I think you can consider to be more or less the start of the growth of modern biofuel use up until nearly the present. This coincides globally an increase in cropland area. So a similar number as it happens, about 60 to 70 million hectare increase in cropland area over this period, at the same time as forest land and grassland, permanent meadow and pasture areas have reduced. And the sort of the missing item here is what FAO stat refers to as other land, which is going to be things like urbanization and desertification. But we see cropland area going up by 60 to 70 million hectares, forest area going down by about 60 to 70 million hectares, pasture area going down by 70 to 80 in that period. So we have a narrative of a transition from grassland and forest to cropland use. And just on a sort of a numerical, not exactly a coincidence basis, I note that we did a little bit of work recently looking at current gross demand for land for biofuel crops. And that comes out on the same scale. There's 63 million hectares in that report. So I think it's very sensible to ask whether that commitment of land to biofuels has been a driver of at least some of that 60, 70 million hectares of deforestation and of grassland loss in this period. We do have direct evidence that there is deforestation that is linked to the expansion of the crops that are used for biofuels. Again, from this work with Guidehouse, which was part of the assessment of the high indirect land use change risk framework that the European Commission uses. We see that in the period 2008 to 2019, we identified a significant connection between oil palm expansion and deforestation, in particular in Indonesia and Malaysia. We see a significant link between soybean expansion and deforestation. That will be primarily in Southern or South America. And actually a larger number than I expected to see in this analysis on sugarcane. But it is important to note that, for example, the sugarcane crop is quite a lot more productive than the soybean crop. So in terms of implied land use emissions, having a slightly higher number there doesn't necessarily mean that you would have a higher land use change emissions factor. But the point being that there is this significant connection between demand for these crops and expansion into forest areas. And now some people might say, well, this is all fine, but we're talking there about Malaysia and Indonesia, about South America. We don't have large-scale deforestation for biofuel crops in the United States of America, similarly within the European Union. And that's broadly true, that there's not much of a direct deforestation link in those regions. But what you can see is that the demand for biofuels, I think reasonably clearly, has been altering trade flows. In this chart, I compare the use of vegetable oils in the United States for biomass-based diesel in the period now from 1990 up to 2020, and compare that to net US imports of vegetable oils. And what you see is a pretty clear correlation. So it wouldn't have been possible to produce all of that biomass-based diesel without having those imports and impacting other countries, without a much larger expansion of agriculture in the US itself. So I think it's sensible to see a link between US demand and some of these deforestation effects that may be happening in other regions. And palm and soy in particular, if you go out to the literature on deforestation risk commodities, are routinely linked with deforestation. I don't think this is enormously surprising to most people listening. We know that demand drives expansion, or demand drives prices, and expansion reacts to prices. Expansion can cause deforestation, and you can find specific examples of this. I've given one paper here, but you can go out and find quite a few results of this sort. Deforestation rates in Indonesia, this one increased by 7% in places that experience a 1 standard deviation increase in local palm oil price exposures. So we can map that connection between commodity demand and deforestation rates. And I'm talking about palm and soy, and it's worth noting that the ILUC modeling results tend to put higher emissions values, higher ILUC factor estimates on the vegetable oil-based biofuels than on grains and sugars. And I think that's probably a somewhat robust result. I think I saw that we have Aaron Smith in the room, as it were. I know that the forthcoming study from Aaron suggests that the land use change in Indonesia and Malaysia alone in the palm oil industry added an average of about 18, well, in that study, it came out to 83.2 grams per megajoule to biomass-based diesel globally. And that study shows results that that's not just a response to palm oil demand, that you can see the link through from demand for other vegetable oils to that deforestation response. And you can argue the point about how that would be allocated between, say, Indonesian palm oil biodiesel mandates, US soy oil mandates. Maybe the US number, if you modeled it through, could be a little bit less than 80. But it's clear that that's a significant emission number in the context of a fossil fuel comparator that's around about 95 grams per megajoule. And again, this is just from deforestation in Malaysia and Indonesia. That's not considering any land use changes that are happening elsewhere in the world: loss of grassland, loss of shrubland, loss of forest in South America, and the rest of it. Vegetable oils are important, and we often focus on the primary vegetable oils. And there's been a convention of treating waste oil, so used cooking oil, yellow grease, and animal fats, as not being associated with indirect emissions. But it's important to recognize that in general, certainly at this point in the development of the industry, these are resources which are mostly going to be displaced from other uses. It's still possible to improve used cooking oil collection systems, but often, if you're increasing the use of those resources in California, that's either coming from a different industry or from the biofuel industry in another part of the world. So increased consumption of these in California means increased demand for substitute oils elsewhere. So there's a sort of a knock-on indirect land use change effect that we can see there, and that I think it would be important for California to be cognizant of. And more generally, these waste oils that California has had a very high rate of use of in the last few years are not scalable resources. So this doesn't point to a solution for growth in biodiesel demand associated with the aviation sector, the maritime sector, expansion of the LCFS program going forward. And there's maybe a question for California to reflect on what the relationship is between the LCFS program and the consumption of vegetable oils globally. If you look at per capita consumption of vegetable oils, I have a few sort of example countries here, and a slight disclaimer on the California number at the top there. But the per capita use of vegetable oils, including those waste oils in California, is now really exceedingly high compared to per capita consumption in other parts of the world. We're going to get to the ILUC modelling later in the day. I don't want to hang on this too long, but I wanted to queue up a couple of points from some work that I published 4 years ago now. A couple of things that have been important in development of the GTAP modelling. For one, cropland pasture, as the GTAP model has been iterated since 2009, has become a very important idea. This idea of a relatively low carbon cost land resource which can be preferentially converted to biofuel production. But it's worth noting that this is partly predicated on a rapid decline in cropland pasture extent reported in the States between 2002 and 2012, but that the USDA states that this is based more on methodological changes in the survey, change in the survey questions and the ordering of the survey questions, than it necessarily is on a sort of real phenomenon. And since the survey became consistent, the cropland pasture area has stabilized. So I certainly don't take it as clear that there's evidence that this strong rate of conversion of cropland pasture to biofuel feedstock production was realistic. There's also a cropland intensity effect that was introduced to versions of the GTAP model in 2017 in a way that made it a very strongly land use change reducing effect. If you go to look at that paper, you can read the sort of the long version of why I argued that that was not well implemented and not well supported by the available evidence. I have a quote from Steve Berry, who's going to be up a little bit later. Although there appeared to be a small increase in double cropping in the United States in the first years of the Renewable Fuel Standard mandate, there has since been a significant decline. Overall cropping intensity, factoring in how land is left fallow or crops fail, there has been no discernible US trend for decades. So just a couple examples of things that have gone into some of the more recent modelling that contextualise relatively low ILUC numbers, and that I think are maybe not consistent with the evidence base that we have. Before I give you some final thoughts, just a note on the food versus fuel issue and on the high ILUC risk framework that the European Union has introduced. Again, I don't have time to go into this, but if you look at, in this case, inflation adjusted food price indices running from the 90s up until now, you see that there's been a pretty significant upshift since the start of the biofuel boom. An awful lot of analysts connect that to the uptick in the use of food commodities for biofuels. It's taken as obvious in large parts of the economic literature, I think. So persistently higher food prices through the middle of the 2010s and those three food spikes as well, all of which have been tied into the effect of biofuel production by analysis that you can read about if you go to that link at the bottom. In the European Union, the response to both the indirect land use change concern and the food price concerns is the introduction of a crop cap, limiting the contribution of food-based fuels in the road sector and actually excluding them from newly introduced mandates for aviation and maritime, as well as the introduction of a high ILUC risk mechanism, which is really focused on that deforestation data that I mentioned earlier. Currently, palm oil-based biofuel is excluded in the EU. Soy-based biofuel was close to that threshold, but on the initial assessment, remains eligible for support in the European Union. To close, 15 years ago, California introduced ILUC factors with a view to reducing the land use change impact of the LCFS and shift investment. I think they showed a commitment to both develop and follow evidence. There was a choice of the GTAP model to do that with, which was informed by a sense that it was more transparent because the source code is available. And I think probably a hope that that would be a field where harmonization and consensus developed over time. In the interim, all of these ILUC results have been contested, as many of you know very well, on both sides. You have stakeholders on one side calling for adoption of lower values. It's no surprise to anyone that industry tends to want the lowest possible value on the ILUC factor for its product. On the other side of the argument, if you like, some stakeholders, including myself, have queried the robustness of some of the modelling and some of the elements that have brought in lower ILUC factor results. And I think this idea of transparency in the model is made difficult simply by the complexity of the tool and the complexity of the evidence base. So really, transparency for me is about documentation and describing what goes on and about the process. The idea that the source code is the most important bit, I think, overstates people's ability to read source code in general. Also note that when the LCFS was introduced, there was an expectation of a larger contribution from cellulosic fuels, which were expected to have a lower environmental footprint. That was in the context of a very ambitious RFS cellulosic mandate that essentially failed. And the idea of LCFS as an investment driver for these advanced biofuels, that ILUC factors would shift value from first generation biofuels to these more advanced forms. And that hasn't really happened. The cellulosic investment drivers have been pretty flawed. I've written about that as well. I can send a link to anyone who's interested. In California, really, renewable diesel and secondary oils, sorry, that should say, have won out, if you like, as the main LCFS compliance routes over investment in these newer technologies. Looking more broadly, other jurisdictions have used caps and feedstock restrictions. I think it is appropriate for California to consider that moving forward. And looking beyond California, if you look at industry trajectories for the use of alternative fuels in the aviation and maritime sectors, it's really enormously clear that we need very scalable solutions. So just relying on waste oils and those sorts of non-scalable solutions may be okay in the niches where they're used, but it's not pushing the world forward in the direction that is needed. Hopefully that was more or less in time. So again, thanks for the opportunity to speak, and I'll hang around for some questions in a minute.
Thank you, Dr. Mullins. Next, we have Dr. Wyatt Thompson from the University of Missouri.
Great. So the organizers have reminded me to talk slowly for the translators, but I get very excited. So if I go too fast, please someone say something, hopefully not a translator yelling at me in panic. So I'll try and go pace myself. Thank you for the invitation. I was asked after talking to the coordinators to speak about forward-looking biofuel demand, supply, and current LEC research focusing on crop area change elasticities and the ability of projected feedstock supplies to meet demand for biofuels and the assumptions, inputs, elasticity there. So my focus on forward-looking and feedstock market conditions. I work at the Food and Agricultural Policy Research Institute at the University of Missouri, and my focus is on objective analysis of policies and markets and not to make recommendations. So I'm going to come from that perspective. So there's some ambiguity I see in what I'm asked to do here. One is the scope of responses. Are we focused only on changes of California policy or California fuel use and how those affect land use around the world, and those affect markets around the world, in which case other responses in the US matter, as well as the rest of the world, both policy, automatic and discretionary responses, and of course, market responses? Or do we think about US total biofuels? I think there can be some very important differences there. There's been studies about how LCFS and RFS policies interact, for example, or overlap. Also, the time frame. As Dr. Mullins pointed out, the time frame can matter. Do you care about the short run, where crop stocks might be really important? Do you care about the long run, where productivity might be really important? And I think that's a key question here as well. And then what's the context? If we're looking at markets today, markets in the medium-term future, markets in the far future, we could have very different understandings of the context. And we know the context does matter. This is true. We know from reviews of the biofuel literature from 10 years ago that talked about how price effects per gallon of ethanol in the US, for example, depend on market conditions or what's going on, the nature of the study. And we know this from other policies too. This is not new. The context matters when you think about policy's impacts. As an example of some of the changes, the global average crop yields for corn and soybeans are about 17% higher in the last 5 years than they were in 2005-2010 period of the price surge. the food versus fuel debate time that Dr. Mullins talked about. So just that 17% more productivity per acre as measured by yield would suggest probably some different answers. As far as the inputs I'll use, I'll of course rely on the literature on these topics, USDA data where it's available, and particularly about past conditions, and also an outlook that my colleagues and I prepared last summer that looks ahead at the near-term market conditions, just to think kind of what's going on over the next few years, given certain assumptions like normal weather, normal economic conditions, and no new policies, biofuel or agricultural or trade. So over the long run, real crop prices have trended down. That's not new. During the food versus fuel debate, there was discussion about whether it was changing, but seems to be still on some long-run downward trend with spikes, which we expect from Newberry and Stiglitz and others. In the food versus fuel debate context of the 2005 to 10 period, for example, we can think about the different causes people have talked about, the RFS, the U.S. biofuel mandates, MTB replacement in the U.S., tariffs, tax credits, all focused on biofuels. The petroleum prices at that time increased a lot as well. As we'll talk about again later, growing use in China was part of that too, and started before then actually. And there's demand overall. I think maybe I was not the only applied economist who was surprised that when real prices increased in 2005, 2007, demand around the world did not respond as negatively as we might have guessed beforehand. A question of demand elasticities, that they were more inelastic than I might have expected going into that period. And all of this also raised the question of, if that was the context then, what's the context now? So for example, from these 25, 26 marking year on, these prices come from our baseline projections. Given those assumptions, which of course a yield shock or a policy change can affect outlooks, but we expect that current real prices would continue given current conditions and our assumptions, and that the recent peaks in real prices, we've fallen off those and would stay at a lower level with lower crop returns in the US, for example, again, given our assumptions. So let's talk a bit about area. The previous speaker showed a couple of points on global area, and we are using different crops here. I have a 5-grain aggregate, and I also have oilseed, 3 oilseeds plus palm. So it's a different crop mix. So the numbers will look a little different, but I start back in the 1970s, and we can see fairly stable total crop area for a period of time, with maybe a growing share of oilseeds relative to grains. And from about 2003, 4, so on, we see this increase in total area, with some recovering the grains total as well as oilseeds. And these are just simple totals of global grains and oilseeds around the world from USDA data historically. Given those prices I showed before, there's not a huge incentive to increase area globally. And so in our projections, we have fairly flat total area compared to this period at least. Of course, global totals hide a lot of what's going on in different countries. So for example, although soybean area in Brazil has been a huge story during the price surge and in the past, with Brazil becoming the #1 soybean exporter in the world, corn area has been interesting recently. So since the price surge, you can see an increase in corn area in Brazil, while corn area in the US also expanded a little bit up here. You can see given our projections and our prices, there's not much incentive to increase corn area further. But Brazil corn area keeps expanding. But the important thing to note here is this is area harvested. A lot of this corn area, if not all of the expansion, has been double cropped corn. So it's not new area brought into production, it's double cropped with soybeans. And this is an interesting change relative to the food versus fuel debate period that might change the context if we're thinking about current market analysis, current policy analysis of how further biofuel changes could affect global commodity markets. To what extent is there further expansion for double crop area in Brazil as a new source of corn, for example? Of course, on the crop supply questions, we have a lot of questions. Of course, are we talking harvested or planted area? What about prevented planting when conditions stop people from planting? How do you measure these things? And how do you measure expectations? And producer expectations, of course, matter. We all know this when thinking about which crop to plant, but of course, when thinking about whether or not to expand crop area, it could be a more complicated decision. And this raised the question of the relevance of past studies. If we look at area studies at farm or regional level, how do they relate to aggregate country or global supply of a crop? We might not be able to go strictly speaking directly from a farm level area response to national supply curve because there might be other entries, exits, and so on that might not be included in the farm level study. Are we focused on how existing cropland is used for new cropland? Those might be different decisions. How do we model them or estimate them? And an interesting point is also whether it's the context of rising or falling total area. For in a different context, crop and just point out that you might have different effects of policies if your total crop area is expanding or falling. And I would think you might have a different expectation about land use change effects if prices rise at a time when cropland is not rising much or is stable in a place versus cropland is already pressured up from other factors. Dr. Mullins also mentioned productivity, and certainly that's an old and common theme for us. Schultz mentioned it. He did not much care for exogenous trends. But of course, we know the empirical challenges of estimating long-run induced innovation effects. When we think about the literature on agricultural research, if it takes 20 years to get the peak impact and decades more to get the full impact, how do you statistically find those effects? How do you find the price signals that might have helped to cause those effects? It is an empirical challenge, to say the least, but it does matter. When we think about crop yields over time for global averages for corn, wheat, and soybean, you can think, well, that we can fit a linear trend very easily, or log linear if you prefer, very easily, and you can see very little relationship between you can see a big relationship between the yield shocks of one year and the prices of that year. You can see a shock to corn yield in 2012, 2013 marketing year, and the higher prices for corn and soybeans, simple average here. For example, you can see that effect, and we know this. But the harder thing here is to think about how these price levels in real terms might affect future yield growth. It might look like these yields are fairly constant, but we all know they're not. You can take the global corn yield, for example. You can do your trends by decade, and you can see that extending the 88, 89, or the 1960s trends out to 2030 marketing year might give lower estimates of corn yields in the future. Whereas if you take the 2000s or the 1970s and extend those, maybe you end up with higher. And these different trend yields, of course, aren't exogenous. In principle, they're a response to price signals people have had, price signals that go into investments of private firms, maybe public investment. And that over time, as Schultz teaches us, these are probably endogenous. So turning to the demand side a bit, of course, on the biofuel side is a key question here. Are we talking short run and long run? Are we talking how biofuel demands around the world respond to California or U.S. policy changes in terms of market responses or discretionary policy options or automatic policy options? If it's a one-time shock, can countries kind of store their credits in some sense, like you can store RINs in the U.S. and buffer that shock? Is that a new way to buffer market shocks that actually matters in an automatic sort of response from markets and built into policies? Or the discretionary choices people make. For us, thinking about biofuel output, so for the U.S., by 2012, there had already been an expansion during the time of the RFS expansion, MT displacement, and so on, when oil prices were rising. So it already had the increase. And by then, certainly back here, further back, the U.S. was probably the number one importer in the world, Brazil the number one exporter, whereas now the U.S. has become the number one exporter of ethanol. But our production is mostly stable. The pandemic aside, and given our assumptions about stable policies and so on, and normal economic conditions, we have that fairly flat in the projection period for us. For biodiesel and other biomass-based diesel in the U.S., those have increased over time. And the other biomass-based diesel certainly includes renewable diesel in California, which I think is an interesting case about interactions of LCFS and RFS that we can talk about later, if people are curious. But the real story in growth here lately has been rest of world ethanol, rest of world biomass-based diesel, according to USDA FAS data. And given our projections about policies, about where the petroleum price goes, about crop prices staying fairly flat for many of these inputs, we have these expanding into the future. Again, given these assumptions, and they can be changed. But a lot does depend, right? So Brazil, what happens with their mandate use, and Renova Bio, their new program that came in about 2019 and that had certain goals that have since been implemented at a lower level. Canada's new fuel regulations and what those could do going forward. EU's, as the previous speaker, Dr. Mullins mentioned, the EU has its own policies. There are mandates in Indonesia. China had its own goals, and so on. And of course, the new question might be what are the trade policies that might affect interactions of these markets and the ability to trade from one country to another. As Dr. Mullins said, one of the big questions is how much of a response you get from other demands, other uses, including food, fiber, whatever else you use these commodities for, or they're competing commodities for. And of course, that'll depend on what we expect for future income, population preferences, and elasticities that also depend on those things. So China is an interesting one to think about in this case as an example. Over the past, China's share of corn market was growing, and during the food versus fuel debate, there was an interesting case. One market observer who had watched this over time told me that he thought the The price surge would not have happened in 2005, but a few years earlier if China had not had stocks to sell after 2001, 2002. That China's demand, other countries' demands would have caused the price surge to be earlier, but China had huge stocks that they wanted to deplete around then. But that was the corn share rising over time from 95, 96, so on. The soybean share of China rose to over 30%, according to USDA data. Given our assumptions, we have that fairly flat as shares. We have China's income continuing to grow, but they're sort of past the point where additional income causes a lot more food demand in aggregate. It changes what people eat, maybe more than the total amount they eat. Population in China might be peaking, suggesting that the total population and then the total demand of those people might also have been peaking. So for us, in our near-term projections, at least, given these conditions, we don't have much for the growth in China's share of world use, which is a change because China's growth in this period was a big story, big factor people found behind the price surge. One of the factors, I should say. So what happens in the future? Is there a new demand location, new surge in demand from some country? And certainly it's possible. Where's population growing? Although UN estimates suggest slowing population growth globally. What about income and income growth in places where there's not already kind of a falling link from further income growth to food demand, and preferences, which are always very difficult to predict, of course. So the future demand also, of course, we need to think about not just yield technologies, but also other technologies. Remember that crop demands are generally inputs into other things. When we think about corn demand for food use or wheat demand for food use, it's into a processing sector or into a feed sector. And these things go on through more processes before they become food. And so innovations and technologies along those chains can also matter. Livestock productivity has increased since the food versus fuel debate. And those ratios, the amount of output you get per unit of input have changed. The milk content is different than it was then. And then also other input prices matter. There could be changes in labor markets or in other markets that could also affect the ability to transition from this output commodity to the final good. It could be important. Of course, just like in the area, you can get demand elasticities in the literature, just like you can get area elasticities, and it can always be a trick to adapt them to what we need for these analyses. So, for example, if you have household survey data or point of sale data that become very common now, how do you go from point of sale data to market level demands? Can take some time or thought, but is of course a good step if you want to actually use those elasticities in current or forward-looking work. So I've tried to keep it fairly quick, and I've tried to talk slow for the translators and for everyone else. Sorry, translators, but I've tried to keep it fairly quick so that I can perhaps answer any questions you have and you can focus the discussion from here. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Our next speaker is Timothy Sertinger, JD from Princeton University.
So again, I'm at Princeton. I'm also the technical director for land stuff at the World Resources Institute. And I'm going to start by just talking about global land expansion. So actually, even better than FAO data, we have a good satellite study now. And basically, for the last 10 years, cropland has been expanding globally at an area roughly the size of England each year, 25 million acres. That's roughly equal to the harvested cropland in Iowa every year. And at this pace, we're going to basically clear an area the size of India by 2050. And this is a gigantic climate problem because land use change emissions are about 10% of global emissions. And also because virtually every climate strategy that you think of that could stabilize the planet assumes not only that we've stopped all global agricultural expansion, but we're actually decreasing agricultural land area in order to allow for reforestation and so-called natural climate solutions. And where you see gains, this is where the cropland is expanding most. And basically, you see it's in the tropics above all. And what drives this is a huge increase in demand for food. We have a relentless increase in demand for livestock products, which I'll actually jump to right here. And this is due to the fact that most of the people in the world, 2/3 of the people in the world, eat very few livestock products. And as they increase their demand, that takes a lot more food. So even with China moderating its total calories, let's say, globally, we're anticipating a huge ongoing increase in demand for food. And then we also have more wood and more urban land, which also spur additional expansion. And beyond that, the biggest source of land use change directly is pasture. And some of that's because of the need for pasture-based products, and some of it is a knockout effect. Chris Malin showed that not all cropland expansion is to forest, but often basically it's expansion into pasture, and then the pasture moves into the forest. So what does that say? And by the way, in order to avoid land use change, we need a rate of yield gain that is greater than the historical rate. So if we need more food and more carbon storage, but we have a fixed area of land, the only way to solve that problem is to make more efficient use of land. It obviously means that land is very valuable for climate. Every hectare, every acre, we have to minimize the carbon footprint, land footprint, and we don't want to make the problem worse. So the first question to ask about biofuels is whether or not they're a reasonably efficient use of land. So both biofuels and PV, photovoltaics, convert solar radiation into usable energy. For every 1,000 joules of energy, watts, whatever unit you want, on a net basis, Iowa corn ethanol makes about one, a little more than 1 joule. So that's not 1%, but 0.1%. Sugarcane ethanol makes it up to 0.2%, 2 out of 1,000. Biodiesel is really less than 1 out of 1,000. Jet fuel brings the sugarcane ethanol back down to that level. Without trying too hard, you get at least 110 joules on PV. So 100 times more usable energy, even on the best agricultural land, which is the best case for biofuels. And then when you put that in a car, you get 3 times more because electric engines are more efficient. So you can go 300 times more miles per acre using land for PV than using land for ethanol. And by the way, these are pretty easy calculations. So that also explains the inefficiency of biofuels, the magnitude of the land use potential impacts. So right now there's a proposal in COP to increase the use of sustainable fuels by fourfold. If that came from biofuels, that would require more cropland just for that, which is still a small part of global energy. That would require more cropland than all that exists in the US. And you can imagine the global implications of that. To get 25% of aviation fuel in 2050 from vegetable oil, the cheapest, you're talking 20 to 40% of global cropland, or 1 to 2 more Indias. All crops in the whole world, if we stopped eating and just used them for energy, would provide 15% of primary energy and far less of final energy. So what's happened? We've actually had this huge increase in demand for vegetable oil, and it's mainly coming from soybeans, overwhelmingly coming from soybeans and palm oil in the tropics. We've had 250 million acres over 20 years, and 40% of that has been for biomass-based diesel. And where does it come from? It comes from, as Chris said, expansion of palm oil in Southeast Asia, but now increasingly elsewhere, and soy above all in Latin America. And we, as Chris said, it doesn't matter where you get your vegetable oil, you're contributing to that. Here's just a chart you can get out of Reuters that shows that the prices of soybean oil in the US and Malaysian palm oil track each other very closely. And this has been shown very rigorously. This is because there's enough substitution. Basically, every trader knows this. Cargill, Bunge, all these companies know it. They make sure that this happens. And this means this means that the demand increase from biofuels anywhere in the world for any vegetable oil translates into the same price increases basically everywhere. And then you get expansion wherever it is cheapest, which is basically palm oil expansion in Southeast Asia and soybean expansion in Latin America. And this was the chart that Chris already showed that shows that basically there's almost a 1-for-1 correlation of increased diesel use in the US, or biomass-based diesel, and imports, and the same is true in Europe. And there are lots of studies, and I think Steve Barry is going to show this, showing that increased global prices, not local, but global crop prices drive tropical deforestation. This study is not a perfect study, but it's got overwhelmingly more accurate or meaningful statistics than pretty much any ILUC model you've seen, with the exception of the new Smith paper. And you can see other studies like that too. So, given that fact, why is it that we tend to think biofuels reduce greenhouse gas emissions? And if you just start, here are the emissions. I think these are roughly the CARB emissions. I tried to use these. These are the production emissions, according to CARB, of producing gasoline, mining, refining, transporting, and then for corn ethanol, growing the corn, refining it, transporting it. Uh, the emissions are obviously higher for corn ethanol. They're the same, what comes out the tailpipe per unit energy. When you make corn ethanol, you lose also a third of the carbon in the corn in the fermentation process. And if you added up all of these emissions, you'd have significantly more emissions than gasoline. But the convention is to ignore these actual physical emissions on the theory that they're offset by plant growth, because the crop absorbed the carbon. So what's the challenge with that? The challenge is that it takes land to grow crops. And this calculation by itself treats land literally as free, as having no carbon cost. So that's basically the assumption in the traditional biofuel analysis, that it treats land as free, even though it's extremely valuable from a climate perspective. So you can think of it as biofuels are a way of using land to replace fossil fuels, and that's good. That's the benefit. The cost is not using it for other purposes. The fundamental question is how we should evaluate that cost. So the normal way we evaluate the cost of a fixed input is the cost of replacing it. So in order to make a car, you have to start by making a car factory. And that means we have to assign some of the emissions of the car factory to each car. And that we do that even though by the time you make the car, you've already made the car factory. And because we know that overall, if you have more cars, you're going to have more car factories, and those emissions have to be assigned. The same is true for making crops. To make crops, we need to make cropland, and that causes emissions from land use change. And in a world that's expanding cropland, if we use more, we're going to have more cropland. And the most straightforward way is simply to assign the cost of making that cropland. And in fact, this is what we do for virtually everything else. An existing house that's long since been built and paid off is not free because it was built in the past. The value of that house in an expanding market is precisely equal to the value and the price, the cost of building a new house of comparable quality. And that is the same, should be the same for cropland. That is, in fact, the same for cropland. And if we want to value the cropland from a carbon perspective, it's the carbon cost of replacing the cropland. And that has now been called carbon opportunity cost. We had a paper in Nature in 2018 estimating what is simply the average amount of carbon we lose to produce the crops that go into biofuels, accounting for byproducts. And the average amount for corn was 200 grams per megajoule. And for soybean-based biodiesel, basically all vegetable oils, was 330. So about 4 times tailpipe emissions, or 3 times tailpipe emissions. We now have a new paper in review where yields have grown, but it's still 166 for corn, about 2 times, and more than 3 times the emissions for biodiesel. And while we should be using a global estimate, because as I've shown, basically the price signal is global, the expansion is global. Even if you just focused on the US, you're going to have much higher emissions costs or carbon costs. This is over a 30-year period, amortizing these emissions over 30 years. You're going to have that for biofuels. And that is exactly how we estimate the carbon cost of everything else. So, by the way, California, of course, has been turning to alternatives because they get a higher score, like tallow. Tallow is even more valuable than vegetable oil. It actually has a higher carbon opportunity cost. And if you use distillers' oils for biofuels, you're taking them out of the DDGS and therefore reducing the animal feed, and that's valuable too. So you're not really any better off. In fact, you're probably worse off using tallow. Now, by the way, even though you may think that's large, this is almost certainly an underestimate. Why? Because what we assume in every ILUC model that I know of assumes that every new acre of cropland only results in the clearing of 1 acre. but there was a thoroughly documented paper in Science in 2022 bringing together a lot of evidence that showed that, in fact, clearing land is an inefficient process, and we clear from 1.5 to 2 acres for every 1 acre we use in cropland. And if we incorporated that, these emissions would go up much more. So it seems pretty straightforward. And so you see these calculations for iLook that are literally a tenth of the emissions of the average carbon loss to produce the amount of crop after adjusting for biofuels that goes into a megajoule of biofuel. So it makes me ask this question: does it make sense to take in a world that needs more food from the same land in order to avoid unacceptable land use change and climate change? Does it take to divert that best land away from food? Or to value that farmland at only 10% of the average carbon costs of replacing the crops? And you can actually calculate that from a kind of a per hectare basis. That's like the alternative is to think of like the land use cost as the value of taking corn land in Iowa and turning it into a lawn and the carbon sequestration law. That's what 27 or 20 grams per megajoule implies. Now, why would you even use iLook? And I think my first paper in Science, I think invented the term. If biofuels use 1 more acre of land, the world is going to use 1 more acre of land unless someone else uses less. So an iLook model tries to use economics to estimate how much somebody else uses less. And here's the question: why should biofuels be credited for that? If I consume another 100 gallons of gasoline, economics will tell you that global prices of gasoline will increase enough that people around the world probably will consume about 25 gallons less. Should I get credit for the fact that they consume 25 gallons less? No. If we want to solve climate change, I should be blamed for the 100 gallons. And if we want other people to consume less because of higher prices, just tax them. I shouldn't get credit for that. In no other context other than land and iLook do people get credit for the fact that they induce other people to use less land. So by the way, the best iLook study by far now is this new Smith study. It's the only study that uses kind of proper econometric methods. And one reason for that is it doesn't try to solve the whole world. It can use proper methods to actually estimate in one place. The LARC study is, I would say, the second best of the thousands of the models that use hundreds of parameters. The Magpie model is probably the least bad because it doesn't make up as much stuff. And its estimate, even for high yield energy crops, is higher than the emission savings from gasoline. Okay. So why do an economic model predict a low iLook? Well, one reason is you can have literally just physically impossible results. And Steve Barry led a paper that I joined that showed that the GTAP model literally produces impossible results by a factor of 1,000, that the amount of land that gets put into crops is either that is 10 times more than the land that comes out of something else or vice versa. And so models like this will literally often produce crazy results. But one reason is that they predict, they can predict that higher food prices lead people to consume less food, therefore less land use change, and therefore the biofuel is better because it induces people to eat less food. And in fact, I had a paper in Science in 2015 showing that the California's modeling finds greenhouse gas benefits exclusively because the model estimates that, in fact, half of the food will not be replaced that's diverted to biofuels because poor people around the world eat less. Technically, this paper showed that what really is happening is that people eat less food, they breathe out less carbon dioxide because they eat less food. That's what happens to the carbon you eat in food. And that is attributed to the biofuel. And I think it was disappointing. This was actually known at the time. Steve Barry participated, and the CARB staff decided not to factor that into their calculations or even to present that to the board as an issue. So the good news is that estimate that half of the food disappears is unquestionably wrong. It turned out there are no demand elasticities independently estimated in the GTAP model. They're just assumed to be the same as supply. And since supply and demand elasticities are about the same, half of the food disappears for those who understand the economics of that. And there's other things that Steve Barry is going to talk about. The bad news, of course, if you have less food reduction, you have more ILUC. And then here's the really bad news. So this is a new study. It's not a perfect study, but it does a lot of careful statistics and controls for a lot of factors, and is built on a lot of other history of studies. It is literally orders of magnitude better than a typical ILUC model. And it estimates that a 1% increase in global food prices generates a 0.6% increase in global mortality for children under 5. Why is that? About a third of the people in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia are really badly malnourished. Badly malnourished people are children under the age of 5 are very prone to dying from other causes. You have about 5 million people, children, dying from these causes globally. And since the advent of the growth of biofuels, actually, as just shown, but you need to focus just on this period, crop prices have roughly doubled with periods of tripling. Now, not all of that is due to biofuels, but most people think at least 20% is, and actually a lot of it really gets the trigger when you have rapid increases in biofuels. And here's what that means. If 20% of the global crop price, if biofuels increase global crop prices by 20%, and that Usman study is correct, then they cause increased child mortality by 600,000 people per year. Now, that is such a shocking result that pretty much anyone involved in this is going to want to say, come up with reasons why, oh, I don't want to believe that. But that's, of course, not the way to do policy. And obviously, things should be looked at. But if that effect were even a fifth as large, it would be shocking. And it's very understandable. So just the last thing, if we want to solve climate change, the question we should be asking, and let me go here, is this one. What is the most climate beneficial way to use land and money? And we shouldn't, and if that's the question, then biofuels are almost comically inefficient way of using land and unbelievably expensive. It's $2 a gallon extra to produce biodiesel. And we should ask instead, what's the best use of land and money? And actually, most natural climate solutions, or most climate pathways call for reforestation. It's a lot cheaper. But the first thing we should do is we should use our farmland to produce food. So I'll sum up these points, and I think I've probably taken my time. But it's almost certain, in my view, that biofuels have been increasing global emissions. They're a stunningly inefficient use of land. They're also extremely expensive. I haven't even talked about the biodiversity effects. And there's a very real reason to believe that they're causing hundreds of thousands of increased child mortalities per year. And we're talking about magnitudes that that are already reconfiguring the Earth, but really could reconfigure the Earth if we go down that route. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Searchinger. Next, we will have Dr. Tyler Lark from Michigan State University.
Thank you for the invitation to speak today. My name is Tyler Lark. I'm an assistant professor at Michigan State University, and prior to this new position, I was at the University of Wisconsin for about 20 years. So I'm going to talk about recent research or the state of the science on just U.S., so domestic U.S. land use change in general. Just very quick, a little bit about myself. My background is actually in engineering, and then I really did my graduate work focused on this specific topic. So U.S. agricultural land use changes, basically the specific and exclusive thing I've been studying for the last dozen years or more. I've listed a bunch of publications out here because I'm not going to talk about these. So I just listed them. They're there. Folks can go and look at them. But our group has explored things like characterizing the landscape and how it's changing in the U.S., helped co-develop some of the methods and best practices for assessing U.S. land use change, looking at the outcomes of that. And then I'll go into a little bit today. Some of our more recent work is really just comparing these results rather than putting new data out there, saying new things and just keep shouting into the void saying, how do we move together move forwards together as a community and try to reconcile some of the differences, actually compare results to one another and see what's driving some of the divergence and see where we're actually having some convergence and agreement on our understanding of land use change and its relationship to biofuels. So how I framed the talk is just kind of three areas of how I mentally think about U.S. land use change research and its relationship to biofuels or the LCFS. So first is just U.S. land use change extent. What is the location and magnitude of actual shifts happening on the landscape that we can observe due to any reason? It could be related to biofuels, it could be climate change, it could be urban expansion, etc. The second, the more relevant one, maybe for some of the folks in the room, is what proportion of that land use change might be attributable to biofuels? How much of it is potentially linked or connected to those biofuels or biofuel policies? And then the third element, often in mind, is what are the outcomes of those land use changes, right? What are the emissions? And I think closely coupled to that is we see what types of assumptions and observations of types of land that are converted, because that directly impacts the estimated emissions from those land use changes. And I'm actually just going to say my conclusions right up front and kind of give the big picture perspective. And this is just my personal opinion of seeing the scientific space and watching it for the last decade or more. I feel like we have the relative agreement. There's relative consensus and strong evidence about what is actually happening on the U.S. agricultural landscape. You can observe this, you can measure it. If you take the time to make the comparisons appropriately, it's almost complete consensus across all these independent data sources. And I'll share a little bit of that in the next couple slides. This question about how much is related to biofuels is much more challenging. We have much more, different estimates, different ways to estimate that. And that fundamentally comes down to this issue where, indirect or induced land use change is not something that we can observe on the landscape, right? We can't actually measure it. We can only estimate it and model it. So in fact, we're probably always going to have some high level of uncertainty and some disagreement and room for kind of continued refinement of trying to estimate how much land use change might be related to biofuels. The third one, the question around emissions and the types of land converted, that one, I think there's still quite a big range of estimates and approximations, but I think we can make some more progress there, right? You can actually measure these things. You can measure changes in emissions, but it's very hard. We're trying to measure tiny changes in soil organic carbon over time scales that don't really line up very well. So it's challenging, but it is something that's observable and we should be able to measure. And on the types of land converted, I certainly think we as a community can definitely make more progress there. And so I think we're heading in the right direction there and can keep building upon that. So the first topic on just the land use change extent, I'm just going to share a little bit, drawing from a recent study by Gray Martin and others, trying to compare current recent land use change in the United States. Basically trying to do this apples to apples comparison, taking the time to look at the differences in definitions across these different products. I won't go into the details. You can look at the paper, but when you account for those differences in how cropland, for example, is defined and monitored, and then also align for and adjust the time periods of analysis, and you can normalize over a standard window over the last however many, 10 or 15 years, you see quite a bit of alignment across all these different studies and all these different monitoring approaches. And so really relatively similar magnitudes of land use change extent in the United States. On the left here is just the large data classes of stable cropland and non-cropland. Pretty much all aligned. You see some differences, and that's just in how they define what types of land get grouped into those categories. When you look at the land use changes, so shifts between categories, I'll just point out all these major data sets and analyses of US land use change data generally point to the same conclusion, that there's been net cropland expansion. So on average, the rates of conversion to cropland have been greater than the recent rates of conversion away from cropland. And that's really highlighted here when we line them all up. For time, I won't really go into this, but the spatial details and the spatial patterns of these data sets also all make sense when you take the time to do the comparison. 3 of the 4 that this review study looked at are all very well aligned in spatial patterns. The one that is a bit of an outlier from the USGS, their land change monitoring assessment and projection program data set, that one's an outlier because it groups pasture in with cropland in what it calls cropland. And so it really is just tracking things like rangeland to planted pasture or rangeland to cropland, and misses any sort of shifts of like planted pasture to cropland, which is what we see in more of the Midwest and the Corn Belt areas. When you look at that and take that into consideration, all of a sudden you see, oh yes, not only do these all make sense and align, you get insights a little bit into the types of land that are being converted. Because we do see quite a bit of the cropland expansion is coming from areas that are likely to be, say, formerly planted pasture or formerly enrolled in the Conservation Reserve Program in the United States, which is land that was previously cultivated. Though we do still see some conversion of other things like that haven't been previously cropland that are, which you would maybe say more as rangeland or extent natural lands. Just another way of looking at this, pulling in a couple other data sets, specifically the National Land Cover Database and the Census of Agriculture. I mostly wanted to pull in these as a couple alternatives because again, the spatial patterns, very clear alignment among these 4 different federal data sets. But I wanted to note that these are all coming from different measuring sources. So oftentimes, sometimes there'll be critiques that say, oh, some of these analyses of land use change rely on satellite data, and there can be errors in that. And so we can't rely on any of the results because they could all be erroneous. But here we're looking at 2 data sets, the USDA's Cropland Data Layer and the USGS's National Land Cover Database, both satellite derived, but also 2 completely independent data sets. One from the USDA, the National Resources Inventory, which is actually a statistical tracking of individual points interpreted by human manual interpreters looking at high resolution photographs throughout time. And then the Census of Agriculture, which is actually just directly reported from farmers and producers on a survey question. 5 years. So very different methods of measuring, very similar results in terms of spatial pattern and extent. So that's why hopefully you'd agree with me. I don't think this is controversial, but we could say, all right, I think we've like solved this question. We know what's happening on the US landscape. It sort of gets us to that next question of how much might be related to biofuels. This slide I just threw in because maybe you're asking, well, I've seen other papers or people say, you know, cropland area hasn't changed at all. Where are these other discrepancies coming in? What explains that? There are some data sets that just shouldn't be used and really don't give us an indicator of cropland area or of land conversion or land use change. One of these is USDA's NASS annual survey data. And so this is annually reported data, but there's tons of reasons that it shouldn't and just doesn't measure land use change. I won't go into detail here, but some is they only track select counties. They miss ones where there's not a lot of crops, and those are areas where we see lots of changes on the margins. Tracks only about a dozen principal crops, so excludes a lot of others that may be shifting in how their planted area. Tracks only planted area and excludes other types of land. And then the biggest one is that it only tracks net changes. So it misses those actual shifts, those gross changes to and from cropland on the landscape. And other data sets like the agricultural census, which I showed in that last slide as well, also does that, which is a bit of a problem. All right. Why is that tracking of only net changes a problem? Well, at the same time as you could be having conversion to cropland, you have loss of agricultural lands, right? And so we have these countervailing forces that we need to account for. In some cases, it's cropland abandonment or restoration to grasslands and other perennial covers. In some cases, we have this background undergoing loss of an ongoing loss of cropland being converted to urban areas, right? Urban sprawl and ex-urban residential development. And so you really just can't track land use change if you're looking only in the net. Why, I mean, that really leads us, I guess, to the next point is what is the subset of land use change that's attributable to biofuels and policy? Because we have these other drivers going on. There's climate change, there's urban expansion. What portion of the land use shifts that we see could be connected to biofuels policy? I won't really go into any of these at all other than just point out a few of the recent studies on it. So there's this review by a few folks a couple of years ago that reviewed all the US land use change and how much of it these studies think are attributable to biofuels policy, led by folks, I think, this was commissioned by the EPA, perhaps is to help support their triennial report to Congress on biofuels. Visit that study if you want to go into detail. Similarly, studies kind of looking at some of the individual components of that. So, oops, sorry. So, corn price change, how much has the shift in corn prices responded to changes or increased demand in billion gallons per year of biofuel demand, and land use change as well. This is showing just in a different format the results from the previous review. And insights from modeling. This I just wanted to put up as an example that there are other ways really other than equilibrium models to estimate this. So you can establish causal chains and do empirical analyses using econometrics and other approaches to try to estimate the impacts of something like a policy action on biofuel demand, responding changes in corn and other crop prices, and how that manifests on the landscape. And when we did that, our kind of best guess was like, all right, it looks like, yes, there's land use change happening in the US. And we thought, well, maybe up to about a quarter of it could have been tied to the renewable fuel standard and the expansion of that policy. And then the last piece, and again, I'll just hit this quickly just to kind of plant the seed and hopefully save time for the others in discussion, is the emissions. And what we see in the literature kind of across all the different studies is quite a bit of variation by modeling framework that is used. So, GREET is a very common one that is used, and then there's a handful of others. In general, it seems like GREET estimates tend to come in a little bit on the lower side of the whole spectrum, with other modeling approaches and frameworks kind of spreading that full range of what we might anticipate seeing as far as results from land use change. Now, I'll just note that the number of studies using any of these isn't really an indicator of the confidence or our certainty or the correctness of that estimate. It could just be representative of one author, one group, one model being used more frequently. So we should really think about how we kind of weight these different results. Similarly, and Chris alluded to this earlier, so that's great. He's really led the thinking on this, I think, and pointing out some of the questions that arise in the emissions vary by the types of land converted and also how we choose to model them. And so in some of the past estimates, things like cropland and cropland pasture have actually been modeled to have like the exact same emissions. So if we're saying all of our expansion is coming from something like cropland pasture, if we're just modeling it as if it's cropland, it's not going to really fully capture those dynamics. And I would argue this is something that we all in the community can do better on. In fact, something like cropland pasture, we could probably just get rid of. There's no reason we have to use this nebulous categorization, but rather we can just explicitly see which lands are being converted and do a better job trying to model those emissions. So my last slide or two here and last little thought is that's one of the areas that we're looking at right now. So recent land use change by land cover type, this is older work, but in general, I think everyone would agree most shifts to and from cropland in the US are with grasslands, not forest like it is in the tropics. So about 90% of recent crop expansion in the US has come from grassland. The question is, what type of grasslands are those? Are those areas that have never been plowed before, or actually are they just areas that have been sitting idle for 10 years or 20 years, or perhaps in planted pasture? And all those have different emissions profiles. And so I think we can do a better job characterizing that. That's one thing we're working on now. And I think the next speaker, David Clay, he and I are in a working group trying to get a little bit at this, trying to build consensus and say how much of this conversion is potentially from intact grasslands versus how much is from something like pasture or CRP. And so, we think probably maybe half might be from CRP, 40-ish% from pasture, and really probably a small minority share from these truly intact areas, but that is work that is in progress. So my last slide, just to wrap it up, sort of one point on each of these three main areas that I think about. I would say, and hopefully you would agree, clear consensus of both gross and net cropland expansion or conversion of grassland to croplands in the United States. Some portion of that land use change and its emissions can likely be attributed to biofuels, but the magnitude of this is really uncertain, and it's always going to be just as a nature of the concept and trying to model it. Lastly, I think there's a need and also really a great opportunity, though, to at least improve the characterization of what types of lands are shifting and what the associated emissions of those lands are. So that's it. Thanks for the time. Thanks for your interest.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lark. Our next presenter is Dr. David Clay with South Dakota State University.
Hi, my name's David Clay. I'm a distinguished professor at South Dakota State University. I'm also the editor-in-chief for American Science of Agronomy. I'm a former president of American Science of Agronomy. What I'd like to do, first off, I'd like to introduce my co-authors. My first co-author is Deepak Joshi. He did all the assessment work relative to the land use change calculations. And Nicholas is the CEO of LUCI, which is the land use change initiative. LUCI is a national platform that includes farmers, ranchers, environmentalists, soil scientists, regulatory groups, and industry partners. And their goal is to produce high quality, accurate information on grassland estimates that can be used for data driving decisions. So that's kind of the group that we've been working with. And let me just start with a discussion about what South Dakota is. And that's where my discussion is. It's in an area that transitions from a tall grass prairie on the eastern side of the state to a mixed grass prairie on the western side of the state. It's primarily grasslands. And if you've read any of the Little House on the Prairie books, this is where those occurred. That was in South Dakota and on the eastern side of Minnesota. What I'm going to talk about is how much land use change is occurring in South Dakota. I'm going to talk a little bit about can land use change, or the lack of land use change that we have in the state, can be used to supply biofuels. And then I'm going to talk about some future research questions that we might be interested in. When we think about South Dakota, again, this is a tall grass to mixed grass prairie ecoregion. So again, when we start thinking about South Dakota, you need to understand where we're located. We're located in a region that goes from a tall grass prairie to a mixed or short grass prairie on the western side of the state. This is an area that we've written a lot of different books. There's been movies, and there's been all sorts of things that have happened in South Dakota. And it's a primary important region for row crops and for livestock production. It's important for wildlife habitat. When we think about our state, we have about 18 million acres of grassland, of cropland, and about 24 million acres of grasslands. In the assessment of land use change, what we did is we identified our NASS regions. Within each NASS region, we identified 1,600 points that we monitored 4 different times in 2006, 2012, 2014, and 2022, for a total of about 60,000 sampling points that we assessed what the land use change was. And so we used that information to assess changes in our lands across South Dakota. So when we did our assessment, we then separated into croplands, grasslands, and other type of areas. Our croplands had rows, and we used that to identify our grasslands, our croplands. Our grasslands didn't have rows, and our other things had other things occurring. And so we used that to classify our land. And then what we did is we used that classification to assess, did we have a change or did we not have a change? Based on that assessment, this was not modeling, it was actual visual identification of high resolution information. We identified what kind of a change was occurring. Then what we did is we classified the types of lands that were changing. So based on NRCS information associated with those sampling points, we separated those into what land was being changed. And the land that was being changed was primarily class 1 through class 8. Class 1 is suitable for all different sorts of practices, and class 8 would be something we would think really suited for forests and wildlife. But here's the points that we had grassland to cropland points, and these were points that were identified from 2006 to 2022. And when we looked at these points over this period of time, we had about 1.5 million hectares that were converted from grasslands when we converted the points to area basis. Now, when we start thinking about this grassland to cropland conversion, it's important to think that a lot of our times our lands are actually in rotations. It's not necessarily forever that it's going to be in grassland. Sometimes it's going to be in grassland or perhaps croplands. So we had about 0.24 million hectares that were converted from cropland into grassland over that time period. We looked at the types of lands that were being converted. For our grassland to cropland, it was primarily lands that were class 2, which are highly productive areas. And when we looked at the total areas that were converted, we had about 90% of our lands that were suitable for crop production were being converted into our grasslands that were being converted into croplands. On the reverse, it was almost identical. It was almost identical. So we had about 90% of the grasslands that were converted, of the croplands that were converted back into croplands. So when we start thinking about this conversion, there's been a lot of different assumptions made about this conversion process. So let me ask you a question. What are your expectations if I convert grasslands into croplands? What are you thinking? Are you thinking that we're going to increase erosion? Are you thinking that we're going to reduce the carbon stored in our soils? Do you think that we're going to have lower soil health? Are you thinking that we're going to increase the amount of fertilizer that we apply to our lands? Do you think we're going to have a loss of habitat? And so when we start thinking about this conversion process of how our agricultural systems are actually farmed, it's important to think about what the impact of these practices are on our environmental health. So when I look at data, this would be NRCS data and we looked at the data from 1982. Here's the red is high areas with erosion. And so this was in 1982. What do you think happened during this period of time that we had this land use change occurring? Do you think erosion increased or decreased? When we look at our erosion rates in 2017, our erosion actually decreased. And so we're seeing, even though our croplands may actually be increasing, we're seeing decreases in erosion. We asked Midwest laboratories, and this would duplicate data that we did from our soil testing lab in South Dakota. They shared with us the results of 12 million soil samples that were collected between 2000 and 22. So these 12 million soil samples were collected in South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, and Nebraska. So this is the period of time that we're producing ethanol, we're producing corn, we're producing soybeans. What do you think happened to our soil organic carbon levels? So when I look at the soil organic carbon levels, our soil organic carbon levels, and this is in the surface 6 inches, increased almost 35% over that time period. So our carbon, this carbon being stored in our soils is actually increasing. Associated with these increases, our corn yields went up 2.76 bushels per acre per year over that 20-year period. Soybean yields went up 6.65 bushels per acre per year over that time period. I started looking at what my boss, who was the president of South Dakota State University, he asked me, he said, how did that improvement in carbon, how did that change our ability to respond to droughts? And so if we go back to a drought before people started changing to reduced tillage systems, so if we look back in 1974, and these are two very, very similar droughts, if I look at my wheat yields across the state, we produced 18 bushels per acre. After we increased our carbon levels in our soils in 2012, we produced 46 bushels per acre. Soybean yields went from 20 bushels per acre to 30 bushels per acre. Corn yields went from 33 bushels per acre to 100 bushels per acre. So we're seeing real differences due to that increasing soil carbon levels, and that makes a difference for our local farmers. It helps them stay in business, and it's going to reduce the amount of payments that we need to make for insurance payments for extreme events. That increase is largely driven by organic matter. As that carbon organic matter increases, we increase the amount of water that's actually stored in our soils. And so we can see that in these charts, and it's going to be different for different textures. If I have a sandy soil texture, the impact is going to be slightly less than if we have a silt loam soil. The impact on our economic health, which supports our rural economies, which supports our schools, which supports our hospitals, are also important. When we look at those impacts, and what I've got here on this chart is I have the amount of acres in South Dakota that's devoted to corn. And I've got soybeans and wheat. And so in South Dakota, we have a little bit over, around, when I did the calculations, about 12 million acres in agricultural lands. When we look at the amount of bushels per inch, that's what's in that next column. And so for corn, I get about almost 9 bushels per inch, soybeans, 3.6 bushels per inch, and wheat, about 5.9 bushels per inch. We look at the prices and we can look at that impact. And so this is the impact of just the increase in carbon levels that we have in our soil. So the thought that our carbon levels are actually decreasing in these agricultural lands is a mistake. We've shown it multiple times, and we've shown it across our 4 states. Our impact in South Dakota is over $1 billion annually due to the increasing levels of soil organic matter. For a farmer, it accounts to about $90 per acre during a drought environment resulting from soil health. What's happening with our nitrogen recommendations with the increasing soil health? So when I think about nitrate, if I think about my soil organic matter actually increasing as opposed to decreasing, what are your thoughts going to happen with our nitrogen recommendations? So nitrogen is a critical nutrient, and it's used to produce corn and wheat. What do you think is going to happen with the amount of nitrogen, and what do you think is going to happen with my nitrous oxide emissions? Well, South Dakota just reduced our recommendations from 1.2 pounds per acre per yield to 1 pound per acre per yield. And that comes to about a 25% reduction in our recommendations. That's driven not by better genetics, because we've tried to look at that genetic component on that, but it's really driven by increasing our soil organic carbon. So our soils hold more carbon, and that carbon is releasing nitrogen as it's being mineralized. And we grow our biofuel supply. And so here's what we have for South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, and Nebraska. This is what our increasing yields are, annual increasing yields over this 20-year period. South Dakota, corn yields, 2.8 bushels per acre per year increasing. Minnesota, a little bit over 2. Iowa at around 2. Nebraska is almost 2.5 bushels per acre per year. We're seeing the same sort of results in soybeans. Just in these 4 states, every year, we're producing 82 million more bushels of corn, and we're producing more bushels of soybeans. And so one of the thoughts are, how do we maintain this, and how do we maintain those yield increases? Because it really makes a difference for our farm economies and keeps our rural schools open and keeps our hospitals open. So as I start thinking about questions about where we perhaps need to be moving at, we need a better understanding of the social aspects of land use change. And I would say that this better understanding of the social aspects, we need to think about why farmers maintain the practices they do. Why are they changing? Why are they not changing? Then perhaps once we understand why people are changing, then we can address those from a social perspective. We need to continue increasing production without converting our lands. We need to think about what's the maximum amount of carbon that can be stored in our soils. There's lots of different theories about how we can calculate that. We're not seeing any leveling off in the amount of carbon that's being stored in our soils. And we need a better methods to demonstrate to farmers how soil health improvements have increased both their yields and their overall productivity. Summary, land is being converted from grasslands to croplands. We see that, and the data is clear that that's occurring. Most of this land is suitable for row crop production. Erosion has decreased. Nitrogen applied per bushel is decreasing. Yield increases attributed to soil health and better genetics are increasing our yields over 2 bushels per acre per year for corn. Improvements in soil health and better genetics are driving the amount of corn that we produce per acre per year in these tall grass and medium and mixed grass prairies. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. My co-authors are on this line, and so if you have questions that they'd like that they can answer, I will forward the question to them on those questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clay. Okay, I'm assuming everyone can hear me. I don't see the spotlight. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for sharing your really in-depth research on this important topic. I appreciate the diversity of topics and perspectives shared, and we'll be moving into Q&A now. I'll have Dr. Paul Ferrumo joining me as we move into the session and ask that each of the panelists turn on your cameras. I would also challenge you to stick to no more than 2 minutes in your responses in hopes that we are able to discuss multiple questions, and would recognize for our attendees that we are going to extend Q&A through the most of the expected break. So as you already know, if you need to get up, move around, feel free to, but we're going to continue with the programming. So for our questions, it's clear that there are many components at play, and we really appreciate you highlighting your takeaways from your years of research. To help us understand some of the ways this conversation has changed over time, can you please tell us what your biggest takeaway is from the land use change data and analysis published specifically in the last 5 to 10 years, and how it is different than the data and analysis that was done when the LCFS program first started? Feel free to raise your hand so that we can have a stack of respondents.
What do you push to raise your hand?
Well, I saw your hand first, so I think you get it. But it's under the react button for
React
future
button.
notice.
I have played chimes for okay. There. I don't think you want my chime. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. I always keep the push one, but I mean, so a couple things. First, there has been this emergence of this literature of people basically saying we should use carbon opportunity costs to assess climate effects. It's not just my paper, but a bunch of others. And that's in part for the reason I just said, which is what we really want to know is what's the cost of using land, and the cost of using land is the cost of not using it for another purpose. The land use, an ILOC analysis, even if it's perfect, basically says, well, if I want to mitigate the climate and I devote land and money to biofuels, what's the effect? And it doesn't ask the question, well, what's the best way? How do I get the most climate benefit using land and money? So there's a simple, if we really want to solve climate change, and land is an important asset. And that's why that literature has emerged. I would say the thing has happened is we at least do have, a couple of papers that use something that could actually be the kind of economics that could get into a kind of a top economics journal. And then Lark's paper is one. Frankly, the best one has really just emerged this week, which is the first one to actually use proper instruments in a way that can get into a top economics journal. And that finds, a lot of impacts. And there have been other papers that show that prices transmit globally, and that's been done rigorously too. So I think those are the kind of the main changes that I would focus on in the literature.
Thank you, Mr. Searchinger. I don't see any virtual hands up, so I do see Tyler's real hand up.
biggest takeaway I think for me from the land use change data analysis over the last 5 to 10 years is just that's not really settled yet. We've been discussing this in the community for 10, 15 years or longer, and there's still uncertainty. And that's just it stems from the nature of the problem, right? It's something that we can't really observe and fully settle when we're thinking about induced land use change. So that's one big takeaway, is that there's still need for more discussion out there about this. And then I'd say, what are some differences from when the LCFS program first started? I think back in the day when the LCFS and RFS were kind of being formulated, for me, just my US-centric bias and really exclusive lens, I think we've seen more changes on the landscape than was anticipated when these policies were first put into play. There's good thought about the international potential responses, but we've seen shifts in the US, so we just need to keep that in mind. Maybe they're related to biofuels, maybe not, but regardless, we have seen those shifts, and that's maybe different than the context that we were operating in the run-up to these policies when they were first enacted.
Yeah, I can appreciate those changes in recent literature. I think I saw Dr. Mullins. Was that an attempt at putting your hand up, or did someone else have their hand up?
David did a sort of a wave. Did you want to go first, David?
Sure, I'll go first. I have a couple thoughts as we start thinking about land use change. I think one of the things as we think about land use change and policy changes, we need to think about how our rural communities actually work. It works by people that try to make money, okay? And those people, they produce children that go to school and they go to hospitals and they go all these sorts of things. But primarily, if they go out of business, we're not going to produce food. Some of our best lands in the world are in central United States and Ukraine. I mean, we have wonderful soils here. And we need to think about how do we keep our rural economies in business so that we can produce food and so that we can produce whatever products that we need. And if those products aren't available, farms will go out of business. And so we really need to think about the social perspectives of land use change and what it's going to do to our rural economies. One of my co-authors really looked at this a lot more carefully. Deepak, I'm not sure if you want to comment about the land use change calculations you've made.
Yeah, sure, Dave. Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, we use a robust data set. We created a robust data set for the multiple states. It includes South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas. Along with that, we combine that with a high resolution orthonape imagery, and for classification of the different land uses like grassland, cropland, water bodies, and forests and non-ag as well. So, and then after classification, we combine that with the different land cavity classes to quantify the different soil properties on those classes, and where are those changes happening. If it's happening on the land class value low or high, based on that, we were determining the sustainability of the land use change. So this data set give us a lot of good idea about the how the different land use change pattern are occurring on the different soil type as well. So this was a really important data set to work on, actually.
Thank you both. Yeah, I appreciate the nuances of different soil types, and appreciate the zoom from a global context down to a more stateside perspective. I am tempted to hand over to Paul to ask our next question, unless someone has a burning desire to respond to that one.
I was going to say one thing, which is a sort of a non-answer because it's something that hasn't changed. But I know we've talked about productivity. I was doing an event with Resources for the Future yesterday, and this came up. I think it's worth noting when we talk about the analysis done back in 2009, or the forward-looking analysis, not so much GTAP, because that's a static model single year. When you look at the yield numbers that went into the EPA's modeling for the RFS, I went back and checked the numbers that went into Tim's 2008 paper, from the factory 2007 agricultural expectations. The yields actually were pretty close to trend on the corn side, probably a little bit above trend, on soy, pretty similar. So when we talk about productivity, it's worth noting that actually productivity expectations were framed pretty well. And I think maybe Wyatt showed, and maybe someone else showed, the sort of the pretty linear trend in yield growth has continued through that period, and that's important context.
Thank you. Yeah, I suppose pointing out the lack of difference in the last 5 to 10 years is the way of pointing out what is new as well, and also a good segue into our next question. Dr. Fermo?
Yes. Yeah, that's a great transition there, Chris. So yeah, this question has multiple parts, so bear with me here. Okay, so first, are there specific feedstocks or finished fuels that are a particular concern from a land use change perspective and that warrant additional attention by policymakers considering the expected growth in demand for biofuels? Or on the other side, is it realistic to expect that yield will continue to increase at past rates to help meet future crop demand?
Yeah, I can take that too. I don't want to jump always in front, but
Sure.
so I mean the most important message is it doesn't matter which crop. Basically, there's competition between crops. The prices move harmoniously, and it really doesn't matter. In fact, I want to otherwise excellent presentation to amend one little part of Chris's presentation, which is that the European Union designation of so-called high-risk ILA crops was not that. It was high direct land use change and high indirect land use change risk. And it was basically a criterion deliberately kind of developed to kind of show palm oil as being bad and European canola oil being fine, even though we know perfectly well that the prices move in harmony. And as Chris is he's got a similar chart for Europe as well as the US that basically shows biomass-based diesel perfectly correlated with changes in net imports. So it really doesn't matter which crop. I would say that one thing that I would caution is this idea that tallow or a distiller's corn oil are somehow less of a concern because they're waste products. Tallow is an extremely valuable product. It has all kinds of high uses. And the best case scenario for that is that it's just replaced by vegetable oil. So if you divert tallow, all these soaps and other food uses don't go away. And your best case scenario is you're just going to get it replaced by vegetable oil. If you actually had it replaced by more tallow, then you'd even have even higher emissions. And the distiller's corn oil, I mean, that basically is just taking energy away from the dry distiller's grains. And so you have less energy in the dry distiller's grains and you're using that. Not only does that mean less animal feed, but actually vegetable oil is a really good animal feed, at least the component of it, and actually has a slight methane suppressing property as well. So there's no free lunch basically, so that would be the basic my 2 cents.
Great, thank you, Dr. Searchinger. Dr. Wyatt Thompson, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you. So I generally also, if you look at how I represent the world markets, I generally agree, prices move alike and so on. I'd say there are exceptions. For example, Kim Anderson led the World Bank project to collect measures of support around the world, show how they change over time with income and so on, development, show how developing countries have gone towards more intervention policies, maybe support agriculture more. Maybe if trade policies are changing now, those links might be severed as well. So what happens in the future? We don't know. We can make informed guesses or estimates, but we don't necessarily know the past parents old. And I think yes, vegetable oils do trade. I understand. I've looked at this too, but I at the same time want to respect that people who are in these markets might see differences. The people are actually doing the trades. I think it's interesting that the evidence presented was that soybean oil use and soybean oil net exports are related. It's like, well, those if those are that well related, then maybe the other things aren't as tied in quite as much as we think, at least in the short run. We'd almost expect that they'll be unrelated if it's the case that all oils are alike. So I understand that these prices tend to move alike. I know the data as well, but I at the same time do respect that there are differences in these commodities. They're not all the same in all cases. And there can be differences from market interests, from people and how they use them, and from policy. Yeah.
Could I just come back on that real quickly? I agree with that. But what matters is that there's enough substitution that you basically drive expansion somewhere. So even if lots of people say, I only want palm oil, if even a few people say, I'm happy to have soybean oil instead of palm oil or vice versa, that's what's going to drive the prices. And the second thing I'd say actually on that is quite interesting. I just recently checked the correlation between global prices and US sugar prices. And the US has a highly protected sugar market, and as a result has higher prices than the global. But the changes still go up and down. So when global sugar prices go up, US sugar prices go up and vice versa. So that so protection doesn't necessarily even sever that link. It just kind of causes some kind of adjustment, often anyway.
I'm not going to make a general rule off one case, but certainly I'm not saying there's an absolute sever either. I'd say yes, substitution, how much substitution? And that means scale matters. And, if we're only looking at carb and carb changes relative to grand scale, maybe that's one thing. Maybe it's not if other countries have a similar policy. I think the future context could be very important there. What's the scale?
I saw Dr. Clay came off mute. Did you want to add something to the conversation there?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the second part of your question. Is it realistic to think that our yields will continue to increase? The increases in yields that we're seeing for corn, soybeans, and perhaps wheat are really coming from two perspectives. One of them is better genetics. Our genetics are improving. And when I've looked at genetic improvements, if we go back 40 years, we can see that about 40 years ago, we were getting about 5 bushels of corn per inch of rain. Now we're almost at 9 inches of corn per inch of rain. And so we can think about that. That's happening. Now, the question is, will that continue? Well, that's it. We don't know if that's going to improve, but it's likely that will improve to some extent. The second part of the increases in yields that we're seeing is really that people are adopting reduced tillage systems. They may be using cover crops, but they're really doing a better job in their management. That's reducing erosion, and it's increasing the carbon levels in their soils, which is increasing the amount of water that's actually held in their soil. So we have these two different perspectives that are occurring. Now, the benefits from increasing carbon is dependent on temperature. The higher the temperatures are that we're growing the corn or we're growing the soybeans, the less the ability of us to increase those carbon levels. And so if I move from perhaps South Dakota into Brazil, it's not likely that we'll be able to see the same sort of gains that we're seeing relative to improvements in soil health. And so that's going to depend on where we're located. Thank you for your attention.
Great. Thank you all.
Can I just
thank you to our panelists.
Just two quick points.
I'm sorry, but we need to move on, Dr.
Okay, that's fine.
Surchinjar.
Never mind. That's fine.
Yeah, we're already a couple minutes behind schedule here. We'll need to move on to the next panel. But yeah, that was a great conversation. Really interesting presentations. Thank you to our panelists. So for our next session of the day, we are grateful to have two Brazilian dignitaries with us today that will be sharing their experiences with biofuels and land use change from a jurisdictional perspective. So first, we'll be hearing from Secretary Maureen Lazzaretti from the Office of the Secretary of the Environment in Mato Grosso, Brazil. And then we will also hear from Cristian da Silva, Director of Environmental Intelligence, Climate and Forest at the Office of the Environment and Water Resources in Tocantins, Brazil. So hearing from two states in Brazil today. So they will be joining us today thanks to their collaboration between them and our first speaker, Jason Gray from the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force, who will be starting us off. So I'll pass the mic over to Jason.
Thanks. I'm the project director for the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force, which is a coordinated group of states and provinces from around the world that California helped launch back in 2008, 2009, with several other states from the US, 5 states from Brazil, and 2 provinces from Indonesia. You can see the growth over time in this slide. We've grown to now 45 member states and provinces from 11 countries, representing over 1/3 of the world's tropical forests. And our real goal is to help these governments, the members of the GCF task force, including California, come together around the very topics you're discussing today around the low carbon fuel standard and other policies and programs, really looking at integrated needs of rural and urban communities to help design a new forest economy. Looking at sustainable supply chains, diversifying economic opportunities from non-timber forest projects to ecosystem services to domestic budgets, and looking to help that happen at a sustainable level, both financially, but also across jurisdictional scales. Our goal as an organization, again, across these 45 member states and provinces, is really to focus on the people, the governors, the civil servants, their partners, communities, and to do this at scale, much like California does with its scoping plan. The members of the GCF task force, the other members of the GCF task force are really also designing decarbonization planning across their entire jurisdictions. And we focus at the subnational level, states and provinces, really because states can often go faster with policy innovation, experimentation, and implementation to national governments. CARB has been the principal California representative within the GCF task force. And I just wanted to again say thank you for the invitation to be here today. And I'd like to now turn it over to our real experts, Secretary Mauren Azaredi from Mato Grosso and Christian Perez from Tocantins. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Eu acredito que posso começar. Eu quero agradecer inicialmente.
I think I can start now.
Eu acho que tem alguém com o microfone aberto.
Me desculpa, aqui é a intérprete. Eu acho que a senhora está no canal.
Bom, primeiro eu quero agradecer imensamente.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation. My name is Maureen Lazzaretti. I am the Environment Secretary for the state of Mato Grosso. I've been in this position since 2019. We implemented the task force with the governor. And since the very beginning, we have been the founders of that group. I would like to thank Jason for the invitation and for the effort to have us here. I would also like to thank Cristiane from the state of Tocantins, my colleague who has been with me in this endeavor of working from the public standpoint to foster sustainable growing, sustainable agricultural growing. And can you confirm that you can see my presentation? Jason, if you can give me a thumbs up that you can see my presentation. Okay, thank you. Well, the goal of my presentation is to show you a little bit more about our state. The state of Mato Grosso is located right in the center of Brazil. It is part of the Brazilian Amazon region. It has a biodiversity that is extremely rich. Our state is made up by 3 biomes, 53% of the Amazon biome, 40% of the Cerrado biome, and 7% of the Pantanal biome, which is one of the biggest areas, flooded areas in the world. So this is the environmental context of Mato Grosso. And the state of Mato Grosso is also responsible for the biggest agricultural production in Brazil. If Mato Grosso was a standalone country, it would be the 8th largest food producer in the world. In 2025, we estimate a growth of 6.1% in our economy, the biggest in our country. And the main driver behind it is agriculture and ranching. And the state is making an effort to verticalize our economy. The industry has been growing exponentially as well in the state of Mato Grosso, which shows that the challenge of making production sustainable is possible. If we have a governance structure that allows us to combine the public effort and public policies targeted at the sustainable production. But also at the same time, we need to include people in our matrix. Since 2015, the state of Mato Grosso has been structuring its public policy for production and conservation, and it is called PCI, that stands for Producing, Conserving, and Including. And now we have the PCI Institute, which is spearheaded by the public initiative, but also it includes the civil society and the industry and farmers as well. And here we are including the traditional communities, indigenous communities, small holders, and also medium and large farm holders as well. All of them got together for one purpose, which is to produce, conserve, and at the same time bring a sustainable economic solution for the population of Mato Grosso. We still have the lowest economic development index in the Amazon region, where we have the most wealth in our country. And based on that structure, the state of Mato Grosso launched its program for carbon neutral production, trying to decarbonize its industry in interaction with other national and international initiatives. Our goal in the carbon neutral program is to reduce emissions by 80% by 2030 and reach carbon neutral by 2035. In order for this program to actually produce practical results, it has to work hand in hand with the other programs in the state. It is an overarching program which includes other initiatives by the state. There is a decree that implemented this program and also established 12 priority actions, and those are in line with the targets that the state has across a number of areas, including production and conservation. When we created the program and when we launched this challenge, people have always asked us why Mato Grosso thinks we are able to do it, to really reach carbon neutral numbers. And the answer is because we are already doing it. There are other actions that put us in a good position to reach that target by 2035. These initiatives include fostering public policies and also initiatives that were implemented voluntarily by the industry. When we look at the state of Mato Grosso, we can see that the economic structure has the environmental component as part of it, as an integral part of it. And that is a differentiating factor for us. I'm not going to go into the details of each of these priority actions, but you can see a summary here. And many of them are related to the land use change and how the land use change contributes to emissions in its various types and shapes. And we also include here some strategies that can contribute to our carbon neutral strategy. And I'm going to just highlight a few things that I believe are more in line with the topic that is our main focus today. Here I highlight the fact that Mato Grosso has a critical role in the agricultural production in the country. We are the top corn, soybean, cotton, biofuel, including corn, ethanol, and also ranching. We are the top producers across all of those areas, and we are also a major player in terms of preservation because 60% of our territory is preserved. Therefore, we produce all of that in less than 40% of our land. We have been fighting illegal deforestation and fostering a rational use of water. And you can see the reduction in deforestation in the state of Mato Grosso on this chart right here. You can see a reduction in the deforestation after it reached the peak from 2003 to 2005. And since we have had an 89% reduction in deforestation. When we look at the growth of production, you can see that there is an inversion here. It is proportionally the opposite. So it shows that with the rational use of land, we can change our reality. There was a slight increase in early 2025, and in 2023 and 24 we had the second lowest number in deforestation in the state of Mato Grosso. But of course, after such a low number, it is natural to see an increase. We can still have deforestation, lawful deforestation, but there is a public effort now to increase yields in the areas that are already used for agriculture. And in the state of Mato Grosso, it's interesting to see, and this is shared between Mato Grosso and Tocantins, 35% of the preserved area is located in rural properties and farms. It is a detail that is very interesting because the holders, the farm holders, they have to keep the permanent preservation areas around bodies of water, and also we have the mandatory preserved areas. In the Cerrado area, it has to be 35%, in Pantanal 60%, and in the Amazon 80%. Those are the percentages of the areas that need to be preserved in any property in the state of Mato Grosso. So you can see that the preserved areas in Mato Grosso are very different from the norm around the world. Here we have some priority actions geared towards production, ensuring income from the use of the forest in combination with cattle raising and agriculture. Mato Grosso is one of the states in Brazil that has a very bold target when it comes to sustainable forest management, which means harvesting mature trees and while keeping the forest standing. And this is one of the strategies that is the most consistent to the Brazilian, with the Brazilian and the Mato Grosso scale. Here we are talking about 5.2 million hectares of sustainable forest management. When that is combined with agriculture and cattle raising, we can generate income and keep the forest standing. By 2030, we want to reach 6 million hectares, and the number in 2025 is 5.2 million hectares. Similarly, this is a strategy that aims at reducing deforestation and also the recovery of degraded areas and protection of those areas as well. Extending beyond that commitment, you can see that 6% of the territory is being restored, and Mato Grosso has a very important program that fosters restoration in the region of Araguaia, and it is a program established in the Cerrado biome, in which we are going to restore another 5,000 hectares, expanding significantly the area that has already been restored. Now, let me give you some details about the economic development strategies. Among the strategies, we have the crop livestock forest integration program. According to our data, Mato Grosso is the second largest area, crop area, We rank second only to our neighboring state, Mato Grosso do Sul, but we are ranking better than the other states as well. And here we are including 11 million hectares, under which we have the strategy to integrate and make a better use of the soil in Mato Grosso, fostering our economy. That is critical so that we can keep the preserved areas in the farms and at the same time fulfill the social and economic role of agribusiness in the state of Mato Grosso. Mato Grosso also has a very important position in the production of biofuels, especially ethanol. Mato Grosso is the second largest producer of ethanol in Brazil, and it is also the largest corn ethanol producer. Our corn ethanol production is based on the second crop corn. 98% of the corn that we use for the production of ethanol comes from the second crop corn, which corrected an economic distortion that we used to have in our state. Before we had an incentive for the production of corn ethanol, in many cases, the production of corn had to be subsidized because there wasn't a market for it and it was not used accordingly. And now we have a completely different economic reality that also contributes to other production chains that are low carbon, including restoration, which for us is extremely positive. And over time, we can see more and more positive results coming from this in terms of emissions. Now, if I can share you some more actions, you can see here that 68% of the corn ethanol production in Brazil comes from the state of Mato Grosso, and Mato Grosso already accounts for 18% of the total Brazilian ethanol production, which bears witness to our production capacity. We have a major concern about scientific research that might bring better assessments related to carbon coming from no-till management practices. And in Mato Grosso, we can see that those numbers play a critical role. And this program is based on fostering and recognizing those that support us, that support the program, including the organizations in the industry and also civil society organizations, those who fund the strategies. And in the PCI program, we have a number of funding partners that support those 12 priority actions. And we recognize them. And if you are interested in knowing more about the program, you can take a look at this link right here. And I would just like to finish by saying that the idea and the global goal around sustainable production is a consensus. However, it is a challenge to materialize that effort in concrete actions. Mato Grosso has serious targets. We are committed to them, and we're very happy to be here sharing them and also learning from you, getting your contributions so that we can make our actions more efficient and so that they can be replicated elsewhere around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a incredibly interesting presentation. It's very valuable to hear these on the ground perspectives and, just hearing about it's very impressive to hear about such a concerted policy effort across such a large area of land under different management types, and seeing that really strong nexus there between climate and forest goals. So great. Our next speaker will be Christian. If you'd like to
Obrigada a todos. É um prazer estar compartilhando a experiência
Thank
do
you
estado
very
do
much.
Tocantins
It
com
is a
vocês.
pleasure
Agradeço ao
to share the
IBCEF, ao
experience of the state of
Jason e ao
Tocantins with
Cajadara
you. I would
pelo
like to
convite,
thank you,
cumprimento
Stephen
a
Carlos
Bárbara,
and
colega
Argon, for
Gabriela
the
Maureen,
invitation.
aqui
Also, I
do,
would like
do
to
nosso estado vizinho, o Mato
congratulate my
Grosso.
colleague Maureen
A
for her
vocês
presentation
compartilharam,
on
né,
the
minha
state of Mato
apresentação. Pode passar
Grosso.
para o segundo slide, por favor.
Can you please move the slide in my presentation for me,
Então, o
please?
Tocantins, ele é o estado mais novo
So
da
Tocantins
Federação Brasileira.
is
Nós estamos há
the
37
youngest
anos
state in
de existência
Brazil.
e nós
We
temos uma
have
área de
existed for only 77
277
years, and we have
milhões de
an
hectares.
area of
E essa
77 million
área, ela é
hectares.
dividida em dois biomas.
This
Os
area is
campos,
divided
nós temos
into two
9% do nosso
biomes. We have
território coberto pelo
9%
bioma
of the
amazônico
area covered by the
91%
Amazon
composto
and
pelo bioma
91%
cerrado.
which includes the
Então,
Cerrado
a
biome.
nossa principal fonte, nosso produto
Our
interno bruto, ele
main
repõe
source of
37,6% do agronegócio
gross
e nós
internal
estamos
revenue
localizados
includes
na região central do Brasil e nós estamos na
agribusiness. We are
última
located in
fronteira
central
agrícola
Brazil
do país,
and are in
nossa fronteira
the
formada pelos
last
estados do Maranhão, Tocantins,
agricultural
Piauí e
frontier,
Bahia. E o
includes
Tocantins, ele faz todos
Maranhão,
vários faz
Tocantins,
parte dessa
and
última
Piauí.
fronteira
And we
agrícola.
were part of the
Pode passar, por
this
favor.
last agricultural border.
Poderiam passar o slide? Obrigada. Então, como já colocado pela secretária Maureen,
So, as
o
mentioned
Brasil
by
possui um Código
Maureen,
Florestal,
Brazil
o Código Florestal.
has
Esse Código Florestal,
a
ele
forest
estabelece
code.
que
This
as
forest code
propriedades rurais que estão
establishes
localizadas
that
no bioma
rural properties
amazônico, elas
located in the
obrigatoriamente têm que
Amazon
conservar 80%
mandatorily must
da sua
preserve
área de remanescentes de
80% of
vegetação
its
nativa. E as
area
propriedades que
with a
estão
native
no bioma cerrado,
vegetation.
elas
And properties in
obrigatoriamente
the
têm que conservar
Cerrado region
35% da sua
must
área. Ou seja,
preserve
todas as nossas
35%
propriedades no
of its
Tocantins
areas.
e no
So
Brasil,
all of our
eles têm áreas
properties
de
in
conservação
Tocantins and Brazil
dentro da sua
have
propriedade, ou seja, os seus
preservation
produtos rurais,
areas in
eles são
their areas.
aliados da
In
conservação
other words,
dessa vegetação nativa
our
aqui no nosso
farmers
país.
are our
Podem passar.
partners to preserve forests in our country.
Em média, 36,7%
In
de toda
average,
a propriedade rural do
36.7%
Tocantins, ela
of
é
all rural
protegida, ou
areas in
seja, ela
Tocantins
tem
are
remanescentes
protected.
de
In
vegetação
other
nativa.
words, they have remaining native
Então, hoje, um
vegetation.
aliado
And
da
today,
conservação
a
da
partner
conservação de
of
remanescentes de vegetação
the
nativa é o produtor
preservation of
rural, porque
remaining
além de
native
ter essa vegetação
vegetation
nativa protegida por
of
reserva
farmers,
legal, ele
because in
também a
addition to
proteção
have
dessas
it
áreas de
preserved,
preservação permanente que está
we
incluída
also
no Código
have
dos Rios.
the
Ou seja, essa
permanently
área ela é
protected
muito maior.
areas.
Então,
In other
o
words,
nosso
this is a
território aqui no
much
Tocantins,
larger
ele tem mais
area.
de
In
60% da sua
Tocantins, we
área
have
conservada.
over
Nós só utilizamos
60% of
hoje
the area
40, em média,
preserved, and we
40% da
only
nossa área
use
para
in
produção,
average
sendo que
40% of our
somente
area for
15%
production,
é protegido
and
por áreas de
only
conservação.
15%
As
is
demais áreas
protected by
de
preservation units.
proteção, elas estão
All of the
localizadas
other
em propriedades
protection areas
privadas
are
ou
located
em
in
terras
private
indígenas.
properties or
Pode
in
passar, por favor.
indigenous land.
Então, o estado de Tocantins, ele é um dos
The
estados mais
state of
novos, né,
Tocantins
da
is
federação.
one of the
E o que a
youngest
gente vem
states in the
trabalhando aqui
Brazilian
para a gente
Federation,
otimizar a
and
nossa área de
we
produção no
want to
estado para evitar
optimize
a
our
abertura de
production
novas áreas,
area to avoid
trabalharmos na
opening new
recuperação de áreas que
areas,
já estão
and we
degradadas no
cover the
passado.
areas that
E essas
have
áreas
already
elas
been
serem
degraded by
utilizadas
pasture
para a
land,
agricultura.
so that
Ou
this
seja, o
area is
governo
used
ele
for
vem investindo
agriculture.
cada dia para a gente
The
trabalhar nessas
government
áreas que
has
estão
invested
degradadas e a gente
constantly
nessa
for us
conversão
to
de
work in
áreas
these
degradadas
degraded areas
para a
and
agricultura.
going from
Então, o
degraded
governo ele
areas
tem um
into
plano
agriculture.
estadual
The
com
government
o
has a
levantamento
state
de
plan.
todas essas áreas e a gente trabalha em
We
políticas públicas
raise
para
information on
incentivar
all
a
of these areas
otimização
and
dessas
work
áreas.
with public policy
E
so that we
hoje
can
a
use
gente
these
tem o
areas.
desafio, né, de recuperar
Today,
5
we have
milhões
a
de hectares
challenge to
dentro do nosso
recover
estado de
5
pastagens
million
degradadas
hectares
e
in
fazer
the
a
state
conversão para
in
a
areas of
agricultura e assim
degraded
evitar a
pasture
abertura de
land
novas
be
áreas.
turned
Pode
into
passar.
agricultural land and thus avoiding further deforestation.
outro projeto que nós temos aqui no estado do Tocantins
Another project we have in the state is the low carbon agricultural project. The objective is to reduce GHG emissions in agriculture and livestock, and the commitment we made from 2010 to 22 is to recover degraded pasture land. We wanted to recover 1.2 million hectares of pasture land. This is a commitment we made, but we have not reached 100% of our commitment. We are in the process of reviewing our plan and are defining a new goal, a new plan for the next 5 years, where up to 2030, we want to recover 1 more million of degraded pasture land in the state.
Uma outra atividade que já foi colocada pela
Another
secretária
activity which was already mentioned by Maureen is the use of land. We work with productive areas where we integrate agriculture, forest, and livestock so that we can optimize the use of this area, preserve the soil by direct planting, and for farmers to have more profitability
da propriedade dele, e assim ele não
within
precisar
their
plantar mais.
property without having to open new areas. As mentioned by Secretary Maureen, we in all of the areas where we produce soy, between different crops, we plant corn. In other words, the corn produced in the state of Tocantins is not the main crop. It is something we plant between crops to be able to use the area and to be able to have direct plantation. So we rotate our crops to avoid new plagues. And this is all done by the agricultural department so that we have more profitability in our properties.
Então, nos últimos 10 anos, a nossa área
In the
plantada,
last 10 years, our planted area, as I mentioned before, and
de soja, ela cresceu.
this planted soy area
Nós tivemos
has grown
41% de
significantly,
crescimento e aumentamos
41% of
66% da
growth.
nossa produtividade
We
na
also
área
had an
plantada.
increase of
Tudo isso com o investimento
67% in
em
our
tecnologia
productivity in the
de manejo
planted
e
area.
conservação do
All of
solo, para que o
this with the use
produtor
of
possa plantar
technology
e não
and
aumentando
also the
consideravelmente
management of the land so that we would not have to increase our cropping areas. In our projects, we have low carbon agriculture.
Em relação à produção do milho e safrinha, nós
Regarding corn production, we've increased our production in the past year, and all of this results from low carbon
utilizar a área, né, na entre safra,
strategies so that we can use the land off season. The state has worked towards industrialization so that we can use this raw materials. So we have been using this area of corn area, but it's used in areas which were dedicated to cattle raising, and then also in the soybean off season because we're now investing in corn crops.
A pecuária ela era a maior atividade que nós tínhamos aqui no estado do Tocantins.
Now, regarding livestock production, it was the main activity in the state of Tocantins. It's changed in the past years. The main activity we had was cattle raising but we're
2019 a
now
2023,
changing. And from
apenas 3%
2019
de
to
aumento, tá?
2023,
De
we
abertura de novas
only
áreas
had
para a
a
passagem.
3%
Então,
increase
podemos ver
in the
há
opening
uma
of
mudança
new
no estado do
areas
Tocantins,
of
né, em
land to
relação à
be used
atividade
for
pecuária para
pasture.
o grão.
And we are moving
Pode
from
passar.
cattle raising to grains.
Tá, e tudo isso. O estado do Tocantins, o estado mais novo da
The
federação,
state of
nós somos a última
Tocantins is
subprefeitura
the
agrícola do
youngest
país.
state in the
Então, a gente está em
federation,
total crescimento,
and
né, total
we
desenvolvimento da
are
agricultura e da
growing
pecuária.
and
E o estado,
developing
como é que ele se organiza
agriculture,
para
cattle
poder manter
raising,
crescimento
and the state
competitivo e sustentável no nosso estado?
organizes
Nós
a
temos um instrumento
development,
que é o
a
cadastro
sustainable
ambiental rural,
development
onde todo
approach.
produtor rural ele deve ter esse
Every
cadastro, onde ele
farmer
faz a
must
declaração dos
have a
manejo de erva daninhas
registration
da
where
sua
they
área de
declare
preservação permanente
their
à
areas
área do
of
estado.
permanent
Toda
preservation and
abertura de nova
preservation
área,
areas to
ou
the
seja,
state every
áreas
time they
que sejam
open new
para
areas. In
desmatamento
other
e
words,
implementação
area for
de uma
deforestation and
atividade, ela é
implementation
autorizada pelo
of a
governo do
different
estado do Tocantins,
activity
né, por meio da
is
autorização de
authorized by the
supressão de
state
vegetação
government
nativa.
by
Então, tudo isso é
means of a
controlado e é feito
specific
todo um
license.
estudo
This is
e o Estado faz
controlled. We
esse
carry
monitoramento
out
por meio de uma plataforma que nós
a
temos, que é o
monitoring
Sigma.
and
Então, todas as autorizações de exploração florestal,
evaluation.
elas
So
são
all of these
disponibilizadas nessa
areas
plataforma no
are
Sigma, no instrumento
available
que é o
in
Sigma,
this
e nós
monitoring
fazemos o cruzamento
platform
com todos
called
os alertas
Sigma.
de desmatamento. Ou seja,
We
nós
also
temos
relate
satélites que fazem o
this
monitoramento do
to
desmatamento, né, da alteração
deforestation
do uso do solo
alerts.
do nosso estado. E todas essas alterações, elas são
All of
cruzadas
these
com as
changes
informações das autorizações que nós temos para a gente
are
poder fazer o
monitored
monitoramento de
according
áreas
to the
que são
information we
desmatadas de
have
forma não autorizada.
available
Então, dessa
so
forma,
that
essas
we
áreas que
can
são desmatadas
track
de forma não autorizada no
non-authorized
estado do Tocantins,
deforestation areas.
elas vão para a
Whenever we
judicialização ambiental,
find
para a gente
about
poder
these areas,
diminuir todo
they
esse
have to go
risco
through a
ambiental
process
no
of
estado.
monitoring for compliance.
Podem passar, por favor.
Please, next slide.
Então, toda a nossa matéria-prima, ela é hoje exportada, ela não fica no nosso
Our
estado. Então, nós estamos
feedstock
trabalhando para
is
verticalização, para
exported, it
industrialização do
doesn't
nosso
stay
estado
in
por
the
meio
state.
da
We're looking
implementação daqui a
at
pouco de sistemas
industrializing our state by
de
means of
produção de etanol de milho. Nós já temos 3
corn
plantas que estão em
ethanol
construção
plants.
no
So we
estado do
have two
Tocantins.
that are being
Por isso que
constructed in
esse
the
aumento
state,
também, né, da
and that's
produção
why
do
we've
milho.
had an increase
Então, a
in the
partir da
production of
experiência do estado do
corn.
Mato Grosso, nós fizemos um
Based on
intercâmbio.
the
Então,
experience
toda
of the
essa
state of
indústria,
Mato
ela é
Grosso,
licenciada por
we
meio de
had
uma
an
resolução
exchange,
COIMA.
and this
Essa
is
produção, ela é toda
licensed by
feita em
means of
circuito
specific
fechado e a gente utiliza
resolution, a
todo,
COIMA
será utilizado todo o
resolution.
material,
We're
né,
going to use all of the
do milho.
materials
E assim,
produced
a gente
from corn.
pretende
And with that, our
fazer com
intention
que o estado do Tocantins ele possa
is
competir ali junto com o
to
estado do Mato Grosso, né? A gente
enable the
busca
state
também
of Tocantins
industrializar e o nosso
to
produto
compete with
ficar
the state
aqui
of Mato
no
Grosso. We
Tocantins.
want to
Pode
industrialize and
passar.
keep our products here in the state of Tocantins.
Aqui nós trazemos, né, o valor agregado do etanol de milho, né? Quais são os
Here
benefícios
we
da
have the
indústria do
added
etanol de milho
value
para
of
o estado
corn
do Tocantins.
ethanol and the
Aqui a
benefits of
gente
the
só exporta o nosso
corn
produto, né?
ethanol
Então, a partir de
agribusiness.
2 anos, nós iremos, essas
In
indústrias já
2 years,
funcionando no
these
estado
industries will
e
be
nós
fully
queremos
operating in the
fazer o
state.
aproveitamento, né, de todo o resíduo, que
We would
utilize
like
100% do milho,
to
que a gente vai
use
transformar
all
todo o
of
resíduo
the
do milho
waste.
também em material, em
We use
alimentação, né,
100% of
PLP,
corn. We
para
use it
a
for
pecuária e a
cattle
geração de
raising
energia através da
as
biomassa do
animal
gás
feed.
e também gerar
Also,
mais empregos para o
we
nosso
use
estado. Essas
biogas
indústrias elas
energy,
trarão a
and this
geração
is all
de
beneficial
renda
to
e de
our
empregos para a
state,
nossa população.
generating income
Pode
and
passar.
employment.
Então, a mensagem que nós queremos
And
deixar,
so the
né, aqui
message
do estado
we
do
want
Tocantins
to
é que o
leave here
Tocantins,
with you
ele
for the
é
state of
o mais novo estado
Tocantins
da federação,
is that
que o
the
nosso
state is the
crescimento ele está
youngest
focado no
state in
crescimento
Brazil.
sustentável, né? A gente
We aim at sustainable growth, trying to align the economic growth of the state along with sustainable development. We want to guarantee the legality of all of the farmland so that we can always combine the interest of the environment with agriculture. This is the role of our secretariat. We want to conciliate these two activities, economic and environmental development of the state. This is my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
That was really great, to hear more about the specific biofuel value chains in Tocantins, and some of the farm-specific conservation measures that are in place to ensure sustainable production there. Great. So now we have about 15 minutes before we will break for lunch here, and we'll move into the Q&A session with our panelists. So I'll ask a question here, hopefully slowly, so our translators can get it across, and then I'll just invite both of our panelists to respond to each question. So it's clear that there's really a mix of public and private policies aimed at producing crop feedstocks in a sustainable way in your jurisdictions, and I think Brazil has really pioneered these policy mixes of regulatory measures at federal and state level, and mixing in other mechanisms like market-based initiatives that are aimed at improving traceability and transparency along supply chains. So I think for a first question, I'd be curious to hear more about how you think these policies interact and reinforce one another in your jurisdictions, and what are some of the main challenges to the implementation of those policies?
Well, thank you, Paul. I'm going to start, Cristiane, since I was first to speak, and then I turn over to you. Our main challenge, more effectively, so that this public policy is structured into a sustainable production matrix with investments in technology, reaches the whole state. We need to strengthen these productive chains because, in fact, illegality still takes place. And our main challenge is to fight illegality, taking logistics to enable these low carbon emissions activities. And this is a challenge in the region, and we need to have investments in place so that the restoration of deforested areas that were deforested in the beginning of the occupancy of the states, and this was done illegally, so that we can protect them, even though the state produces a lot. 65% of farmers in the state of Mato Grosso are small and medium-sized farmers, family agriculture, and the traditional communities have a greater challenge to have access to these programs. So our strategy is aimed at strengthening these production chains, enabling them to have access to these areas which have more difficulty to have access. The task force supports in a very consistent manner all of these initiatives, the initiatives we have in Tocantins and Mato Grosso, where we try to identify the areas which have a vocation and can be used, they need to be organized. The initiatives we have shared are important. Forest management, sustainable forest management, is one of the production chains that still depends on a lot of research, support, and even though uh, there are some questions regarding legality of native wood, when we talk about the scale of the state of Mato Grosso, it is one of the most consistent today based on the local realities. So how can I add value to native products, generate income? We invest a lot in the traceability of these products to generate added value to diversified Amazon products. It is a challenge. It's important to note that if we do not have income based on the forest along with the cattle raising, we will have a pressure for the deforestation, illegal deforestation actually, of these areas. We do have research that can be done to strengthen the low carbon emission chains. But according to the reality of the state, we're not talking about a single strategy, a single crop that will help us protect our natural resources. We must diversify and create solutions for all of them. Industrialization is important for the state so that we can verticalize the economy, and with that, add value. And then after that, we have another challenge which we discussed in the task force. How can we have products in the legal Amazon, products that are produced with transparency, public governance? But how can these products access the population, and how can we make sure that they are legal, that they are produced based on legality? Because I was born in the Mato Grosso Amazon region, I always hear people give emphasis to the problems people create for the Amazon. We hear that all the time. I say that people are the solution for the Amazon. What we need is to conduct people towards more efficient practice, conciliating sustainability, because the population already knows that the sustainability means perennial livelihood. We have to improve technology and apply it in the Amazon.
Acredito que nem há muito o que falar, né?
Well, there's not much to add after what Maureen mentioned, but the state of Tocantins can also monitor our environmental policies are all integrated. However, 80% of our farmland is made up of small properties. We face huge challenges because these small farms cannot have access to good consultants, to have access to environmental licensing for their activities, to have an authorization of administrative acts by the government. And with that, they remain illegal. The main challenge for the government is to be able to have public policies to encourage small farmers. Everything Maureen said, having public policies for small farms so that their products are legal, encourage other production chains that are not only based on grains and cattle raising. This is the main challenge. The forest is very valuable, but for those who live on their farms, that's the only form of livelihood they have. So somehow they need to be able to generate income. As, the main challenge for the state is having other products coming from the forest and how they will access the market and what will be their value, how much they will be worth. It's important to work with small farmers.
Thank you. Thank you. That was excellent. Yeah, I think a theme that's, excuse me, a theme that's really coming through is just the inherent complexity of land use systems, right? And you have these we have farmers of different sizes, different technical capacities. You have lands that are under different types of ownership and different access to infrastructure, all of the above, and that designing policies that can address all of those contexts is extremely challenging. And there's a lot of resources that have to be put into just the implementation side of things, setting up the policies, but then bringing everyone along of those different types. So I could definitely see that as a big challenge here. I think we probably have time for one more question here. And so, it was mentioned the importance of improved supply chain traceability as kind of being fundamental for these programs that we're hearing about. And, indeed, this sustainability of feedstocks and fuels flowing into the LCFS and other biofuels programs relies on that supply chain traceability and transparency. And so, question for the panelists, are there resources or data available to, for instance, fuel producers that could help them in screening feedstocks or finished fuels that are coming out of your different regions? And go ahead, maybe we can go back to Secretary Morin to start on that one.
Thank you very much for your question, Paul. When it comes to biofuels, most of the Mato Grosso production is linked to the corn supply chain. Transparency, compliance, and traceability of the product is linked to the rural registration. It is the first instrument that can tell if the property, if the farm is compliant with the forestry code. There are many initiatives in the state of Mato Grosso that sustain the control of properties that suffered penalties or embargoes. So we require the registration and also we require a clearance of penalties and embargoes related to those properties. And that in and of itself is a robust instrument to ensure legality. And the state of Mato Grosso provides free of charge a report, an ESG report of all properties in the state. It is the result of cross-referencing across different data sets, showing information about the rural registration and also a clearance on environmental infraction embargoes and penalties. And also, it includes information about the different types of authorization, about the activities that can be developed in that property. And this report is available free of charge on our website that allows anyone that is interested to screen the properties. And also here in the state, we have a concern about the biomass that is produced here. It is an additional concern of ours, additional to biofuels. And the state of Mato Grosso can trace the feedstocks across 100% of the chain when it comes to the vegetation clearance and also sustainable management, all the way to the end of the chain. All of that is traceable, and the information is also available on our transparency portal held by the state, and that information is audited. Of course, that we also receive requests about improving traceability. And in some situations, we have made the effort to avoid distortions in the traceability, but every single day we improve transparency in these instruments provided by the government so that they are made available to suppliers, buyers, so as that we can attest to the transparency across the entire chain. About the state of Tocantins, we also monitor and we made the report available on our website in relation to deforestation and also authorizations. Any rural property, any farm can have information available about then about deforestation, and that is public. It is available free of charge. And we are working together with the Agriculture Department of the state of Tocantins so that we can add more and more information about traceability and about the soybean, corn, and livestock products. Those are the three main activities that we want to enhance the traceability of together with the Agriculture Department so that we can offer more information. And the Agriculture Department is going to add also data and information about health and sanitation. But when it comes to the environmental part of this, the main concern that everybody has is whether or not that product was produced in an area where illegal deforestation happened. And we have information on that available free of charge on the website. We can show, therefore, to the entire world that the soybean or the beef or the corn that comes from our state was produced according and in compliance with the law, and it was authorized by the government.
Excellent. Well, I think that's about time for this session. Thank you so much for those thoughtful insights, and it's clear that your efforts are really having an impact on the ground and sort of addressing this really challenging issue of sustainable feedstock production. I just, Carb, would really sincerely like to thank you. We're very grateful that both of you are able to take the time today to join us, especially given, that Brazil is hosting the COP this week, and what we can only imagine is a very busy time for you. And so thanks again also to GCF and Jason for helping to support this participation. Jason, if you'd like to have a final word on the session, you can go for it.
Thanks, Paul. You heard from Christiana and Mauren the incredible work underway in Tocantins and Mato Grosso. I think I just want to share that this is a great opportunity for states to really share what's working, what the challenges are, and I want to commend CARB for having that conversation as part of today's panel. I think for the last panel really around research, I think the results that are being shown in Mato Grosso and Tocantins and other jurisdictions provide real world experience that's happening now, and also opportunities for, as Secretary Mauren said, on increasing research around the challenges of increasing that ability to access funding programs for smallholders and smaller farmers, and continue to see good results in the implementation of these really innovative public policies on the ground. So this exchange between states, I think, is critical, and thanks for the opportunity to hear us out today.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to an exciting afternoon where we'll be taking a deeper dive into advances and challenges in land use change modeling, learning about novel crop feedstocks, and hearing about the role of used cooking oil in biofuel production. Before we jump into the afternoon panel, I would like to introduce Dr. Colin Murphy from UC Davis to speak about his research project to further assess land use change.
Yes, thanks, Dylan. Let me get my slides up. All right, so thank you, Dylan. So before we jump into the next panel, I wanted to make a quick announcement about an exciting new research project that we are embarking on at ITS Davis. And for those of you who I haven't had the chance to meet yet, ITS Davis is the largest university research group in the US, probably the world, that is focused on sustainable transportation. We have about 150 or more researchers, students, faculty, and staff at any given time, with topic centers covering every really area of the sustainable transportation landscape. We have a particular connection to the low carbon fuel standard because our founding director and as of a couple months ago, Director Emeritus Dan Sperling was one of the co-creators of the low carbon fuel standard. And as a result, we've been one of the leading sources of research on alternative fuel policies, especially policies like the LCFS. And so we've obviously been engaged in tracking the issue of land use change from biofuels for quite a long time. But very recently, we've had the opportunity to launch a significant new research effort on the topic. And so we know that the biofuels are sort of an important element of global transportation fuel portfolios, and many jurisdictions are looking to them as a greenhouse gas reduction measure. We know that the land use change element, especially ILUC, is a really important but really uncertain part of greenhouse gas assessment in the biofuel space, and the existing tools are obviously very uncertain. I think the first panel this morning highlighted some of the degrees of uncertainty and disagreement between different modeling approaches. And this is a challenge because most regulatory programs out there require quantification of ILUC in order to function. There are some alternatives that may get you out of the need for models and quantification, but I think it's yet to be determined how good they're going to be at mitigating ILUC risk. So developing better models, developing better approaches, specifically ones that are focused on the needs of regulators and global climate policy. It's a complex process. It requires a lot of expertise and development time, and that's where I think a lot of the potential funding sources in the space have had trouble coming together over years. There's also need to create a forum to socialize and to allow discussion and ideally the development of perhaps consensus is too optimistic, but broad agreement at least. So we are very excited to announce the launch of the Biofuel Land Use Change, or Blue Sea research program. And as someone who has a trouble developing acronyms, having something that lends itself to an easy acronym like Blue Sea, I was really happy about that part. But it's a 6-year program. It's funded by an unrestricted gift from Acelen Renewables, who you will hear from later. But because it's an unrestricted gift, it gives us a very high degree of sort of freedom and independence on that. And it's intended to evaluate and develop ILUC research and modeling approaches, especially those related to the assessment of novel crops in the global south. And so the first project we're doing is going to be assessing ILUC risk from large-scale maca cultivation on degraded cattle pasture in Brazil. Again, you'll be hearing more about this from Acelen themselves, with the recognition that the word degraded is carrying a lot of weight in that sentence, and there's quite a bit of work to be done to narrow down exactly what that means. But Blue Sea's approach is really focused on improving how regulations can effectively and accurately assess ILUC risk and mitigate it. And we're taking sort of a two-pronged approach. On one, we're going to try to meet regulations where they are and start saying, how can we develop approaches to quantify the risk in frameworks and using methodologies that are aligned with existing regulatory approaches. But at the same time, we want to ask, is there a better way than the current modeling approach? Maybe there isn't, but we think that given the complexity, the uncertainty, and the resources required to do the kind of modeling needed, it's worth it to at least see if there might be some ways we can achieve a viable outcome and a good outcome without quite as much analytical burden on it. So we're envisioning Blue Sea as a research effort as well as a forum for conversation among researchers and stakeholders to advance regulatory ILUC risk assessment mitigation broadly. It is not just a center spun up to do this one project. We are hoping that this is going to take on additional other projects and have an impact sort of broader in the space. So For the immediate, sort of next year or two, we're going to be working on literature review and assessment of ILUC modeling methods. We're also forming an advisory committee that's going to help offer guidance, review results, and help socialize the results. We're trying to make sure we get a very broad representation of many voices in this space, including some voices that are often not present in the discussions around ILUC assessment and ILUC risk mitigation. And so, any thoughts you have on potential members are would be welcome. We're going to be recruiting a postdoc. We're getting the position approved right now. So if you are somebody who has recently finished or is about to finish a PhD program, or you are an academic and have some good candidates, please reach out to us to make sure that they hear the announcement when it's finally planned. And we're going to be holding a conference, tentatively looking at sort of the May-June period of next year, likely to be co-hosted with Professor Aaron Smith from UC Berkeley, whose work was mentioned a couple times earlier today, to sort of take another step and go another layer deeper into the research and discussion around ILUC, again, with a real focus on how do we link the advances that are coming out of the academic and research space into useful tools for regulators and to improve how regulations treat this stuff. So I really just wanted to sort of announce this, wave the flag for it, and we are happy to discuss with potential collaborators. Obviously, if there are any groups out there who are interested in supporting work like this, we will be developing a lot of infrastructure in terms of building models and developing the data needed to inform those models that could be sort of easily leveraged to taking on other problems in the ILUC space. So please feel free to reach out. My email is there. It's also on the slide deck I'm about to present for the next panel. So thanks again to Dylan and Matt and everybody at CARB for giving me the opportunity to announce this. And we're certainly happy to discuss the plans and the actions offline. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. That is very closely tied with what we're just about to launch into a more elaborate discussion of. Good to see everyone again. Our next panel is going to build on where we started this morning. We're going to take a deeper dive into the dynamics of operationalizing LUC. In particular, looking at the tools in modeling land use change and risks that may be associated with them. Our panel of experts works with a variety of models that are currently used in policy development, both in the United States and internationally. Our speakers are going to be Dr. Colin Murphy, Dr. Farzad Taheripour, Dr. Steve Barry, Paige Kyle, and Dr. Stefan Frank. So we are going to turn it right back over to Colin for the continuation of your comments.
All right. Let me get the other slide deck up. All right, well, long time no talk. I am still Colin Murphy from ITS Davis, and for this presentation, I want to recognize the contributions of my longtime collaborator, Julie Whitcover, who co-directs several of the alternative fuel policy and technology research programs at Davis with me. And so we have a great panel coming after me, many of whom are going to get into a lot more depth on specifics of the models and recent developments in our approaches to ILUC uncertainty and risk modeling. But I think it's helpful for us to start by taking a step back and trying to understand where ILUC modeling fits into the alternative fuel policy space, what we're hopefully trying to do, and given the uncertainty that we know is in this space, what's driving it, and how can we make policy that better understands and reflects that risk and uncertainty that's going to be sort of part of this space for the foreseeable future. So, why we care about ILUC modeling, we know that alternative fuels are going to be needed to decarbonize transportation. Even though EVs are, sort of a critical tool, perhaps the single most important tool we have, they can't satisfy all needs in the transportation space, and the transition is going to take decades. And if the entire ICE fleet is burning petroleum, during that transition period, it makes the challenge of climate stabilization all that much harder. We know that policy support is needed to bring alternative fuels into the market, and so far, the only thing that's really emerged with any degree of success are biofuels, mostly crop-based biofuels. And experience and an extensive track record of scholarship has shown that alternative fuel carbon intensity is variable. Not all alternative fuels are in fact lower carbon than the petroleum they're trying to displace. So it's important to understand that, because a good alternative fuel policy should generally make the incentive it offers proportional to the greenhouse gas benefit, right? You want to kind of point the market towards the things that provide the most return and that are going to be useful for the longest period of time, even though there is still value to be obtained from bridge fuels and things like that. And so the LCFS is designed to do this, to align the incentive with the amount of greenhouse gas benefit, but accurate assessment of greenhouse gas impact is an ongoing challenge, and will continue to be. And so we know that ILUC has got a huge impact on biofuels, so that it makes this assessment a lot more difficult. So,
quick reminder to
yeah, I saw the
for
message. I will slow down a bit. Okay, yeah. So within ILUC modeling, a lot of the models that have been used so far tend to be sort of equilibrium models, though, as was mentioned earlier, there are some new some econometric or other approaches. But generally speaking, we are trying to understand how biofuel feedstock production competes for agricultural land, and so you generally have some sort of market change, usually reflected through prices, often a price shock or a supply shock. Those new prices lead to new supply and demand levels. And so you have a number of impacts that derive from those new supply and demand levels. But for GHG assessment, the one we really care about is the amount of land that might be recruited into agricultural use for the purpose and the emissions that result from that. So if you're trying to model those issues, there are a number of factors that are very important and introduce a lot of complexity. Things like the model time frame. When you think about biofuels, generally speaking, the emissions happen at the start of a project when land is converted to bring it into cultivation. The benefits of biofuels accrue over time. So there's a time-dependent greenhouse gas effect that often needs to be taken into account. Also, there are multiple different ways of configuring these models. You can have some that model annually, kind of on a year-by-year basis. Others look at a start and an end and interpolate in the middle, or look at a world with and without a biofuel shock. And the different approaches to time representation makes a big difference. Obviously, the core of these models is trying to figure out what the agricultural supply response is. And so there are a lot of assumptions about elasticities, yield response, area response, and the interplay between all of these are key, as is the difficulty in isolating the impact of biofuel policy from all the other economic and geopolitical forces that affect agriculture. In any global model, trade is likely to be a big contribution, and we know that assumptions about sort of how sticky trade relationships are can make a big difference in how a model assesses the optimal way to satisfy demand. And I think we've learned in the last couple of years that geopolitical factors can very quickly upend established trade patterns. The way that a model represents land in a computational framework can also make a big difference. Things like how many categories of land there are, what the sort of parameters and constraints on those categories are. Those can impact the potential conversion pathways that a model might pick, and so affect the sort of resolution of the model. And then obviously the scope of the model in terms of sectoral or geographic or temporal coverage, whether you're using a partial or a general equilibrium model, if you're in that, and things like how a model treats land tenure, and is that a consideration, or how a model assumes the effectiveness of governmental land use policies. These can all have big influences on results. All of these things are areas where, in general, additional research can reduce the uncertainty, or sort of negotiated agreements on common modeling parameters can reduce the uncertainty. But you have additional problems where, in a lot of cases, the models we use for ILUC are not a single model, but they're multiple models. For example, in the ILUC assessment currently adopted in the LCFS, it was done with a combination of the GTAP and the AEZ-EF models, which would then hand the results to the GREET model for a biofuel pathway assessment. And so there are open questions, or questions that need to be answered in all these cases about, are the data and results truly interoperable? Are the models making compatible assumptions with each other? And so all these things have to be considered. They add to the complexity and they add to the uncertainty. And so, I think, you see the results of this uncertainty in assessments of ILUC. I think one of the best assessments that's been done recently is the EPA intermodal comparison, where they looked at 5 models that can nominally assess, the greenhouse gas impact, including ILUC risk for the fuels consumed under the RFS. This is the results table for soybean oil biodiesel. In soybean oil biodiesel, both the feedstock and the fuel are generally well understood. There's, a lot of scholarship on the impacts there. And when you look at the land use change estimates, the range is huge. The upper bound of the range is almost 30 times greater than the lower bound. This table is in units of kilograms of carbon per million BTU. That's pretty close to a gram per megajoule, and about 5-6% of a gram per megajoule. For those of you who, like me, tend to think in grams per megajoule. So, you can sort of visualize how these fit into the LCFS pathway assessments and realize that there's a real challenge. And this makes it very hard to for policymakers, where you have this very wide potential uncertainty range. Even if you drop that 295 number, consider it an outlier, 10 to 60 is still kind of an impractically large range of uncertainty around ILUC assessment for really good policy development. So there's issues there. So, why do we see so much uncertainty? Obviously, there's a lot of structural and methodological choices. If you think about the flow chart of all the boxes and arrows that go into an ILUC model, there's a lot of different configurations of boxes and arrows that can lead to a valid or empirically or scientifically valid operation, and no one single approach is correct in an objective sense. There's a lot of parameter uncertainty. A lot of the arrows between boxes you can consider things like, what is the elasticity of supply for different agricultural commodities, and there's obviously uncertainty there. Many papers every year published trying to resolve this uncertainty, and yet it remains. Obviously, there's going to be data problems. In many cases, the critical data to inform a lot of the models, there may be limited coverage of certain geographies or certain markets. A lot of the data that would really be helpful in the space is proprietary. There may be inconsistent or lags in reporting. And I think one of the really important things to remember is, given that we are envisioning a lot of biofuel policies as a way to mitigate the impacts of climate change, and are going to need to be working within these policy frameworks for several decades, the climate change, the impacts of climate change are only just starting to be felt in agriculture. So a lot of the historical data we would use to inform these models doesn't include the effects of climate change that we know are coming. And, we can predict them to some extent, but there's uncertainty involved in adding those climate change related predictions. So even if we had sort of perfect data everywhere else, we're going to be flying blind, trying to predict what climate change is going to do to a lot of the agricultural systems at the core of these. This is obviously not an exhaustive list of all the confounding factors. And even if, and sort of beyond these confounding factors, it's important to realize that within all of the types of models that we use for this purpose, there are subjective assumptions that cannot be avoided. Things like, where do you set system boundaries? Or in multi-product production systems, how do you allocate the costs or the environmental impacts between multiple products? There is no single objectively correct choice or answer to this question, but it makes a very big difference in the results of any of the models that depend on it. And so even if we could hypothetically throw an unlimited amount of time and resources at the modeling problem, there's still going to be this issue of different subjective assumptions baked into different models, leading to different results, and that needs to be resolved as well. So I think Given that we know that this uncertainty is very large, very problematic, and I'm totally confident we can shrink the size of the error bars and improve the situation, the uncertainty is never going to go away. I think it helps us to kind of take a step back and think about what policy and what biofuel policy is going to do and how ILUC modeling affects that, so we can think about the risk dynamics involved and where the sources of risk are and how we might be able to avoid those given imperfect information. So if we think about a policy that supports biofuels, it's going to provide some level of support, perhaps more or less. Generally speaking, if the policy provides more support for biofuels, you're going to get more consumption. Conversely, if it provides less support, you'll get less consumption. And so the way ILUC tends to fit in is that if you have an ILUC assessment that sort of tends toward a lower level of a lower assumption of, or sort of a lower assessment of ILUC impacts, that is going to tend to lead to sort of lower CI scores. The policy is going to perceive more greenhouse gas benefit and tend to give more support for things. And conversely, if your ILUC assessment tends on the high side, you'll see higher carbon intensities of the fuels, and the policy will generally tend to provide less support for that. So, in a perfect world, we would have the ability to determine what the optimal amount is, maximize net benefits, maybe not just even emissions benefits, but net benefits all told. But for the reasons I mentioned earlier, that's not really a possibility in this space. So let's think about what the risks are. If we know that if we realize that an accurate assessment is probably not feasible, if we know we're going to be wrong, let's ask the question of what's the right way to be wrong. So if we think about risks from overconsumption of biofuels, right? If we sort of underestimate ILUC, if we overestimate the amount of greenhouse gas benefit that they provide and consume sort of more than this optimal amount, obviously there's the carbon loss from land use change. And I think you have to really consider this carbon loss in the context of the pace of loss versus the pace of accumulation. When land is converted, the carbon tends to be lost rather quickly, in a period of weeks to maybe a year or two, whereas carbon tends to accumulate in natural lands rather slowly. Certainly in high carbon lands, if you convert it to agriculture, it might take decades to centuries for it to recover. And so this is kind of a one way or an irreversible change when we're working on timescales of having to largely decarbonize within the next 2 to 3 decades to meet critical climate targets. Certainly, you have biodiversity impacts and species loss that are largely irreversible. You have the risk of, if a policy incentivizes more biofuel production and then later evidence proves that it is perhaps not as valuable as you want, then you have stranded assets. Potentially, you may have sort of a technological lock-in because of previous policy choices, or you could just delegitimize the effectiveness of policy instruments as a way to guide investment. And we're going to need many, many trillions of dollars of investment to solve climate change over the next several decades. So these are the risks of what happens if you sort of underestimate ILUC, which will tend to lead to over consuming biofuels. But there are risks on the other side too. If you overestimate ILUC and you tend to underestimate, and that leads to sort of likely is going to push underconsumption of biofuels compared to this optional amount. You'll lose opportunities to decarbonize, and we know that climate change is a crisis. You will sort of lose technological development opportunities and economic and employment growth. So there are risks on both sides, and I want to make sure it's very clear that this is not a binary choice where one side is obviously better than the other. But I think the weight of evidence suggests that the risks are worse on the side of overconsumption than they are on the side of underconsumption, because so many of the processes on the left side lead to kind of irreversible changes. Whereas if you underconsume biofuels, you can adjust policy later and in a few years bring the biofuel consumption up to a more appropriate level. So what that means in terms of policy guidance for today, obviously, and I realize this is somewhat of a self-serving statement as an academic who spends a lot of time developing, models and alternative fuel assessment tools. But I think additional research is needed to develop better ILUC assessment and mitigation tools for policymakers. But I think that even with that, we have to recognize that ILUC assessment is always going to be uncertain. There's always going to be some dependence on subjective assumptions, and policy needs to start getting better about accounting for the fact that these point estimates that come out of ILUC models are not terribly reliable, especially not when you've got novel markets or feedstocks involved. I realize I didn't talk about the CARB LCFS adjustment specifically, but I feel I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, I think it is pretty clear that the ILUC adjustment factors in the LCFS today are outdated. There's been a lot of improvements in models and data, and the supply shock that it modeled was far smaller than the actual industry development. And so I think, more importantly, we need to understand that in every case, regular updates to these models are always going to be needed. And this is not a do the analysis once and it's done and you can walk away sort of thing. So given the risk dynamics in global land use, I think a risk averse approach to ILUC probably best achieves the stated goals of California's climate policy, which are aligned with many other jurisdictions' climate policies. Though if we had better assessment tools, I think we could perhaps allow ourselves to be a little more risk tolerant in that case. And so, yeah, while there's always going to be a need for ILUC modeling and quantitative assessment, I think it is also worthwhile to look at potential other approaches and see if we can find some simpler options. So certainly happy to continue this conversation. The slides are going to be made available in a few days on the CARB website, and I look forward to the discussion later.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this workshop. My name is Farzad Taheripour. I'm a research professor at the Department of Agricultural Economics at Purdue University. I'm an energy economist working on the link between energy sector and agricultural activities, and I'm working on modeling aspects of these activities. So my presentation today will cover four related topics. First, I will discuss demand for cropland in a broad perspective to provide the context for the demand for cropland, and then related to biofuel production. And then I will discuss intensification in agricultural activities, as intensification is an important driver of ILUC values. Then I will discuss assessing unintended consequences of biofuel production and policy. Then I will discuss the link with respect to the assessment of ILUC values, how we do that, and then I briefly at the end explain GTAP biomodel, introduce GTAP biomodel, and the potential expansion in that model as we move forward in future. I will start with a figure which shows you the evolution in the global population over time. As you can see in this picture on the left, we had 6 billion increase in population over the past 72 years, and we will have an expansion in global population by 2 billion in the next 78 years to 2100, basically. So the point here is that in future, we will have only an expansion in population by 2 billion versus the expansion that we had in the past years, 72 years, which was 60 billions. So a major reduction in population growth, and then eventually we will have a reduction in global population. So in this slide, you see per capita cropland at the global scale. So why we observe expansion in population by 6 billion. On the other hand, we see that per capita cropland at the global scale has declined from more than 0.5 hectare per person to 0.2 hectare per person in most recent years. So this reduction in per capita cropland has been gained mainly due to technological progress in agricultural activities that I will refer to those as I move forward. And then as we move forward, depends on how technological progress will happen in future, then we may have a constant per capita cropland, or we may continue to have a reduction in per capita cropland. And based on these potential changes in future, we may expect having an additional demand for cropland by 500 million hectares as we move toward the end of this century, or we may we may see excess supply of cropland, basically, by about 1 billion hectares by the end of this century. So depends on what happened in terms of intensification. Of course, the future demand for cropland will differ. So usually we use economic and some other models to project what would be the demand for cropland in future. In the next slide, you see one example of this kind of projections. In this slide, you can see that different models has been used to project future demand for cropland after 2005 until 2015. And you can see how different models have estimated the demand for cropland. And now we are roughly about the midway of this time horizon, and you can see the actual observations in 2022. So this means that this graph is showing that most of the economic models are projecting huge expansion in cropland, which did not happen so far. So this means that some economic models are tending to overestimate demand for cropland. And when we use those models, we need to recognize that those models may, at the same time, when we use those for ILUC evaluation, they may overestimate ILUC estimations. So in general, there are papers that have been explained that those models that disregard the price incentive margins usually overpredict land use changes and overestimate demand for cropland. This is well documented in the literature, and I have one of those papers cited in this slide. So with that, I'm trying to go to the next slide, which explain yield growth all around the world. So over time, we observed yield improvement all across the world, different countries at the global level for different crops. You can see some of those in this picture for different countries and for different crops. So these yield improvements are indeed obtained due to massive investment in yield improvement and technological progress in agriculture. And it is important to recognize that the US agriculture, as the leading country in developing intensification in agriculture, made a significant contribution to this observation all across the world. With that, I would like to share with you a paper which has been published 75 years ago. And that paper has summarized the expansion in US crop yield in the first half of the 20th century, and it argues that at that time, gain was about 25% in yield. And the paper published 75 years ago has argued that big harvest will happen in the second half of the 20th century. And now you can see that, and you saw some of those in this morning presentation. As you can see in this picture, we have a massive increase in yield in the US for corn, more than 100% since 1961. And only over the past 24 years that we have produced some biofuels, we observed 33% yield improvement for corn. And that has added significant amount of additional production over the same land over time. So, and you can see the same picture for soybean, 100% yield improvement in soybean over the since 1961 and about 28% over the past 20 years. So these yield improvements, of course, reduce demand for cropland. And it is important to have in mind that crop production is not the only source of intensification in agricultural activities. So as you can see in this picture, for example, we see a major change in the mix of food produced in the United States with a major achievement in terms of the change in mix of meat produced. On the right side of this slide, you can see conversion efficiency of different types of beef in terms of calorie input and calorie output, and you see that massive improvement in gain in agricultural activity. This means that we produce more meat with less land available, and that is some of that is basically due to the use of biofuel byproducts, meals and DDGs, for example. So, and over time, that's not the only drivers of land use change in the US. As you can see in here, over time, corn and soybean areas has increased significantly over time, and then other unwanted crops has declined in a major amount. So this means that most of the expansion in corn and soybean are coming from the reduction in unwanted crops. And remember that corn and soybean are the most efficient crops in terms of providing protein and calories per metric ton, for example. So, and because of that, we see that basically we have a relatively flat area of cropland in the United States over time, not a major increase in US cropland over time. We have seen some observations that there are some, in most recent years, that we see some observation that some grassland has been converted to cropland, and some cropland has been converted to grassland in the US, as you observe in this morning presentation. So with that, I would like to go now to discuss the economic and environmental impacts of biofuels. So since late 2000, we have several studies that examine implication of biofuel production, techno-economic analysis, feasibility studies that represent how biofuel could be feasible and be produced. We have many life cycle assessment of these biofuel pathways. We have many assessments that measured welfare impacts of these biofuels, implication for commodity markets, and implication for energy markets. And of course, we spend lots of time in terms of evaluating induced land use changes due to biofuels and their byproducts over time. And we did that to assess carbon intensity of biofuels. We usually added life cycle assessment emissions plus the ILUC emissions. So it is important to have in mind that, as you heard in the earlier presentation, it's important to have in mind that public policies are usually used to affect market performance through fiscal and monetary policies and mandates. Regulatory mechanisms use these approaches to address market failures in general and enhance social objectives. And induced land use change assessments aims to measuring unintended greenhouse gas emission that biofuel policies may generate through land use changes. ILUC are not designed to evaluate other implication of biofuels. For example, implication for biodiversity. ILUC are only designed to evaluate induced land use change emissions. So, and it is important to have in mind that the goal of ILUC assessment is not to measure performance of individual biofuel or feedstock producer. So, and also I would like to note that risk assessment approaches could not quantify an intended ILUC emissions due to biofuel policies. They could put some restrictions on some type of biofuel produced in some areas, but they could not quantify unintended greenhouse gas emissions due to biofuels. So, and over time, how we measure ILUC emissions. Like many other unintended consequences of public policies, ILUC emissions are not directly measurable. We know that, we all know that. Typically, ILUC emissions are calculated using economic models in combination with other biophysical models and emission factors. estimated oil-like emissions vary largely by modeling approach. You hear those in the earlier slides. I'm going to move on that. And then the existing literature, as I mentioned, has widely cited uncertainties and variation in ILAC values, and you can see that it is well documented in the National Academy of Science report that not all of these range of variations is due to uncertainties. Different factors explain these uncertainties or variations. As an example, you can see in this slide various estimates for ILAC emissions for the US corn. As you can see in this slide, we have different results from different models. For your attention, the far left is representing an ILAC value estimated by FAPRI model, and the right item on the far right also is using the same model over time. So with some improvement in the modeling assessment. This means that, of course, it depends how we use models, how we develop models, what data we use, and how we develop these assessments. It's important to understand what are the drivers of these uncertainties. So over time, we made various sensitivity analyses to understand what are the sources of these uncertainties. We made some modeling comparison exercises to see why different models are estimating different ILAC emissions. And we did some limited practices over time. These efforts have been made significant contribution in understanding the sources and drivers of variation in ILAC assessment. And you can see National Academy of Science report has cited many of those drivers. However, so far, no major effort has been made to develop and define required criteria, standards, and guidelines for ILAC assessment. It is really a need to develop those kind of assessments, and I appreciate the effort that you heard in the earlier presentation this afternoon. To do these kind of things, set some criteria and standards for assessing ILAC values. And usually regulatory agencies or entities could lead these types of efforts to eliminate the effect of ad hoc and improper factors that may affect uncertainties in ILAC values. So with that, please let me shortly introduce you the GTAB model. GTAB data and GTAB models are basically GTAB Center is a hub of global network of more than 32,000 researchers that are using different types of model and data sets and develop different types of assessment in terms of trade, energy, agriculture, and climate analysis. So GTAB is a global model that traces changes in production, consumption, and trade of a wide range of commodities. You can see in the picture what are the main components of this database. So I would like to mention that the latest published data of GTAB is representing the global economy in 2017. And a new version of this data will be provided next year, basically. And that data will represent the global economy in 2023. So as you can see in this picture, in this slide, you can see different sectors of the GTAB database, and many of the biofuels are embedded in these sectors implicitly. In order to explicitly show those sectors, we develop GTAB Bio model and database. What they do, we spend lots of time, we collect lots of data to represent biofuel production, different types of biofuel produced around the world by different feedstocks in different countries. And then in addition, we support provide more information to determine what are different crops that are going to be used by these crops, and then interaction between livestock industry and biofuels, biofuel sectors. We develop the data to show all of those. Over time, we develop several versions of this, this is a general picture which shows the AGTA biomodel data on the left side, the modeling framework and the sectors are inside, and the interaction between those sectors are explained in this figure. And on the right side, you see the output of this model, which represent a broad perspective of output of this model that could represent changes in land use, changes in demand for energy, changes in supply of energy, changes in food, and etc., etc. So, and in this picture, I'm trying to introduce you some developments that we made over time. First time in 2000, we developed a database which was representing the global economy in 2001. With a limited biofuel produced at that time. And then over time, you can see that on the left, we developed different versions of this database, 2000 representing the global economy 2004, 2011, 2014, 2017. And we use those in various policy analyses and scientific papers. On the left, you see model developments. In early version of this model, we had limited version of this model with limited links between biofuel and other activities. When we developed the analysis for CARB, we extended this model significantly to represent more links between agricultural activities and biofuels and livestock industry. It is very important to have in mind that any economic model that want to assess ILOC, that model should represent the link between biofuels, energy sectors, and also crop production and forestry activities. So we made significant improvement in land cover modeling of this model when we did that for the CARB practice. We introduced modeling endogenous yield responses. However, I would like to mention that as you observe, the expansion in yield is way, way larger than the yield responses that we incorporated in this model. Yield responses, which usually represent farmers' behavior in terms of investment in yield, is just a tiny fraction of yield improvement that you observed in earlier slides. So over time, we tuned the model to actual observations. Basically, everyone knows that a big model like GTAB or any big global model are relying on a wide range of parameters estimated. Some of them are estimated through econometric practices. Some of them are calculated due to calibration and tuning practices, using actual observations. And then we also, in the newest version of the GTAB, we incorporated the potential for conversion of unused land to crop production. As we observed that happen over time, and then we improved more later on when we use this model for other analyses in terms of modeling changes in harvest frequency, multiple cropping, which is dominant now all across the world, and many countries are practicing that. And then we added new pathways that could generate sustainable aviation fuel. And then with that, I would like just to briefly explain. I understand.
We need to wrap up and move.
Yeah, I understand that. Thanks. So I would like to introduce a few aspects of the model improvement. So we have a new land cover and land use database for GTAB database based on the latest available satellite data. We have a GTAB bio model, a dynamic version. We are improving that to be used. We have GTAB bio operates based on accessible land at this time. We have a new version, which is considering conversion of unmanaged to managed cropland using some cost of land conversion. There are several approaches. It is important to mention that there are several approaches to convert to handle changes in physical land in a CGE model. The GTAP model could operate based on many of those approaches, and most of those are generating more or less the same result in terms of land use changes. And then we also have some improvement in we have a new version of the model which will operate based on grid cell data. With that, I will stop in here. And I just would like to mention this paper, which has been discussed this morning. Basically, we have a response to the paper that Dr. Malin mentioned this morning. You can see our responses to the critiques that made by Malins et al., and you can review those responses in that paper. So, with that, I appreciate the time and attention to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Farzad. At this point, we'll be moving on to Stephen Barry. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. Let me see if I can pull my slides up. Good, thank you very much. So I really appreciate the invitation to talk today. I think I'm going to end up presenting a slightly different perspective here, one that is focused, I think, on what we do know about empirical work on the effect that biofuels are likely to have on tropical deforestation, and some also on how that relates back to models, including the GTAP model, but also I think to related models as well. So this first section here, I want to talk about modern applied micro empirical work. So over the past 20, 25 years, economics has gone through something called an empirical revolution or causal inference revolution, which has changed the way that economists think about the world and the way that we model effects and policy counterfactuals. And this evidence has built slowly, but I think determinedly over time. I'll talk just on 3 slides, trying to summarize it to you, which is the development of a literature of high quality empirical evidence that shows that biofuel mandates lead to tropical deforestation, and thus raising the very strong possibility that they are actually making the climate worse, that they are actually adding more carbon to the atmosphere than they save. And there are really just 3 simple empirical steps here. And they also have to be put together. So we'll talk about very recent work where people have managed to put these 3 steps together. So it's interesting that, say, the GTAP model does not match these empirical findings of the modern empirical applied microeconomics literature. And in my opinion, that's because they lack a scientific basis for biofuel land use analysis. And I want to keep my critique fairly narrow here to biofuel land use analysis. It doesn't mean it's not interesting to publish these papers or to work on them. I'm talking about the current generation, not some future generation. But as of the present time, they do not have a scientific basis. And we have a working paper on this, but again, you're welcome to read that. We won't get through all of it today, but I will review a few of these things, and Farzad has actually mentioned a few of them already. Okay, I think maybe some version of this slide actually got shown earlier today. So the first step in the empirical analysis is that biofuel mandates increase domestic prices for agricultural commodities. This is actually an implication of the GTAP model as well, at least the ones that I've seen, the GTAP bio model. Here we see just an illustration of this, the before, after panel, before the mandate, after the mandate. We see the higher prices after the mandate. Now, of course, that's a kind of correlation and a descriptive illustration of this effect. But there is a large, I think, high quality empirical literature. You can read about that in this recent review article by Layden Smith. Okay, now this I think is really key, and I think I've had some GTAP modelers say that this is indeed key to the discussion that's going on. Because the first point I think is not very controversial. This point is controversial within biofuel modeling, but I think it's not controversial outside of biofuel modeling, which is that price shocks propagate internationally. And they do so because of the activities of very large arbitrage firms that literally ship grains, soy, etc., around the world, taking advantage of persistent price differentials at different ports around the world, whether it's Rio or Rotterdam or the US Gulf, the Black Sea, different places around the world. There's a huge profit making business here in making sure that there are no persistent price differences. And again, you can see this here. These are maize prices. They are in the US Gulf, the Black Sea, and at the EU Rotterdam port. What you see is that these move very tightly. It's not perfect, it's not penny for penny, but they move together. So you can see the Ukrainian war in the US price of corn. You can see the Ukrainian war in the US price of corn in that price spike there. You see that the Black Sea price becomes lower because there's a discount for the war risk, but all those prices jump up together. And then as things normalize a little bit, they go down together. We're not saying that penny for penny prices, but prices propagate. And again, if that's descriptive, this is correlational. For high quality empirical evidence, you can see papers like Robertson Slankler in the American Economic Review, one of the most prestigious economics journals. Third, oh, sorry, I should stop and say I showed you the grains. Let me also show you the prices of vegetable oils. It's been mentioned before, the vegetable oils that are used in similar ways, which is to say not coconut and palm, respond to the same shocks together. You can see that again, there's a kind of production-based arbitrage here, which is you can use one oil or another in many different kinds of food production activities. Therefore, if the price of one goes up, the prices of others go up. Again, you can find high quality empirical evidence since this is primarily descriptive. Okay, third then. US prices go up, world prices go up. That increases the return to agriculture in tropical regions, and tropical deforestation is highly sensitive to the returns to deforestation, to the returns to potential deforestation. That is to say, to the alternative uses of forest land in agriculture for meat production and for pasture. There's a very large literature here. I would like to call people's attention in particular to this very new paper by Chen Sexton and Aaron Smith, which is looking at vegetable oils. They find, again, using modern econometric methods, the modern methods of applied empirical microeconomics, that using vegetable oils for biofuel accelerates tropical deforestation and increases carbon, and they only look at land use change in Indonesia. And there's presumably a land use change potentially going on in other places as well. I think this is a paper that should shake people's confidence in the idea that biofuels are good at all, that they are better than fossil fuels at all. It should shake people's confidence in that conclusion. Okay, another thing is, I'm actually glad that Farzad showed a bunch of yields. What you would notice in those yields is that I agree with him. It's technology driving those yields up. And we're going to gain the benefit of those yields regardless of how high prices are, regardless of biofuel policies. And the question is, how do we spend those yields? Do we spend them to allow forests to regrow, or do we not allow the forest to regrow, instead choosing biofuels that then prevent the growth of forests? We saw population graphs. We did not see income graphs. Billions of people in the world are, this is good news, fantastic news, are becoming richer and demanding meat. They want to eat meat for the same reasons that we want to eat meat. And this is putting huge pressure on cropland throughout the world. So those yield increases, which I do expect to continue, which are technology driven, we have to choose how to spend them. And we can't make people not eat meat. I don't know how to do that. We can encourage them. I don't know how to stop them from doing the thing that they really want to do. And people say that maybe in the long run, investments will increase yields even more in response to high prices. But long run investments can favor higher yield, or they can favor tropical land use, like roads. That's a long-run investment, and that can favor deforestation. Long-run R&D can favor higher yields, GMO crops, or they can favor more land use, like the big, intense R&D investment in Brazil to make soy suitable for tropical lands. So the empirical evidence is that biofuel mandates increase domestic prices, which propagate to international prices, which increase the returns to tropical agriculture, which increase tropical deforestation, and in careful empirical work, make biofuels worse than fossil fuels. GTAP models produce a different prediction. Why is that? Well, GTAP is a computational model derived from the economic research agenda of 40 or 50 years ago, not a modern microeconomic empirical model based on the empirical revolution of the last decades. We heard about tuning. Many different models can fit a set of selected data points and have completely different policy conclusions. Modern empirical work is focused on distinguishing cause and effect to get credible estimates. And in the case of the GTAP model, you would need credible estimates of thousands of partial elasticities, thousands of supply and demand elasticities, and we don't have those. On the other hand, we do have this strong empirical evidence. GTAP employs thousands of parameters. There is no catalog of those parameters and their supporting evidence. Some parameters are missing, so demand and supply parameters are set equal. When there is some empirical evidence, it typically falls far short of modern standards. And in many cases, the parameters don't even matter because basic mathematical assumptions are driving the results regardless of any parameter in the model. I think that these points alone are enough to conclude that these models do not have a credible scientific basis. We heard a little bit out on managed land, and I know they're working on that. But right now, those models have no model of a vast quantity of the world's forests. Here we see agroecological zones in Brazil, and the orange, not the yellow, the orange are unmanaged land. That land cannot be converted in the GTAP model, but it can be converted in real life. It can be chopped down and converted to pasture. And again, I think this is key. We saw statements about US land use change. The land use change is happening in tropical regions. And GTAP largely shuts down international trade by assuming that Americans have a huge preference for consuming American soybeans and not Brazilian soybeans. There's no evidence in favor of that. As a result, in the model, the price of grains can differ greatly. They'll go up in one place and not go up in another place. And we saw that just doesn't happen in the data, not persistently. So it makes this prediction that just isn't true. The US price goes up, prices other places will go up in the real world, but not in the GTAP model. Okay, there's a bunch of other things that we could talk about here about the GTAP model. My understanding is that one goal of today's expert work group is to consider how to mitigate the risks of land use impacts or food market conflicts. In the early days of biofuel mandates, much of this empirical literature was missing. There were many more uncertainties about what was going on in the world, and people went to a model that existed, that was well articulated, and produced, apparently anyway, an immense amount of detail in terms of its predictions. It will give you different ILUCs for one kind of oil versus another one. Okay, that's disturbing because we've learned that they should all be the same because they're substitutes. But it appears to give all of this wonderful detail. But now in recent years, this high quality empirical literature very strongly indicates that biofuel mandates indicate that current biofuels are worse than fossil fuels. They are not a bridge fuel. They are not making things a little bit better for a while we wait for something else. That is the weight of empirical evidence. And as this discussion moves into further stages, certainly we should, I might say we'll get rid of biofuels. Maybe that, we have regulatory commitments, we have stranded assets. We heard about that. We have politics, which I don't know anything about, but big deal. But current updates should heavily weigh on this. Mandated levels should be greatly reduced or perhaps held at their current level. I believe that in Europe, they've stopped usage from increasing in some cases, maybe held at their current level, slowly decreased. But as we look at evidence, we should look at modern empirical evidence, and that should be factored into decision making. Thank you.
And hopefully we're ready. So I'll just start talking and let me know if you're not seeing this when you expect to. So I'm doing a talk on just generally model-based land use change emissions estimation. And so the model I work on, the Global Change Assessment Model, or GCAM, is one of a number of models, including GTAP also, that are used for this sort of estimation. And so just as background, the estimation of land use change emissions footprints of biofuel production is inherently uncertain. We have first order supply chain uncertainty, like how much land is going to get cleared, what are its characteristics, what was the native vegetation. Biophysical uncertainty, like soil carbon responses over time are not known. Market mediated effects, that's the kind of big uncertainty. And that's really the reason I think why models like GCAM tend to be used, is that we have there's trade patterns that change, feed and food substitution between different commodities, different demand levels, both of agricultural commodities and of other fuel commodities. And so the indirect land use change emissions appear especially significant in the calculation of land use change emissions. So there's a variety of different modeling approaches that have been used. It's documented in this linked report that the EPA wrote about 2 years ago, in which they basically disaggregated two types of models that are used for this. The first type is the supply chain life cycle analysis models. In their study, they just focused on GREET. But those are models that evaluate the upstream greenhouse gas emissions from a specific method of supplying biofuels. And then the economic models, which in that study were Adage, GCAM, Globium, and GTAP, evaluate the net greenhouse gas impacts of a marginal change in biofuel production, considering all the market mediated effects that are in the model. So this is just a simple numerical example, just kind of showing why why there's so much uncertainty here. So we're looking at one of the fuels that people are interested in is soybean biodiesel, or renewable diesel produced from soybeans. And so the United States currently exports about 69 million tons of soybeans. This is true of like in the GCAM model. It's calibrated to the year 2021. Any model that's calibrated to around the year 2020 is going to have a similar calibration data set here. A lot of the exports go to China. China imports 96 million tons of soybeans, of which 27 is from the United States, 60 from Brazil, 9 from other. And so it's very easy to envision a scenario where you have a biofuel policy in the United States that causes a reduction in exports of soybeans. And so presumably that would also reduce the exports to China. And then China is going to try to backfill what it was importing from the United States from elsewhere. And if a model uses an Armington-based trade structure where the base year trading partners are intended to kind of be kept as they are, it's going to tend to backfill from Brazil. Whereas like a different trade structure, right? Hexaroline is another trade structure that some models use. That one really just looks at marginal cost of production, basically. And so that would backfill from kind of anywhere in the world. Still might end up being Brazil, but that's one reason why you might have a very different response in terms of indirect land use change emissions from the same policy. And then there's another layer of uncertainty under that, which relates to the ability of a model to clear land, to clear new forests. And that's another thing that differs from one model to another. So we'll go on to the next one. I'm just going to talk briefly about the GREET approach, just because there wasn't like a GREET talk in this in this panel, and so hopefully I'll do justice to the GREET model. I don't work on the GREET model, but what it aims to do is to evaluate all the greenhouse gases associated with a specific fuel supply chain, taking into account all relevant associated emissions. And the problem with that is that land use change emissions don't really lend themselves to that sort of approach. You'd have to make all sorts of assumptions about what specific units of land are cleared in supplying biofuels. And so it's like the world's a little bit more complicated than that. And so what the GREET team has done in the past is basically they use this kind of intermediate model called C Club, that itself is built from GTAP model runs, from iterative GTAP model runs. And so basically the GREET approach for these indirect land use change emissions ends up being pretty similar to what the other models are doing anyway, because it's based fundamentally, this is my understanding, it's based fundamentally on an economic model that is taking into account things like trade and economic equilibrium impacts. And so then in this GCAM model approach and others, we basically are looking at how does the system respond to a marginal increase in biofuel production of some specific type in some specific region, usually the United States. And so for each fuel analyzed, we run pairwise scenarios with basically exogenously assigned quantities of biofuel production where the shock level is a little bit higher, with some marginal amount higher than the baseline. Then we take all of the emissions from all parts of the economy, including land use change, calculate the cumulative emissions over some period, usually 25 to 40 years, and then divide that by the additional cumulative fuel production that was happening in the shock case. And so it resolves to this basically, kilograms of CO2 or kilograms of CO2 equivalent per unit fuel. So it's just like gasoline has 72 or whatever kilograms of CO2 per gigajoule of direct, and life cycle maybe it's more like 90. You get the same sort of the same unit basically on the land use change emissions from this approach. And so this includes a lot of economic equilibrium impacts, including one of which, and this isn't really relevant for the land use change emissions, is more for the energy system response. But if you're forcing in a higher price fuel, then that's going to reduce the demand of the fuel. And it'll like reduce if we force in like a large amount of biodiesel, increase the price of blended diesel, decrease the demand of diesel. Well, that will have an impact of reducing, crude oil production and petroleum refining and all that kind of stuff. And so that'll actually show up in the estimated response. You don't really see that too much in the land use side, though, that sort of second order effect. So this is just what it looks like when we do this in GCAM. It's very simple. Aside from the fact that this is XML, so if you're allergic to that, sorry about that. But yeah, so it's a pretty simple approach of basically we prescribe the fuel production volume in the baseline on the left and in the shock on the right, and you can see the shock is a bit higher. In this case, it's 0.25 exajoules. And so, that's basically 2 billion gallons of biodiesel is kind of, or this is renewable diesel, is what that would resolve to. And then I put the equation for how this is done, where we basically just look at the cumulative from 2025 to 2050 land use change emissions, the shock minus the baseline, and then divide by that cumulative additional fuel production volume. And so then in the results, so this is just excerpted from that EPA report, just comparing GCAM to some other models that are doing this. And it's kind of interesting. You can see GCAM is a lot higher than the others, and GCAM doesn't have really any constraints on tropical deforestation. If that's where sort of the economics point, that's what's going to be in the results. And when we constrain the ability to kind of burn down natural forests and convert natural forests, we can replicate more or less the results that are shown in these other models that are a lot lower. You can see the land use change kilograms of CO2 equivalent per MMBTU. It's in the bottom row of that table. And so yeah, adage and GTAP have very low levels. And I guess GREET does too. And yeah, and GCAM is by far the highest. But again, we can replicate the results of the other models if we constrain the extent to which natural lands are converted to biofuel production or to crop production. It's crop production in general. These are mostly equilibrium responses. Okay, so just in summary, the carbon intensity of land use change from GCAM can be indicated by region or groups of regions. Usually we print it out globally. We can't do it by individual land use types because the land use model, just the way it's structured, it's modeling at the regional level. It's not modeling it, small little units of land that are switching between different uses. And And so GCAM can also be, it can be used to estimate the carbon intensity from the land use change of any fuels whose input-output relationships are known. And so the example that I showed above of renewable diesel is not even a fuel, it's in the model, but we just put it in using the parameters in GREET for what it takes to produce renewable diesel, and then we can run that as a policy. And the carbon intensity values consider many economic equilibrium impacts, including impacts on trade, prices, and overseas land use choices. Um, and then but these impacts are also downstream of, they also include any impacts of retail fuel prices and therefore consumption. So that's it for my talk. I'm going to stop sharing as soon as I can figure out how to do that.
So, so hello everyone, my name is Stefan Frank. I'm a senior research scholar at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis and working mainly on challenges related to land use and applying there the GloBiome model, which I will present today. Just for those of you who don't know IIASA, so we are an international research institute established in the 70s in Austria, so south of Vienna. And IIASA was founded during the times of the Cold War in order to kind of promote the East-West scientific collaboration between at that time, the former Soviet Union and the US, plus 10 other countries. So US was a founding member. By now we are around 400 plus researchers, and IIASA has quite a long tradition in developing, let's say, global, large-scale, complex modeling systems, either for individual sectors like the energy sector, but also integrated assessment models. And the model that today I will be presenting is the GloBiome model. It's a global partial equilibrium model. So we focus on the main land-based sectors. In our case, that's the agricultural sector, including crop and livestock production, and the forestry sector that we try to represent in an integrated framework at the high spatial resolution. We refer to it as a bottom-up model, meaning that we have a spatially explicit supply side representation. So we simulate at the grid level around 10 by 10 up to 50 by 50 kilometer squares. And that level, we represent the different land use activities. So we have represented 6 different land covers, 4 of them being productive or managed, like the croplands, pastures, energy plantations, or the managed forests, and the other 2 being basically the unmanaged forests and the natural lands, which is an aggregate of, for example, shrublands, savannas, etc. In total, at the grid level, then also we receive information from biophysical models that estimate for us our production functions, like, for example, the APIC model for the crop sector. We represent different management intensities, ranging from low input up to high input and irrigated systems, and we cover 18 most important global crops. For the crop sector, we have similar level of detail than for the livestock production or for the forestry biomass, where we differentiate between different biomass grades or wood grades. The markets are represented at the level of 59 global regions, which can be either single countries or aggregates of smaller countries. And at that level also, that's where basically the supply meets the demand, our demand functions, and also where our trade flows are represented. So we have bilateral representation of the different commodities that can be traded in our setup. We run the model typically in a recursive dynamic setup. We simulate 10-year periods for biofuel assessments, typically up to 2050, but also we can run the model up to 2100 for more long-term scenarios, typically in the context of climate stabilization or climate impact assessments. I should also maybe say that we try to represent the different value chains in the model. So for example, for the biofuels, we have different conversion technologies. We capture or represent the different co-products of the different feedstocks, which can be, for example, used for livestock feeding. Though GloBiome is developed at IIASA, we have several international partners or other research institutes that use and apply the model in their either national or international context. Like, for example, in the US, the RTI is developing a US version of the GloBiome model, or also in China, the PQ is developing the GloBiome China. So the model is shared with interested research partners. So now I just want to highlight a few of the policy assessments that we did in the past or are currently also supporting. For the biofuel assessments, starting with Europe, there we helped the European Commission with the ILUC modeling to assess the 1st and 2nd generation biofuel feedstocks. And for example, currently also with the US EPA, we have quite a long collaboration where we support them with Globiome doing together with other models, some estimations for the iLook for the renewable fuel standard. And Globiome is also one of the two models together with GTAP being used in the ICAO's CORSIA framework for the sustainable aviation fuels, where we again do the iLook assessments of the different feedstocks. Next to the biofuel assessments, Globiome is also supporting the European climate and energy policies, where we typically do the land-based impact assessments of the different, for example, bioenergy policies in Europe, and thereby supported the Commission then by setting the 2030 and 2040 targets. And just yesterday, the European Commission, or not the Commission, but the European environmental ministers agreed on the 2040 emission reduction target. At the global scale, Globiome is also supporting the integrated assessment modeling community by providing the land use results to 3 out of the, I think, 6 or 7 global IEMs. And typically these results are used to develop the climate stabilization pathways that are typically underpinning the forward-looking chapters of the IPCC reports. And let's say more recently, we also started to support the DG environment in, for example, developing the biodiversity restoration policies in Europe, where we tried to have an integrated view on the different synergies and trade-offs between, for example, biodiversity and climate mitigation policies. So now moving more to the results that I plan to show in the next couple of slides. So as I said, we support the US EPA in the context of the renewable fuel standard. And out of this collaboration also, we published last year a paper where we tried to understand and assess the sensitivity of the Globiome iLook modeling results with using a case for the US soybean biodiesel shock, or we kind of simulated the US biodiesel shock based on the soybeans. What we did there is that we first run a kind of baseline scenario, in our case with constant biofuel volumes as of 2020 up to 2050. So that's the green line in that figure. That's our baseline. And contrasted the results then to a biofuel shock scenario where we increased the US soybean biodiesel mandate by additional 127 petajoules by 2030 and kept it constant then after 2030 up to 2050. And by comparing then on the one hand, the biofuel scenario with the baseline scenario with constant biofuels in 2030, but also then over time, we estimated the iLook emission intensity. And that's next to this one, we also conducted then a thorough sensitivity analysis. So the first is the central case where we simply compared the biofuel with the baseline scenario, calculated the iLook. And that gives you basically the iLook with the default model parameters. And then we identified 7 economic and 4 biophysical key parameters in the model, which we then varied in a one at a time sensitivity analysis. So basically the 11 parameters with different settings, in total 8 different settings, yielding 88 combinations or scenarios. And then we, next to the one at a time analysis, we also run a full Monte Carlo analysis where we varied all the different parameters at once, drawing from different distributions. And this yielded in total 1,000 runs for each the baseline and the biofuel shock scenario. And here on this slide, you can see selected results from the paper. You can access the full paper online. So at the upper part of the figure, you can see the ranges from the iLook estimations for the one at a time results. So on the y-axis, you see the different parameters that we varied, starting with trade elasticity of the vegetable oils, expansion of palm in Southeast Asia into peatlands, the carbon sequestration or carbon sequestration factor of biomass in the palm oil plantations, demand elasticity, substitution elasticities, etc. And as you can see in this figure, we identified that there are basically 2 key drivers or key sensitive parameters in the model that then explain a large range of the uncertainty. On the one hand, that's the parameters related to what kind of oil replaces the diverted soybean oil that is then used for the biofuels. And the second group of parameters relates more to the carbon content of the land that typically then is converted to agricultural use around the world. And at the lower part, you can see the analysis also from the Monte Carlo runs, where again you see that typically most of the variation comes from, on the one hand, the response in the model in Southeast Asia. So, for example, the expansion of palm oil plantations into peatlands. So this is the green bar at the very bottom. But then the second key region is also the Latin America through the increased deforestation and expansion of agricultural land into or cropland into grassland, grasslands into forests. And this is denoted mostly by this orange bar, which again explains quite some substantial part of the variation in the total ILUC in the Monte Carlo. Whereas the other emission sources or carbon sinks, like for example, agricultural biomass or the response of soil organic carbon, they have a much, let's say, much more narrow range. And finally, the last slide, opening up maybe to some of the existing research directions that we currently take. And it links a bit also to the discussion we had before on the uncertainty of not only model parameters, but maybe also scenario drivers. So starting from the left and going through the middle to the right. On the left-hand side, you can see from the so-called shared socioeconomic pathways. So these are the scenarios that are typically used by the climate impacts and mitigation community in the IPCC report. So those depict typically a range of different scenario narratives. And here you can see the projections from the OECD on the GDP trends up to 2050. In the SSP database, they go up to 2100. And below you can see the YASA population projections from our demographic program that are used in these SSPs. And you can see that already by 2040, there's quite some, I would say, visible divergence across the different SSPs, depending on whether you assume more, let's say, favorable or less favorable trends on the population or GDP trends. And similar pictures I could show, maybe as also other presenters already did, on the one hand, maybe on the productivity projections, or also recently maybe on the geopolitical situation or on the trade openness. In the middle, you can see that from a EEA paper, so the European Environmental Agency, they shortlisted a number of potential interesting biomaterials. Currently, still around 80% of the global biomass is being sourced from agriculture. And in Europe, for example, over the past decade, the demand or also the supply of biomaterials, it saw some quite substantial growth. So in the future, again, this could become a even more pronounced and much more visible driver of land use competition, but also an opportunity for the agricultural sector. And there, for example, we were also approached by a big chemical producers that asked us to kind of help them quantify some of the biomass potentials, because on their side, they were worried that with all the different demands coming in across the different sectors and also the demand for bioenergy, that there wouldn't be enough biomass available for decarbonizing their industrial processes. So we had also some projects together with them. And last but not least, climate impacts and extreme events. Maybe a decade ago, we all thought that we will probably observe the climate impacts that were already projected to be forthcoming only by the mid-century. Now we see that it's already the realities that farmers face on a daily basis. We see the extreme events in Europe on the droughts, on the extreme rainfalls, also on the increased pests. And this we kind of try to also address or start to capture in our modeling. And there we rely on the one hand on the biophysical models that estimate for us the impact on the yields by considering different projections from the climate models. And here it just shows two illustrative examples of how maize and wheat yields, for example, are projected to evolve in a RCP 7.0. So around, I would say, 3-degree warming, and yields relate to the impact by 2050. But as said, I think, farmers are facing it already today. So I think we have to consider it in our modeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. If I could have all of our panelists come back on screen so that our audience can see you. We have about 15 minutes for some questions. Okay, I think we're starting to get everybody up. So there was a lot of very interesting and quite different perspectives on the roles of modeling here. And empirical data that supports those models was mentioned several times. So when we're talking about empirical data and empirical research, what gaps are there that could be filled to either improve the inputs into these and or distinguish between the relative utility of these models? Yeah, Farzad.
Yeah, thanks. I would like to start talking about that. And before that, I would like to make a few comments with respect to the presentation made by Dr. Stephen Berry. Basically, I would like to mention that GTAP has limited number of parameters. It does not have millions or thousands of parameters. We have three major sets of parameters that representing substitution elasticities among primary inputs. We have a set of parameters that represent demand and income elasticities. Um, um, and then we have a set of trade elasticities that all of those are estimated using econometric approaches country by country. So, and the documents and all of those are available, and those are not familiar with GTAP could read those and follow the estimation process. And we use some parameters that there are not econometrically estimated, and we use tuning approaches, which is a common approach or calibration approach to estimate those parameters. I'm going to stop on that, and then we'll make a detailed response to the comments or presentation by Stephen later. So with respect to the data that could help us to reduce uncertainties in ILUC emissions, of course, 20 years ago when we started this path, there was not much of information available in terms of what would be the implication of biofuels. Now, after 20 years of experience, we see lots of information coming out in terms of how land use change happen in different countries, in the United States, in Brazil, in other countries. We could basically use those informations and then run simulations with these economic models and see to what extent they represent actual observations through some baseline assessments and validation assessment, not validating ILOC calculations, but the way that models estimate changes in global change. So, and then given those kind of practices, we could help models to tune to actual observations. And then when we use them, we could reduce uncertainties in land use. The other aspect is that, again, a big major source of uncertainties are related to emission factors that we use in different models. Different models are following different emission factors and use different sources of information and carbon fluxes due to land use changes. One important practice is to review those sources and highlight what are the most acceptable and most precise information in terms of land use emission factors and carbon fluxes due to changes in land use. So, and then we could suggest some kind of standards and allow all the, or ask models to represent or use those kind of information with respect to carbon fluxes that used in different models. The other kind of activities that we could do, as I mentioned in my presentation, is that we could look at the performance of each model in terms of their assessment of or their projections on the implication for livestock industry or other industries, and see to what extent they are representing the changes in livestock industry over the past 25 years in the presence of livestock production, biofuel production, use of biofuel byproducts in livestock production, and then see how those models are performing with respect to that, and then try to find ways to basically reduce uncertainties in terms of link between biofuel production, livestock industry, and other activities. These are a few suggestions that I have in mind now.
Thank you, Farzad. Any responses or contributions? Yeah, Stephen.
Yeah, so as I think one useful thing, and I think we saw some of it coming out in the discussion today, is to think about some of the empirical implications that I thought about, that I mentioned, and see the degree to which the models are matching those things. So I was really interested in the idea that, like, depending on whether GCAM has a model for changing unmanaged land, right, the result changes. And, we know, right, from the empirical evidence that unmanaged forest is converted all the time. So we'd like to see whether a model predicts that or not, right? So I think one of the things we can do is look at outputs, not just at inputs, right? So I thought that was a nice example. Also, the nice example of what the trade model is and how that affects things. Another nice example was about vegetable oil substitution patterns, right? So, and by the way, earlier I said I think palm oil when I meant olive oil at one point. It's obviously olive oil that's the oil that's more different than the others. So we know from econometric evidence that they're very tight substitutes, right? And you see how those prices just move together. So we could ask, does the model say those prices move together, right? And if not, maybe that substitution parameter needs to be changed. We could see, do we see the kind of international trade arbitrage? And if so, we could do that. And since only because Farzad mentioned sort of econometrics, I actually do think that that's my actual expertise much more than biofuels is what does count as modern econometric evidence. And I think Farzad and I just disagree on that as to what is credible econometric evidence and whether sort of tuning is an econometric procedure. And as I said, the problem is you can tune two completely different models to match a subset of the data, and they will give completely different policy counterfactuals.
Thanks. Farzad, I see your hand, but look, I want to give Colin a chance to speak before we come back around to you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I think one area that would be helpful is with modern computational and modeling techniques, it's a lot more feasible to do sort of Monte Carlo simulations where you can put uncertainty distributions around a lot of the key parameters. Just in a lot of cases, we're making very rough guesses about what those uncertainty distributions look like, and so having for some of these where you have a good robust body of economic literature, maybe the uncertainty distributions are there, but there's a lot of parameters where you're just guessing that is normal or flat. And I think understanding that would let us build models that are better able to integrate the uncertainty in the space.
Yeah, Farzad, did you want to respond?
Sure. It's not the response. I just would like to mention that we did major activities in terms of using the GTAB model to see what's going on in real world, basically, not due to biofuels. So, and how this model respond to changes in the global economy. For example, we published a paper in PANS, which represent what happened if we have a ban on the use of palm oil in Europe. And we show what's happening with respect to that using the GTAB biomodel. And that has been published in PANS, for example, a successful publication which is highly cited. So another activity, we use the same model to represent the potential substitution between different vegetable oils and the connection with land use change in Malaysia and Indonesia and the change in demand for different types of vegetable oils in the US. And we published a paper on that showing that, for example, yes, there are some substitutions, but given the fact that data shows that's data, pure data. US is not a palm user. So even if you use a large substitution between different types of oils, US is not a palm oil producer or a palm oil user. So this country is not using that much of palm oil. You look at the experience, past experience. Even we have some minor expansion in palm used in the US, we do not see a major expansion in palm in the United States, even with a high substitution. So we did many of these kind of practices. We made, simulations with GTAP to represent what's happened in deforestation. In deforestation in Brazil, when we have a tariff on US crops. We have seen that, and that shows that when that happened, then of course demand for corn or so will shift to Brazil and will make deforestation in Brazil. I'm surprised that Stephen is not aware of those papers that represent basically how these models are behaving in terms of explaining the changes in real world. Basically, many of those papers has been published and shows how changes in policies will affect land use changes around the world and how that will contribute to land use changes in different parts of the world. And I would like to emphasize that the role of ILUC is not to explain land use changes around the world. That's not absolutely the role of ILUC assessment. ILUC assessment is just defined to isolate the impact of each biofuel on land use change. That's entirely different question. That's entirely different approach in terms of assessing land use changes. I understand that at the global economy, when we have an increase in demand for any crop due to any factor, not only biofuel, for food, for example, of course there are going to be some land use changes. So it does not mean that we do not consider those when you are using these models to replicate land use changes around the world. These models are very successful sometimes in replicating those changes in real world. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So we're running short of time. And I know there's a lot more to discuss here, but we have a lot of people in this pretty broad audience that are interested in the kind of the policy implications and figuring out how to craft policy. Should they be looking at luck, uncertainty, and risk just through the lens of a single model, or do they need to be having like this multi-model approach in their head? How should we be looking at this, and or maybe certain models better at certain things?
So I would say a multi-model approach makes sense, or at the very least, you need to have a model that has enough flexibility where you can vary the most of the key parameters in order to get a good sense of the range of possibilities that come out of it. And given the structural limitations and the fact that all these models are programmed in various ways and have to make certain simplifying assumptions to be tractable, you know, I don't know if it's possible to have one single model that allows enough flexibility to let you fully explore the range of uncertainty. So I'm inclined to think a multi-model approach probably ends up giving you a better understanding of the actual range of uncertainty, but I'm open to the idea that maybe there is a way to make one model sufficiently flexible to really understand that.
Stefan or Paige, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Stefan showed that slide of the uncertainty across a different range of scenarios, and I was kind of jealous because we did that a few years ago. I just forgot. But but yeah, I mean, there is a fair amount of expense in doing that with these models, and it's something that like our model GCAM can be downloaded and run by anyone anywhere in the world. And the scenario set the scenario that I presented, like I could send you an XML file, you could run it, anyone could do that. But these Monte Carlo analyses, that gets a little more, I don't even know how to do that myself. That's other people. And so and then if you want to do multi-model, multi-Monte Carlo, then you're really looking at a major research endeavor. And I'm not sure what you gain off of the existing literature. If you look at like the paper that we published, the paper that Stefan published, I mean, unless you're looking at different fuels. But yes, Stefan, you go ahead. Save me.
No, I think I kind of agree what has been said before. I think there's, of course, a nice benefit of having a multi-model. Of course, it comes with a trade-off that, as Paige said, it's sometimes a bit challenging to get all the modeling teams involved to agree on the set of scenarios that can be quantified. And typically, it's a quite narrow set of scenarios that you want to run on top. So in that sense, sometimes a single model, but then running a full Monte Carlo is maybe for policymakers easier to, let's say, set up with that team and maybe a bit, let's say, less resource intensive. But of course, I think both approaches are valid. And I think for me, the important thing is that indeed moving beyond the single parameter estimate and communicating or quantifying more a range of outcomes.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to leave it at that, even though I know we could go on for a lot longer. At this point, we have about 3 minutes before our next scheduled panel. So Farhana, I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe we should give people just a 3 minutes to step away from their computers, and we'll have you launch us back in.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, see you all in 3 minutes.
Thank you and welcome back, everyone. So far, we have focused largely on commonly known primary crops in our session today, but there are a number of novel crop feedstocks that are being used to produce biofuels and contribute to the biofuel landscape in different ways than primary crops. Our panelists will discuss novel crop feedstocks like camellia, macaoba, and winter canola, and the limitations of modeling land use change for secondary, cover, or other novel crops, their growth potential and benefits, and how various international programs approach them. So today we are excited to have Patricia Grossi from ASLN, Noah Verelan representing Global Clean Energy, and John Sens from Chevron. We are glad to have you all today, and with that, I will hand it over to Patricia Grossi. Please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Fahana. Let me share the screen here real quick. Are you all seeing my screen? And can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. We are
Yes.
seeing your screen.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much. And hello to everyone tuning in. I'm Patricia Grossi. I'm Head of Carbon Development and Regulatory Affairs at Acelen Renewables. I'm going to focus my presentation today on a novel feedstock called macaoba, which we see here as a really exciting innovation from both a sustainability and a competitiveness perspective. But some of the unique characteristics that make macaoba so promising, which I'll address in my presentation, also present some challenges and opportunities as well if you're a glass half full person, like I am, to accurately capture its benefits with current ILUC models such as the GTAP. So just before I jump in, I wanted to say a big thank you to the CARB team for organizing this workshop and for inviting Acelen Renewables. It's clear how much thought and hard work you guys have put into pulling this together and getting all of these experts discussing such an important topic. So thank you. And to that end, and given time limitations, I'm going to share my email at the end of the presentation. So please feel free to send me a message after the workshop today. So if you'd like more information about the project or if you'd like to discuss any aspects of our work in more detail. So I'd like to start with a brief context about who we are, as this is relevant to the discussion we're having today. Acelen Renewables is a fully integrated SAF and RD producer, and we have a very ambitious plan to develop a full seed-to-fuel value chain using this exciting novel feedstock, a native Brazilian plant called macaoba. We'll be cultivating macaoba in almost 200,000 hectares of degraded pasture land in Bahia and Minas Gerais states in Brazil. And that's going to take place over the course of the next 10 years. And here it's worth noting that all of these lands are being sourced in compliance with the post-2007 non-deforestation rules that EPA established. And also in accordance with the legal reserve requirements that were mentioned earlier today by the two Brazilian state secretaries. And Part of the project also includes developing a highly efficient milling process, as well as a number of promising co-products to achieve our target of zero waste. And we're scheduled to break ground next year on a 20,000 barrel per day HEFA plant that's going to be located close to where the Macaúba farms will be in the state of Bahia. So this is phase one of our project, for which our shareholders have already committed $3 billion. Our planned second phase seeks to scale to 5 HEFA plants and 100,000 barrels per day. So a pretty meaningful scale. And while we are a relatively young company, we were launched in 2023 at COP28 in Dubai. We're building on decades of work done by researchers and industry, and not only here in Brazil, but across South America, Europe, and the US, to study Macaúba's potential as a feedstock that can make a real scalable contribution to the energy transition. And we're moving forward pretty quickly on all of these fronts. We've recently inaugurated a Celins Agri-Park, which is a Macaúba technology research and innovation hub with the presence of Brazil's President Lula. So this is a state-of-the-art facility. All of our research is going to be conducted there. And that's where we'll be producing over 10.5 million seedlings per year of Macaúba and germinating 1.7 million seeds per month. We've also already started planning our first Macaúba farms, and we'll be scaling that up very quickly over the next few years. So why are we so excited about Macaúba? We believe it's a feedstock that is capable of checking all the boxes from a sustainability as well as a competitiveness perspective. So Macaúba is native to the Americas, including Brazil, and it's a very resource efficient crop. It's incredibly versatile, it's efficient, it's resilient, and it is very well adapted to grow in tropical as well as subtropical environments. It's also drought tolerant, and it needs relatively little water and nutrients to thrive. So essentially, it's a plant that thrives in degraded lands, which means that we can cultivate Macaúba completely on long degraded pasture lands. It recovers soil carbon, and it also improves biodiversity in areas that have been heavily altered by humans. Macaúba is also highly productive, and research shows that it can produce 7 to 10 times more oil per hectare than soy, and again, with significantly lower water and nutrient requirements. It also offers a foundation for an integrated value chain. So from the same crop, we can get multiple high-value outputs, not only the oil, which is our primary product, but also biochar and animal feeds from its residual biomass. So essentially, Macaúba is 20% oil, 30% water, and 50% biomass. So it creates real synergies across energy, agriculture, and sustainability sectors. And this kind of interconnected system makes much better use of resources and really positions Macaúba as a catalyst for circular economy models. And finally, because it grows on degraded lands, Macaúba can bring economic opportunities to some of Brazil's poorest regions, such as the regions we're focusing, where there is a strong correlation between poverty and deforestation pressure. An independent economic analysis of our project estimated that it will create 85,000 direct and indirect jobs in the region. So now we have come to the modeling work Celin Renewables has done, and where we have come across some limitations as we've been trying to accurately model the iLook impact for Macaúba and for our project. And we are, of course, approaching this discussion with a spirit of collaboration. We recognize the significant scientific and economic effort behind the development of all of these models currently in use. And of course, we do understand that all modeling involves assumptions, trade-offs, and simplifications. So our analysis and our presentation here today is based on our experience with the GTAP AEZ that other iLook models may already address some of the challenges that we have encountered. So with that in mind, I would like to share some of the challenges we've encountered with this novel feedstock in the hope that this can be an opportunity for us to both learn and contribute to the great work that's being done by the people in this forum. So first, we noted that our project will recover degraded pastures that fall under ISCC's definition of severely degraded lands. And at present, there is no defined category for degraded lands within the GTAP model, which essentially means that all of Macaoba's soil recovery benefits cannot be fully captured. And this presents a significant issue for Brazil specifically, and I'll come back to that in a moment. Second, GTAP's process of grouping many different species into generic crop categories make it hard to capture the unique characteristics of Macaoba that I've highlighted here, which is a challenge if you're trying to develop a novel feedstock. Third, we think that fine-tuning the average cropland productivity and resource use assumptions would capture in a more accurate manner the high efficiency and low input requirements of novel feedstocks such as Macaoba. We think the model needs to reflect the new value chains that Macaoba is creating. So, for example, its co-products are evolving quickly, and there's real potential in things like biochar and cattle feed. And with the pace of innovation that we're seeing, especially with novel feedstocks and their co-products, we believe the model should be expanded to capture these key components. And finally, we've also ran into challenges when trying to model the labor benefits. So GTAP's aggregated approach doesn't fully capture the full value of creating new jobs, specialized jobs, especially in one of Brazil's poorest regions. And zooming in a bit and coming back to the issue of degraded lands, we think now is exactly the right time to extend the GTAP to include this category. And we believe this isn't just a challenge for us in Brazil, but a challenge for any novel feedstock that's grown on degraded lands in any other country. So policy-driven development of novel feedstocks meant for cultivation on degraded lands should be accurately accounted for in the model. So just to give you an idea, in Brazil, there is an estimated 100 million hectares of land with some level of degradation, much of which is long degraded pastures, as we can see in the chart on the left-hand side. The first phase of our project, which will be one of the largest, if not the largest integrated SAF project in the Southern Hemisphere, would use less than 0.2% of this land. And I think it's also important to note that this land that we're seeking is not economically viable for other types of production. When you look globally, an assessment by FAO estimates that 70% of land in dry areas are considered degraded. And then again, identifying a huge potential if the right feedstocks can be developed. And then we have highly respected organizations in Brazil like MAP Biomas and LAPIG, who's part of the Global Pasture Watch Consortium, that have completed extensive satellite mapping to identify degraded lands throughout the world. And we think that integrating these kinds of tools into current GTAP modeling would allow for greater granularity and a more accurate capture of the regenerative aspects of some of these novel feedstocks, such as Macaoba. And in a similar vein, GTAP uses average carbon values for cropland, pasture, and forest, but the field testing that we and other researchers we work with have been doing shows that there's a wide range of soil carbon dynamics, even within these current categories. So again, there is a robust amount of satellite mapping and field testing underway in Brazil to provide more granular tools. And we believe that incorporating these tools into the models will not only provide more accurate results, but will also help companies like Acelen selection. Going back a bit to the regenerative nature of the feedstock, one of the challenges that we've encountered during our initial modeling is that GTAP treats macaúba like an annual crop. So that means essentially that the model assumes soil carbon will decrease when the land is converted, but all the research we're seeing on macaúba shows the opposite. So when you cultivate macaúba on degraded lands, you actually see soil carbon gains. And then as a best practice here at Acelen Renewables, we have been systematically sampling soil carbon from our farms before land acquisition and prior to any the start of any cultivation, just to give us a solid baseline. And we'll continue to measure carbon over time as part of our MRV process. And I'd like to conclude by saying that while we do see some challenges with the current GTAP model, we believe this kind of analysis is absolutely essential. And as I've mentioned throughout the presentation, we are continually working with third-party experts to run our project through the existing models, to learn from the results and to identify ways to improve the project, while also supporting efforts to expand and refine these models, such as those that with UC Davis will be conducting, as mentioned by Dr. Colin Murphy earlier. Acelen Renewable. Sorry, yeah?
Sorry, I think you froze for about the last 20 seconds.
Sorry, what?
You froze for about the last 20 seconds.
I'm sorry, what was the last part that you heard then?
You were mentioning Dr. Murphy's work and
Oh, okay.
participating with that effort.
Okay, so yeah, just to go back a little bit. So the efforts like the ones that we are doing and with UC Davis in terms of supporting the expansion and refinement of these models, is something that we're at Acelen Renewables committed to continue doing. And that's because we do see macaúba as, a prime example of the types of challenges novel feedstocks face. And we really want to ensure that all of its unique characteristics are reflected in iLook models if we want to truly demonstrate its environmental potential. And in order to unlock that potential, we're building a collaborative ecosystem of independent researchers, not only in Brazil, but around the world. And together we aim to address these challenges by integrating advanced tools and methodologies. And this effort is not only exciting for us, but it has the potential to significantly enhance and expand the critical modeling capabilities that support sustainable value chains. If anyone is interested in learning more or looking for opportunities to collaborate with Acelen Renewables and the work that we're doing, we would more than welcome a conversation. Here's my email address. Do feel free to drop me a note. And with that, I wanted to again thank the CARB team, thank my fellow panelists, and all of the forum for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Patricia Grossi, for bringing such an unique perspective and presenting your work on macaúba impact. And for the next panel, I would like to invite Noah Verleun from Global Clean Energy to represent their work.
Excellent. So good afternoon, and thank you, CARB, for inviting us to participate today. I wanted to start just maybe with an observation. I think if there's one thing that I hope people take away from the presentation, it would be this, that camelina and other harvestable cover crops like it, which are sometimes called intermediate crops, they turn idle acres and bare soil into oil for biofuels and protein meal for animal feed. And it all does that without impacting the food or feed system. And that's a very core tenet of what we're going to talk about today. So it's not an either or for agriculture. It fits in to a really unique category, these intermediate crops. At its core, it's a yes and proposition for farmers, the climate, and biofuels overall. So we're a California-based and founded company that has been working on camelina genetic improvement and commercialization for the better part of 2 decades. Today, we operate across the entire biofuels value chain, so not unlike the previous presentation. We have biotechnology and breeding, so we have a seed platform, we have agronomy, grower services. We are very hands-on. We have direct technical support of farmers in the field, so we really sit shoulder to shoulder with growers in the field, understanding their decision-making process. We also operate a very large renewable fuels production facility in Bakersfield, California, that produces mostly renewable diesel for the transportation market in California, and that's about a 10 or so thousand barrel a day production facility. So over about 20 years of R&D and commercial production, we've seen camelina in rotations across hundreds of thousands of acres on real farms, both big and small, and across dozens of agroclimatic regions around the world. And we've also seen firsthand how adoption actually happens on the ground. What are those conversations with growers? What do they actually sound like before a grower and a farmer chooses to plant an intermediate crop or chooses not to? And the big lesson is really this, and it's remarkably consistent across time and geography. It's not just about introducing a new crop, it's really about introducing a new practice. And that aligns broadly with regenerative ag systems overall. So it takes time, it takes education, commitment, and patience, and it absolutely requires that farmers and producers have a good experience in the early years and that they can rely on the structures that sit behind it. Um, so what is an intermediate crop exactly? When we say intermediate crop, we mean productive land cover that grows in the shoulder seasons. So the fall to spring or fallow spring windows when fields would otherwise sit completely bare or idle. So basically cover crops that are harvestable that provide some incremental revenue to farmers. So if you think about a crop calendar for a typical farm, you have a main crop, it may be wheat, corn, soybeans, and that sits in the prime growing windows when moisture, sunlight, and productivity are optimal. That primary crop window absolutely stays in place, yes or yes, with intermediate crops. Then you have months when that ground is open, it's unproductive, it's by far the least hospitable times of the year. And camelina and intermediate crops in general fit into those open windows. That's their sweet spot. So farmers plant with the same equipment that they already have and use for their primary crops. Camelina matures very quickly in as few as 85 days, so it's extremely fast growing. And when you harvest it, you end up with two valuable products. You end up with an oil that can go into renewable diesel or SAF production, and you also end up with a high protein meal that goes right back into the feed system and makes that a more resilient system on its own. So the key agronomic feature, though, is what stays behind in the field, and this is an important point. So the large share of the above ground biomass stays behind, and essentially all of the roots remain in place. That means more living root systems per acre, better soil structure, more microbial activity, less erosion, and improved water filtration during months that were previously idle and unproductive. So in other words, you're not just layering on a new crop, you're really adding a productive cover that improves the entire resource base across the farm and across the region. So if you look at the principles of regenerative agriculture, you see the same themes kind of repeat themselves. It's keep the soil covered, keep living roots in the ground for as much of the year as possible, increase biological activity and nutrient cycling. And camelina and intermediate crops really check all those boxes. It scavenges for residual nitrogen from prior crop planting and fertility treatments. It leaves straw and roots behind as organic matter. It supports microbial life when the soil would otherwise basically be dormant and biologically idle. And then early flowering can support pollinators, and it adds to the overall resiliency that comes with enhanced biodiversity. And critically, it does all of that without displacing a main crop. So that's been one of the big tensions, and biofuels obviously a big undercurrent of the conversations today. If you pull too hard on the food system, you can run into land use concerns, food price concerns, and the possibility of adverse consequences. So camelina's and intermediate crops are built really around a different question, and that's how do you use the off season to help the soil and produce low carbon oil and meal while keeping the main crop and surrounding food and feed systems completely intact. And that's what makes these crops such a powerful fit for climate policy overall. So where does this actually work? So in the southern plains, the mid-south, parts of Europe, parts of South America, camelina can often play the role of a winter crop. So it'll be seeded in October or November. It'll grow through the cooler months. Camelina is extremely cold tolerant. We have varieties that survive Montana and Canadian winters. And then it's typically harvested in late May. Then farmers plant the full season main crop in June. And really importantly, they do so within the standard insurance eligibility dates. So they're not compromising on full season crops and they're not compromising on risk management either. In the northern plains, it's a little bit different. The prairies and parts of the PNW, in those places, camelina often plays the role of a very short season spring crop. So it's seeded early in the spring, it's harvested midsummer, and then farmers rotate back into wheat or pulses on a more typical kind of planting schedule. So all of these rotations are in addition, not a substitution to the primary cropping system. In our experience, that yes and is a really key criteria for growers. Potentially impacting their main crop is a non-starter on the ground, and it just doesn't happen in our experience. If it threatens the main crop in any of these regions, you really just don't have the possibility of scale, which is critical for these platforms. Because intermediate crops are inherently fit into the least productive growing periods, they need to be relatively hardy, humble, and sort of scrappy plants that can produce a yield during the least productive months of the year. So for every region-specific program we run, it really starts with a simple question. What do the main crops occupy on the crop calendar? And how do you design a camelina so it never gets in the way, but is attractive enough to growers so that they'll consider planting it? And that's certainly a process when you enter any new region. I think it's important to talk about the time and cycle time in particular. So it gets oftentimes not enough attention because it can take up to almost a decade or so to really bring something to market. New cropping systems don't just appear because a model or a policy says that they would be nice to have. They're built over many years, sometimes as long as a decade. The process starts with a pretty typical cycle. You identify targets, winter hardiness, short season, perhaps drought tolerance, disease tolerance, oil quality, things like that. It's not unlike a mini pharmaceutical development cycle to ultimately get to a commercial variety release decision, in the 5+ year range. It takes several seasons then to go from breeding seed to enough certified seed to support meaningful acres in a region. And it's an important part of the puzzle because it's oftentimes overlooked, that multiplication step. So from the moment you set a breeding program to the moment you have a regional scale acres in a new environment, you're realistically looking at a 6 to 8 year arc, even when you move as quickly as you can. And I think the reason that's important to stress is pretty simple. If you want substantial low carbon feedstocks from intermediate crops in the back half of this decade and into the 2030s, when they're really going to be necessary, the time to recognize and support them really has to be now and not in 3 to 5 years. And in terms of agriculture cycles, it's an important anchor point. Cycle times are essentially a full year. So if you have weather events that wipe out a series of R&D trials or plot trials or commercial deployment, you really cannot reboot a week later. You have to wait a full season till that window opens back up in a subsequent year. So after almost 20 years in camelina, a few patterns really show up over and over again when you look at what scales and what doesn't. First, camelina has to fit the farm. The main crop calendar always comes first. If camelina feels like it competes with that, it just won't get a second look by farmers. That's an experience we've certainly seen across geographic ranges. Second, genetics and time unlock acres, and you really can't fake winter hardiness, drought tolerance, short season maturity, and there is no one size fits all variety. So you have to have a portfolio. The right genetics for each region, plus several seasons of pilots, are really critical to attract early adopters. And then if you're successful, then you can start to attract some of the more conservative growers to really get to scale. But you need to have success and a adoption cycle which is consistent with that pattern. Third, the value chain and risk sharing, it has to work. Both products need a home. Oil into SAF and RD need to have favorable CIs, and meal into local and regional feed markets is essential. So you need seed companies, farmers, elevators, crushers, and off-takers all need to have clear market and policy signals. And risk also needs to be apportioned sort of sensibly across that value chain. If a bad weather year hits yield and also impacts crop value for a farmer, that structure really won't feel workable on the farm and adoption will stall out. And then finally, it needs to be sort of pre-wild for MRV, needs to be built in for growers and buyers to feel confidence that the practices and the data that they're providing will actually get recognized and rewarded within the system. So let me shift to the modeling side because this is where it all comes together. The way we draw system boundaries in LCA has a huge impact on how camelina and intermediate crops show up on paper, and if and where we capture things like additive meal production, reduced land pressure, and soil carbon accumulation. So what we find is oftentimes LCAs use relatively tight boundaries around direct emissions credits, market effects, and camelina sits kind of right at the intersection of all of those worlds. So as an intermediate crop that's grown on existing farmland and idle windows, where more than 70% of the above ground biomass and all of the roots remain in the field, we can run into systematic undercounting. If models ignore those two things in particular, the SCA accumulation and meal, you're left with a paper CI for camelina that will appear higher than it actually is because of that structural undercounting of the benefits of the practice that improves soil health, adds protein, and supplies low CI oil into the fuels market. So from a policy perspective, we think there needs to be a good, clear signal that don't really advantage or disadvantage intermediate crops versus food grade oils. I think the fix is to recognize measured or model supported soil carbon gains from land management practices on existing cropland, and then also allow scenarios that explicitly internalize the positive impacts of camelina meal substitution or intermediate crop meal substitution. Right now, intermediate crops in the US are tiny in absolute terms, but they represent an enormous opportunity. If farmers see a stable, low CI market for oil and meal, and fuel producers see a credible path to scale, that can change the slope of the adoption curve quite a bit. California, in turn, I think we'll be able to capture and see verifiable GHG reductions from land that would otherwise be fallow during certain times of the year. And if we don't get the accounting right, we risk just pushing the opportunity off into the future, some of the climate gains off into the future, or losing them altogether. From a California perspective, this is exactly the kind of feedstock the LCFS was designed to encourage. It's scalable, it's additional, and it aligns with multiple global sustainability frameworks that recognize intermediate crops and harvestable cover crops overall. So policy can help in three really important pragmatic ways. It can establish a clear intermediate crop definition, explicitly allow soil carbon gains from land management, and then reflect the positive displacement of meal in the modeling frameworks. It would also be great to have a prioritized pathway process to be able to accelerate some of these platforms and system approaches to market. And then in closing, I thought I would end where I started. So we often think about climate policy in terms of trade-offs, food versus fuel, environment versus economics, and what happens in the field versus what happens on paper. I think Camelina shows that at least in this case, we don't have to accept that framing. We can turn idle months into productive cover, keep the main crop on schedule, improve soil function, add protein to the feed system, and supply low carbon oil to the fuels that are the hardest to decarbonize. The science is there, the agronomy is proven, the value chain is ready to come together. What we need is a policy framework that sees camelina and crops like it for what they are, a practice-driven systems approach that aligns farmer economics with climate outcomes. So if we get that right, I think California can unlock.
Yeah, thank you, Noah, for sharing your work on camelina crop and bringing your unique perspective to us. With that, I would like to invite our next presenter, John Sens from Chevron, to start their presentation. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Sens, and I work for Chevron, and I'm an LCA and compliance reporting lead there. I've spent about 11 years in the biofuels industry, and I've filed hundreds of pathway applications. So I'm excited to speak as part of the great group today. I'm speaking also because in 2022, Chevron joined with Bunge to form the Bunge Chevron Ag Renewables Partnership, known as BCAR. And BCAR partnered with Corteva also to develop and roll out intermediate winter canola. We're really excited about the possibility and the potential of intermediate winter canola. So I'm going to speak and educate about that today, and also talk about some of the challenges that we faced with ILEC assessment tools and some of the policy. This slide just provides Chevron's cautionary statement, and that'll be included when the slides are released. So first and foremost, what is intermediate winter canola? Intermediate winter canola is a cover crop that's planted in the fall and harvested in the spring. A lot of similarities here with what Noah was describing. The seed for intermediate winter canola can be crushed and produce meal and oil that's very similar to spring canola. And that oil can then be used as a feedstock to produce biofuels such as renewable diesel, biodiesel, and SAF. Intermediate winter canola is different, though, than spring canola because it requires a cold period known as vernalization, and it is genetically different from spring canola. And you can see this pictured in the picture on the right-hand side, where spring canola was planted in the spring on the top, and you can see that it went to seed and produced seed. Where on the bottom, the intermediate winter canola planted in the spring did not go to seed. It stayed in its vegetative or kind of cabbage-like state. So the trial demonstrated in the field that the intermediate winter canola is different than spring canola. Farmers are incentivized to plant intermediate winter canola because it improves the soil through plant diversity and water filtration. It maximizes their productivity by including it in their multi-year crop rotation with primary crops. It diversifies farmers' products and leads to a net increase in production from the existing farmland. And it increases total farm profitability with access to the federal crop insurance for qualified participants. So overall, winter canola is additive to existing farmland production and can be integrated into the primary crop cycle. So digging into that a little bit more, starting in the bottom left-hand side, you can see the targeted area for the intermediate winter canola growing is in the mid-south United States. This area historically has a high percentage of land that is fallow during the winter month and is underutilized. So intermediate winter canola grown there could give new products and better utilize that land during the winter. You can see in the orange box that 94.1% was the 5-year average between 2018 and 2022. On the top right, you can see what a common rotation would be for a 3-year rotation for farmers in the region. So you'd have your corn, followed by soy, followed by corn, with fallow periods in between. Another common scenario would be corn, followed by winter wheat, followed by double crop soybean, followed by soy. So with intermediate winter canola, you could actually achieve 5 crops within a 3-year rotation, which would be corn, winter canola, double soybean, soft red wheat, and double crop soybean, followed by cover crops or a fallow period. So this just shows the potential and how intermediate winter canola really fits into the primary cycle and is additive to the overall process. This is and to be clear too, the 5 crops in 3 years is a new system. This is a system that doesn't exist in the current space in that region. So intermediate winter canola is scaling up a new supply chain to support the LCFS program. Looking at the current state of what's happening with canola in the US, on the left-hand side, you can see that in 2024, approximately 95% of US spring canola was grown in North Dakota, covering about 2.2 million acres, where in the same year, less than 80,000 acres of winter canola were planted in the Mid-South. So again, this represents a large opportunity for us to scale up and to produce more oil and meal to support agriculture and to support the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program. On the right-hand side, these are the large-scale industrial softseed crushing locations on the map. And you might be asking yourself, well, aren't there a lot more crushing facilities? There are soy crushing facilities, which are different than softseed crushing facilities. And the softseed crushing for novel crops like intermediate winter canola require a different kind of crushing facility in order to be effective and produce meal without damaging equipment. So there's a lack of infrastructure right now to actually scale up the crush from new crops. So the BCAR partnership is building new capacity, as you can see on the bottom of the map there in Louisiana, which is where the new crops would grow and go. One key aspect to this is that we really need clear investment signals in order to continue to scale this up. When there's regulatory uncertainty or market uncertainty, that really slows down or hampers the development. So it's really so ILUC plays directly into that because it can have such an outsized effect on biofuel emissions. So getting into that a little bit more, this slide shows a variety of academic and biofuel program studies that have been completed that show that intermediate winter crops have a neutral or negative ILUC score based on current research. And you can see that this covers camelina, covercress, carinata, and intermediate winter canola. So just something to consider that current research is showing a neutral or a negative ILUC for these crops. So speaking from my experience in the past year and in completing many pathway applications, we've definitely have seen some challenges with modeling and assessing intermediate crops. First and foremost, the GTAP model and other equilibrium models are economic models first, not agricultural models. So the values that were created in the current table 6 were created with this, and that required multiple models to be used to actually come out with the values, which required numerous assumptions. And there are very few experts, several of which presented today, that can actually complete these calculations. This leads to extreme difficulty for fuel pathway applicants because there's nobody that can do the work that they're required to do. The models are not set up to handle agricultural systems that recognize an additive benefit, and it can only take resources from the equilibrium system. There was some discussion on updated models, but the current model for California has that issue for sure, unless you make significant changes. Also, the use of the existing land and equipment and growing in a limited region and selling exclusively in the US are also not options that exist in the model. ILUC calculations can negatively impact the implementation of beneficial new crops. And as some of my colleagues mentioned, there are numerous qualitative benefits that can lead to financial benefits or savings that are not considered, like the soil health or food for pollinators, water quality, other things that are hard to put into a financial model but have real benefits that everybody supports. ILUC uncertainty makes investment decisions very difficult because, again, it has an outsized impact. And there's not really a clear method on how to apply for an improved ILUC score under the LCFS currently, which, again, leads to either slower development or some issues in rolling these things out.
John, sorry to bother. Could you speak just a bit slower for our Portuguese translators?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, I will do
Thank
that.
you.
Yep, you bet. I've got a few recommendations that we've put together, and I'd like to speak to So first and foremost, we'd recommend that CARB establish a zero ILUC baseline for intermediate winter canola with an opportunity to reduce the ILUC score further in the future. Intermediate crops do not contribute to land conversion, deforestation, or food insecurity because their rotation fits into the existing rotation on existing land. And that could be applied to all the intermediate feedstocks to give the industry more certainty to plan and to scale these things up and invest. We also would ask for clear steps to obtain an ILAC score not already found in the Table 6. That clear process is needed not just for fuel pathway applicants like us, it's also needed for verifiers, for consultants, and for CARB to follow for the ILAC assessment, because if it's required, everybody needs to follow the same process. We also would ask CARB to consider regional feedstock production to limit scope of the indirect effects. Intermediate crops have limited areas where they can be grown due to genetic differences, so it's not reasonable to say that it could be grown in the entire United States. Also, we ask CARB to act urgently on pathway applications to resolve ILUC questions and give clarity. Not acting delays the emission reductions and slows the beneficial implementation for everyone. So we think it's really important that as the industry works to provide these solutions to CARB, that it receives that and helps resolve those questions. So with that, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you, John, and thanks to all our panelists on novel crop feedstocks, especially for being so mindful of the time. So now we are going to move on into the question and answer portion of this session. All of our panelists can come back on camera. That would be great. Yes, thank you. So our first question is, how do you see these innovative feedstocks integrating into existing biofuel feedstock market? And what are the potential risks of unintended market interactions?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do we want to raise hands, or do you have a preference for Hannah?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, John, you can continue.
Okay, I'm going to raise the hand just to do it. Okay, great. So I think in our view, the intermediate crops are additive to the overall feedstock supply, so they can provide more feedstocks and optionality to biofuels serving the LCFS. And as emission targets continue to decline and new programs like New Mexico open up, there's room for these biofuels to go into that are derived from the intermediate crops. So the scale up of these novel feedstocks supports CARB's goals and LCFS program's goals.
Yeah, Patricia.
So part of the reason why we're so excited about Macoba is that we see it as a highly efficient source of vegetable oil, but from a crop that minimizes some of the trade-offs commonly associated with other crop-based feedstocks. So its unique ecological niche on severely degraded lands means that it will not be competing for land with other established feedstocks or with food production chains. And finally, with future feedstock demand projected to increase significantly, we do view macaoba as highly sustainable, a highly sustainable solution that can complement rather than compete with other crops. And I think just answering the second part of your question about the risks, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have an ambitious growth plan to eventually produce 5 billion liters per year of SAF and HVO. And we're very confident in our ability to scale to become a material part of the overall feedstock supply and biofuel market. And we can achieve this scale using less than 1% of the degraded land in Brazil. But I think it's really important to reiterate that because macaoba has no established commercial value chain for other uses, so food or feed, for example, and it occupies such a unique ecological niche, utilizing carbon managed process, for instance, to restore the productivity of degraded pasture lands. We see it as a solution that minimizes impacts to existing oilseed value chains, whether they be for food, feed, or feedstock. And in fact, we see that there's also a potential for a number of exciting indirect sustainability benefits to scaling Macaoba. So for one, its efficiency in oil production per hectare, for example, and the potential to use its co-products as cattle feed actually help alleviate land use change pressure from oil seeds.
Noah, do you have any opinion on that? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think given how long it takes to develop varieties, build acres, stand up supply chains, we expect these crops and these strategies to have sort of an elongated growth curve. And so there will be opportunities to observe their expansion and deployment over time that really lends itself to stability today. So you can observe how they develop in the future, or the possibility of seeing and observing those trends over time would be very difficult without the support in the coming years.
Yeah, thanks. So let's move on to our next question. Our next question is, how do you suggest regulators evaluate these feedstocks for potential land use change impact? What kind of data or research should be required to determine such land use change impact? Yes, John.
Yeah, I think from our view, we really need like clear criteria and clear guidance from staff in order to complete the evaluations. So when applicants actually submit an application, that gets reviewed and then gets implemented. That's one of our issues, is that we're lacking that clear criteria, and it's a challenge we faced for a long time, especially since the ILEC table has been fixed for like more than 10 years. With the new regulatory language that came out this summer, there's an opportunity here to lay out a process that could be beneficial for everybody in the market and move away from data that's like 20 years old, as Farzad had in his presentation. And from my view, given that we're looking at intermediate crops that fit into the rotation, again, we suggest that neutral or zero baseline. And for criteria for the crops themselves, I'd really recommend keep it simple, but focus on what makes the crop different, right? Intermediate winter canola has vernalization and spring canola doesn't, right? And that's a clear criteria that can be demonstrated. So really are hoping for clear guidance from CARB. That'd be the most helpful thing.
Yeah, thanks. Patricia, please go ahead.
Yeah, we recognize that evaluating land use change from novel feedstocks coming from diverse geographies has been and will continue to be a time-consuming and challenging task for regulators and policymakers. And I wanted to take the opportunity to reiterate our appreciation for this dialogue, which is an important step to make this process more nimble and efficient. So overall, I think there are two key messages we would have on this front. One, focus as much as possible on regulating outputs versus inputs. So novel feedstocks are inherently going to be produced in non-traditional contexts. Regulations or modeling tools that are overly restrictive on the input side. So feedstock categories, species restrictions, technological pathway, geographic restrictions, et cetera, they can risk closing off pathways to innovation prematurely. And we would prefer to see focus on essentially maintaining very high sustainability project design and verification standards, but with neutrality towards the pathways for achieving them. And two, as much harmonization between regulators and jurisdictions, the better. And this can include continued collaboration work to advance modeling and ideally in the future, as much mutual recognition as possible of modeling research and other data. Also, I touched on some of the specific challenges that we've encountered using current modeling, but we're optimistic that some of the increasingly sophisticated mapping tools that are being developed in places like Brazil, for instance, can help regulators better calibrate their evaluation of the ILUC risks and overall cost benefit of novel feedstocks from these regions. So having the models and regulations be as flexible as possible to incorporate new tools and data sets would be ideal. And just to finish, we think that this is a burden that can be shared with the private sector. So in addition to leveraging mapping tools, providing the opportunity for companies to feed independently verified real world data, like around soil carbon stocks, for example, into the modeling would be a way to put some of the onus back onto companies who are encountering challenges using the existing model.
And I would just add that there is existing criteria that is being developed for other global markets where there may be some shortcuts available to apply here in California. And then also because these cycle times are very long, policymakers and programs like the LCFS will have, I think, more than enough time to observe, study, adjust factors, calibrate over time. And with really clean, transparent, kind of agnostic criteria that the industry can apply and sort of innovate within is, I think, a key feature of success in being able to get to many of the things John mentioned about investment, certainty, and traction. Because certainly for many of these intermediate crops, you need to be able to sort of create a value chain with growers all the way through to fuel that is compelling for every part of that existing supply chain.
Yeah, sounds good. So since we have some additional time, one extra question that is more from your opinion, like in your opinion, what's the biggest hurdle in bringing these crops to market at this moment? Yeah, John.
Yeah, I'd say from our view, the regulatory uncertainty is the biggest thing. I think Noah did a great job of laying out some of the challenges and the long time scale it is to scale these things up and get there. And so us having a clear picture of the end market and where these things could go for the biofuels and for the oil is really key. And we need it takes years to build the supply chains, like he said. So I just want to emphasize that more clarity is what we need, and then we'll do all the work to continue to advance where all and build on the work that we've already done on our crops.
Yeah, and I would add that the biggest hurdle is not agronomy at this point. It's really building confidence and continuity in the value chain. So farmers need to believe that there's a stable demand and fair pricing for many seasons to come, not just a single season where they've got to invest some time and effort and learn to do things a little bit differently. So they need to feel that there's stickiness and continuity. Fuel producers need confidence that the policy treatment of these crops is fairly stable and going to support their pull through of the value chain development. And because I think this industry is still in its infancy, you really need to have a broad backdrop of growers, buyers, regulators. All of these things need to have a degree of clarity, which doesn't quite exist today in order for real acceleration to occur and scale to be achieved on the timelines I think the industry can achieve, but that are still fairly ambitious.
Yeah, and bringing a novel feedstock to market is a really challenging task. It's an exciting and necessary one if you're going to make meaningful on decarbonization, particularly in hard to abate sectors. Of course, there is the whole R&D challenge of developing the product and the value chain, which takes years, sometimes decades. Along the way, you need to convince a large ecosystem of stakeholders, including investors, off-takers, regulators, environment advocates, all of whom are predisposed to be somewhat skeptical. And we need to be able to show progress and provide certainty to keep project finance flowing through the development process. So in a highly regulated market, that includes providing reassurance that your project is eventually going to fit within the regulatory framework of your target markets. One of the first questions we always get is, are you going to be able to get this approved by X regulator? And so one of our appeals would be for CARB to continue to look for ways to provide clear regulatory milestones to novel feedstock developers to show they're progressing on the right track. So providing interim approvals or findings based on project design data, for example, would be hugely valuable. We know this is a challenge from a bandwidth and resource perspective, but if we could find ways to share that burden between the private sector and regulators, it would be of huge value to getting more of these exciting innovations to market more quickly to the benefit of California and the climate.
Yes, thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of the Q&A session for this segment. Again, thank you to all of our speakers for their thoughtful answers and your meaningful conversations. Our next session on used cooking oil traceability and certification will start at 3:50. So let's take a short break till then. And after that, I'll hand it over.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you took the opportunity to get some stretching in. We really appreciate all of you who have attended throughout the day and are continuing to do so for our final panel. Our last panel will discuss the federal and private updates on used cooking oil, also known as UCO, traceability, certification, and recent concerns of UCO backfilling, as well as future policy considerations. I'd like to give a sincere welcome to Dr. Jeffrey O'Hara from the U.S. Department of Agriculture and Don Scott from SCS Global to share their unique perspectives with us today.
Okay, well, again, thanks to the organizers for having me and congratulations on a successful workshop so far. Jeff O'Hara, I'm the Deputy Director at the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Office of Energy Policy and New Uses. I want to preface my remarks by saying that these are essentially deliberative, the slides are deliberative and for technical discussion purposes, and they shouldn't be interpreted to represent an official policy position either from USDA or the U.S. federal government.
Sorry, Jeff, can you flip the slide that you're presenting? We see the back end slide, not the front end slide. No, I mean like the screens I think you're looking at. Do you have the full screen view on a different screen?
Try this again. Well, I shared this slide, and then how about this?
Great. Yep. That's
okay.
Better. Thank you.
Okay, so the question, the title of the presentation, or the question that I'm going to pose is, should imported used cooking oil be classified as a waste byproduct? So first, let me provide an overview. And I think people know what used cooking oils are, but for those that don't, they're fats, oils, and greases previously used in cooking and frying operations only. And here I've underlined the word only to indicate that it can't be, oils that are used in cooking and frying mixed with something else. The U.S. biofuel feedstock use of UCO has grown considerably between 2000 and 24, effectively having doubled. It's going to probably trail off this year in 2025 due to some import restrictions and land somewhere between 5 and 6 billion pounds, most likely. But this increase in feedstock consumption of UCO in the U.S. occurred almost exclusively from increasing imports. And so we see between 2021 and 2024 that there was a corresponding increase in imported UCO as this demand for UCO as a biofuel feedstocks surged. So UCO is designated as a waste byproduct in biofuel programs. And this provides it with competitive advantages over domestic crop-based feedstocks, which I'll talk about in a subsequent slide. And there's been concerns that have arisen that imported UCO is really not a waste byproduct. It shouldn't be classified as such. For instance, imported UCO has not been deemed an eligible feedstock in the 45Z clean fuel production credit due to these concerns. The available information out there suggests that a review of UCO's waste byproduct classification is warranted. So for background, I think we spent a lot of time talking about fats, oils, and greases today. And I think we've made the point that they compete as biofuel feedstocks. They also compete for food and industrial use purposes. And they range from vegetable oils like soybean oil and canola oil, distillers corn oil, UCO, which is sometimes referred to as yellow grease, and animal fats, the most significant of which is tallow, which comes from beef and sheep. But white grease, which is from swine and poultry, animal fats could also be used as well, even though they're in smaller quantities. So we've talked about what are carbon intensity values. We've discussed that the competitiveness of which feedstocks to use is determined by their relative CI values. So for crop-based feedstocks, the direct emissions that are attributed to them are those from feedstock production, transportation, and biorefining. And they can also be assigned indirect land use change emissions due to the conversion of forest or pasture into cropland from market-mediated effects. Feedstocks classified as waste byproducts like UCO are different than primary products. Where like soybean oil and canola oil would be considered primary products. A waste byproduct like UCO or tallow is assumed to be a substance or object which the holder intends to or is required to dispose of. It would have inelastic supply and little to no economic value. What are the advantages that these feedstocks receive? Well, there's a few. So one is the attribution of ILUC emissions. So UCO and tallow as waste byproducts are not assigned indirect land use change emissions or upstream greenhouse gas emissions. Whereas soybean oil and canola oil are assigned ILUC emissions. So for soybean oil and canola oil, about 1/3 of their carbon intensity value comes from ILUC emissions. And if you removed the ILUC value from soybean oil, its CI value for biodiesel would be about the same as the CI value for UCO and tallow. For renewable diesel, soybean oil would still have a little bit of a higher CI value if you removed ILUC, but it'd be closer. So clearly, the assignment of ILUC emissions has significant implications on which ones of these to use. There's also been, as we've talked about today, credit caps have been placed on biomass-based diesel that use soybean oil and canola oil up to 20% of the company's annual biomass-based diesel production for crop-based vegetable oils. Similar caps are not applied for UCO and tallow. In certification protocols, we've also discussed today that the sustainable certification requirements for crop-based biofuels have become more stringent. They need to be using best practices and not be on converted land. There's processes for those claims to be independently verified. For UCO, this is trickier. There's no actual test for UCO to determine whether it is in fact UCO. And on-site audits can be limited in practice. And so a large part of UCO is based on document-based desk audits with self-attestations. So how might UCO lead to ILUC emissions? There's really two mechanisms I want to talk about on this particular slide, and our office has commissioned 2 papers on this topic. One way that's, I think, received a lot of focus is on the issue of adulteration and mislabeling. So what might happen if UCO prices exceed palm oil prices is that you would then have an incentive to either label palm oil as UCO or potentially take UCO and mix it with palm oil and thereby get more UCO. So we took a look at the largest 2 global exporting countries, China and Malaysia. And the US imports a lot of UCO from China. It was really hard to tell from the data that we had whether this adulteration and mislabeling was occurring in China. One of the challenges with China, and we'll talk about this some more, is that they have a domestic gutter oil market where they take UCO and then actually reuse it for food purposes, even though that has human health implications. So that makes it challenging to know the domestic collection capacity in China. Malaysia has received a lot of focus, particularly in the European context. The watchdog estimates of Malaysia are that its exports are well above the domestic collection capacity and imports that it gets. And what our analysis found is that exports out of UCO actually increase and are positively correlated with increases in the UCO palm oil price spread, so that when UCO prices rise above palm oil prices, then UCO exports would increase. That's suggestive that adulteration and mislabeling is occurring, but it's certainly not proof that adulteration and mislabeling is occurring. But then the second question, which is maybe more basic and what we've been spending most of the day talking about, are market-mediated effects. And UCO could lead to green ILUC emissions from market-mediated effects. And the issue here is that I think we've developed today is that fats, oils, and grease prices are highly correlated since they're substitutable. And higher demand for UCO and higher UCO prices would likely increase vegetable oil prices and thus incentivize land use change. Here's what a price chart looks like. I've chosen some UCO prices, soybean oil prices, canola oil prices, and palm oil prices, and plotted them since 2018 and to the present. And we can see that they're pretty highly correlated. So there was a period between 2018 and 2020 in which there was little movement in prices. Prices began to increase in later 2020 and early 2021 as the COVID restrictions relaxed. Demand for transportation fuels increased. A fairly big price spike in the beginning part of 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine, and then they've fallen back since then. But you can see that they're fairly highly correlated across time with each other. So what are some technical issues or some research that we might do to further investigate this issue further? I think one issue is that the agricultural commodity economic models that we've talked about today, like GTAP and like FAPRI, do not have detailed representation of fat, oil, and grease feedstocks within their models. So their models don't pick up that kind of detail when you implement biofuel shocks in those models. They don't provide detailed representation of which kinds of feedstocks are used. So they're not capable, GTAP witness is supporting updates to agricultural commodity markets, particularly with FAPRI, and we're looking at getting more current and detailed representation of fats, oils, and greases as feedstocks so that this can be built into agricultural commodity models. As longer-term price data sets are becoming increasingly available, more time series econometric studies are needed to examine price leadership amongst fats, oils, and greases. Our office is supporting an economist named Andrew Swanson with Montana State, who has a paper on this issue in progress. Hopefully it'll be finished soon. Improvements in testing and traceability protocols. Again, testing isn't really occurring at the moment, and traceability protocols, I could use some improvement as well. And I think as part of that is we need better market detail from exporting UCO countries about their collection capacity. And if we have this in UCO use, so if we have this information, it allows us to independently assess and corroborate whether we think adulteration and mislabeling is occurring. So like I already said about China, the fact that we don't have great insight into what their collection capacity is and the fact that it's evolving over time makes it a little tricky to whether we can definitively conclude that's a serious issue. So to wrap up my comments here. So a waste byproduct classification for UCO can be justified under two conditions. One, that there's robust traceability procedures, and two, that the UCO use is smaller scale and localized, and it would not lead to market-mediated effects. It wouldn't lead to increases in palm oil prices. And so there might be some domestic, some of the domestic UCO, store projects that we hear about may fall into this category. So there might be a smaller scale biodiesel facility. They're working with an aggregator that has good working relationships with the restaurants from which they're sourcing. It's very easy to trace back and to independently verify what those restaurants are doing. It's occurring at a scale which is not shocking global commodity prices. This type of fuel could be considered a waste byproduct. The designation of imported UCO in particular as a waste byproduct is really unjustified when it's either likely that adulteration or mislabeling is occurring, or at best unclear whether adulteration and mislabeling is occurring. And also, when it's in a globally traded commodity and produced at significant scale, then of course it's going to lead to market-mediated effects, because the same logic that we've used to attribute ILUC emissions to soybean oil and canola oil are that they're globally traded and lead to market-mediated effects. Well, that same logic would also apply to UCO. Domestic crop-based feedstocks are placed at an unfair competitive disadvantage when imported UCO, which is a direct competitor with highly correlated prices, receives favorable treatment in biofuel protocols. And since we have the floor here, this is a session on UCO, but I think the same concerns about UCO would also apply to imported tallow. There's recently been news reports that refiners are sourcing tallow from cattle on illegally deforested lands. With that, I'm going to turn my time back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. We really appreciate you taking time not only out of your evening, but also during a shutdown. We realize that's not an insignificant hurdle, but are grateful for your perspective and being able to attend today. I'll next welcome Don Scott from SCS Global.
Thank you, Dylan. Get my slides up here. All right, very good. Yes, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to present. My name is Don Scott. I'm the lead ISCC program director for SCS Global Services. And that includes our North American auditing team, as well as coordinating our teams literally around the world. We've issued about 5,000 certificates in more than 50 countries. This is my 5th year in this role. My experience spans pretty much every aspect of renewable fuel production and use over the last 2 decades, and I've also spent a dozen years as an environmental regulator. I'm joining the panel today to talk about the verification and traceability of used cooking oil. If we look at the biofuel markets around the world, we find that regulatory approaches to advancing low carbon fuels are almost as diverse as the opinions about land use change. However, a common aspect is a preference expressed toward waste materials over agricultural biomass. Whether you agree or disagree with these frameworks, it's difficult to deny that policies like the Low Carbon Fuel Standard and the Renewable Energy Directive have been effective at increasing the collection and utilization of wastes. In fact, the market response has been so effective as to raise questions about the veracity of sustainability claims regarding materials like used cooking oil. Some concern themselves with virgin vegetable oils being passed off as waste oil, while some screen for misclassification of sanctioned fossil fuels or credit fraud from separated physical material. I'm going to share our experience today verifying chain of custody, primarily using mass balance. For a very quick review of the Renewable Fuel Standard, while enacted by the Energy Independence and Security Act under George W. Bush, it was the Obama administration's EPA that conducted the indirect land use change assessment before implementing the RFS2. That assessment resulted in soybean oil, canola, and used cooking oil all competing in the same pool of advanced biofuel RINs. So there's no incentive to claim soy or canola as used cooking oil. However, it must be proven that the feedstock has an approved pathway to meet the 50% GHG reduction threshold. For that purpose, chain of custody information must be verifiable. There are safeguards already established in the Low Carbon Fuel Standard. Sorry, I got my notes wrong there. Just a very quick overview of the LCF requirements and these are some services that we provide through SCS Global Services as well too. There's fuel pathway verification, annual fuel pathway reports, and quarterly fuel transaction reports. SCS Global Services is one of among 28 accredited verification bodies that can do these annual and quarterly verifications. And it just is an example of, a verification statement that results from one of those. The auditors will say that the reported values are reasonably assured to be free of material misstatement, reasonably assured to be in conformance with the regulation. And so, the LCFS categorizes UCO as a specified source feedstock, which imposes rigorous chain of custody and verification requirements. So I spend my time primarily on the ISCC auditing team, but we work in parallel with our LCFS verification auditing teams, and our approaches are very similar for those, including verification of the feedstocks and some feedstock sources. And I'll talk more about what's required under ISCC because I've got a lot more experience and can talk more detail about that. But our verifiers under the LCFS program really copy a lot of those procedures as far as like sampling methods and sampling rates to verify suppliers, often going to the collecting points and then sometimes verifying also the restaurants as well. which is a requirement under ISCC. So the fuel pathway holders must make the records available, establishing that chain of custody from the point of origin to the fuel production facility. And that is not different from what's required under the renewable fuel standard as well. In fact, there is a requirement to have auditable information about the suppliers of the used cooking oil going all the way back to the restaurants. There are essentially three different options under the RFS for that. In one case, the used cooking oil collectors will pass along that direct information about the restaurants to the biofuel producers. That's not always popular in the supply chain because a lot of those collectors don't want to give away their sources of supply. Some are participating in doing it that way. There is another option where certain verifiable information is passed along, but all of that confidential business information may be held, but must be producible under an audit from the EPA. And then the third option would employ a form of third-party verification, again, more similar to the ISCC model. And in that case, the detailed information about the source, including each restaurant identification, bypasses the biofuel producer, but can be conveyed to EPA through a third party. And there are several third parties offering that type of system. So in covering just a very brief summary of what's required under the LCFS and under the RFS, I'd like to spend some more time on the requirements under the ISCC because it's one of the most globally recognized schemes for certifying renewable fuels, and it's certainly the one I'm most qualified to talk about. There are many similarities. How we at SCS Global Services conduct our LCFS verification audits with the broadly accepted requirements under ISCC. And if I provide just a little bit of history about ISCC and its growth, it really began primarily as a verification service or a scheme under the Renewable Energy Directive. So it is one of about a dozen different schemes that are approved by the European Commission for that purpose. And it's been in development and growth since 2010. An interesting thing has happened since then in the development of ISCC Plus is Plus can address some biofuels, and we're actually seeing a growth in voluntary adoption of ISCC Plus for a lot of biofuels. The biggest sector that's been interested in ISCC Plus is circular materials. So companies that want to replace plastic, as in a lot of plastic materials or plastic packaging, they came to this chain of custody system voluntarily because they wanted that traceability. They wanted to be able to make claims to consumers that they had a certification body and a chain of custody to stand behind because they're very, very afraid of greenwashing. And I think that's also something that we have that perspective on biofuels. We recognize how much effort and political capital has gone into establishing these low carbon fuel policies and how they actually can be quite vulnerable if public perception changes and people don't have confidence in the standards themselves. But the voluntary adoption of this ISCC chain of custody is something very interesting. More recently, ISCC has also added a scheme for CORSIA, for sustainable aviation fuel in the international scheme. There's a lot of similarities between the CORSIA and the EU system. And then we've got a new offering from ISCC for the Canadian fuel requirements. And just to be sure I'm clear on the differences between ISCC, which is the scheme owner. The organization is based in Germany, but they're truly are an international standard. And SCS Global Services, we are a certification body, and we've got a long history in California. In fact, we were founded in 1984 with the idea of testing produce to verify pesticide levels, or hopefully that there no pesticides in produce. And since then, we've established over 120 different environmental verification and certification offerings. I've listed here on the slide some of the ones that pertain to biofuels. And I should also, just as there are a dozen different schemes that you can use to certify under the Renewable Energy Directive, there are just over 60 different certification bodies that that can offer ISCC certification. I won't waste your time on our vision and mission, but I just wanted to say we are proud enough of those commitments that I wanted to include that in the official slide deck. So at STS Global Services, we've been conducting ISCC audits since 2015. We are the largest CB in North America by the number of certificates. We're the third largest CB globally, and we've got significant market share in China and South America with subsidiaries in many other corners of the world. All right, so I'm gonna slow down here and start talking about what are some of the actual certification and auditing requirements. And this is a slide from ISCC that illustrates what a beginning to end supply chain might look like for a variety of fuels and feedstocks. And if I can kind of draw your attention down here to the waste, residue, or byproducts area, generally the first certified entity in this supply chain is the point of origin. Under very specific circumstances, you can have individually certified points of origin, but that's not likely to be the case for used cooking oil if it's coming from a restaurant that's producing small amounts. In that case, the first certified entity is almost universally known as this collecting point. And so the collecting point will be the subject of the audit. And I'll talk more about everything that we review in that collecting point audit so that we have full traceability and full transparency to all of the points of origin supplying materials like used cooking oil. And then beyond that first collecting point, every entity that owns the material must have their own certificate. And so information on the quantity of material, the type of material, the greenhouse gas information, and any other sustainability attributes all get passed through the chain of custody with official documentation. So any actor in the supply chain is going to know, the material that they're buying from their supplier. And then, putting all of these audits and certificates together, you can get that full supply chain, which now is soon to be entered into the union database. So there'll actually be like one database to rule all of these mass balances and be able to verify this information as we're currently doing in audits. Here's just another graphic that focuses a little bit more clearly just on that used cooking oil chain of custody. I want to move on and talk about some more of the details. It's clear that used cooking oil is eligible to be a waste material under ISCC and under the regulations that accept ISCC. That doesn't alleviate the obligation for the auditor to confirm that. And this is a flow chart that's in the ISCC list of materials. This is at the very beginning of the list. So before it lists all the materials that could be certified as a waste and residue, it's reminding the auditors there's a very specific process to go through to ensure that it's correctly being classified as a waste or a residue. So there's a lot of safeguards put in the system to make sure that people aren't creating material on purpose or misclassifying material as a waste to gain the advantages that we know exist in the marketplace. And so a few more details of what's required in an audit for a used cooking oil collector. As I mentioned, that collecting point is going to be that first certified entity. They must identify every single point of origin that they're going to get material from that they want to certify. So, and that's going to include identifying every single restaurant if they're collecting from restaurants. And we do see collecting points. Some may have a dozen or a couple dozen points of origin, particularly if they're large suppliers. But it's not uncommon at all to have a certified collecting point with up to 20,000 individual restaurants supplying used cooking oil. And there's a lot of data that goes along with identifying the restaurant, verifying the existence of the restaurants, the geo coordinates of the restaurants, and records of every single transaction or every single pickup of that material. So we're looking at data entries from tens of thousands of restaurants, quantifying used cooking oil at quantities, perhaps as small as 10 liters at a time. And so adding that all up into the total volume that can be sold as a certified material from a collecting point. For points of origin that supply more than 5 metric tons, and that generally would very rarely include a restaurant, but could include some manufacturing facilities, or quite often it's suppliers of waste and residue other than used cooking oil. They must be audited on a sample basis, and these audits are annual. All of these audits are required to be on site. So auditors are visiting these sites at least once a year, including the large suppliers that get audited on a sample basis. The small points of origin, like restaurants, are also verified on a sample basis. I mean, our auditors are not traveling to tens of thousands of restaurants on an annual basis. We are verifying the existence of those. In some cases, they'll do on-site audits for sampling purposes. And then we are looking at the mass balances where these cooking oil collectors will keep records of all of these transactions and all of these pickups. So we do see all of that. And I think I mentioned that the recertification audits are on an annual basis. When our auditors have this mass balance to review, they're looking for a number of things there. And it's become such a critical part of the audits that ISCC now requires 2 independent auditors to review that mass balance. So even before the certificate leaves the certification body, it's being reviewed by 2 independent auditors. And some of the things that the auditors have to check is plausibility of amounts. I mentioned we're doing one check to make sure that this is truly a waste product. And we're also doing checks to see that the quantities make sense and there's nothing suspicious about that. Large quantities would draw attention, and occasionally we see that. We'll see a single restaurant with a high throughput of vegetable oil, and we'll investigate. And we found some unique establishments out there. They're like places that specialize like just in fried chicken and fried fish that may not have a dine-in service, but they have a lot of carry-out business, and they have a very, very large volume. So we get down to the detail of calculating how much oil are they reporting, how many fryers do they have in the kitchen, how often are they changing the oil in those fryers. And that is a mandatory question in our audit checklist for each of these, making sure that the oil is not being changed too frequently and that there's a plausible explanation for specific restaurants that may have high throughputs. Conversion factors have to be applied to account for the removal of water and other foreign material. And those conversion factors are supposed to be updated in such a way that they're consistent with each mass balance period. And mass balance period is a maximum of 3 months for collecting points. And any variation in materials or quantities in excess of 0.5% must be accounted for. And then all of the transactions downstream of the collecting point, as I mentioned, are to be quantified in the union database. We're still in the processes of implementing that. Over the last, I'd say, 2 years, I think we've been pulling in new audit checklists and new databases in preparation for that inevitability. In addition to the annual audits, purveyors of any waste and residue or handlers of waste and residue are also required to do mandatory surveillance audits in the first year of their certificate. And that applies not just for used cooking oil, but any waste and residue will have a mandatory 6-month surveillance audit. In some cases, they'll have a 3-month surveillance audit. Those all have to have site visits. So in the case of a system user that requires a 3-month surveillance audit, we'll actually be visiting that collecting point 4 separate times within the first year. And that applies both for under ISCC EU and under ISCC CORSIA. And now that we're seeing growth in CORSIA, we're getting a lot of new certificates under that scheme. Even if a certificate holder has completed their surveillance audits under EU and has years worth of history of successful audits under EU, they still have to go through the surveillance audits under their CORSIA framework. I think this just repeats some details I was always sharing about surveillance audits. As I mentioned, this actually applies to all waste and residue, not just used cooking oil. I've left a lot of detail in the slides that I don't have to talk about here. I will emphasize this, that ISCC has really stepped up their emphasis on these surveillance audits, and they've classified non-participation in a surveillance audit as a critical nonconformity. We've seen a lot of confusion about this, in fact. We've had some system users that, they've seen market shifts and they've decided they're not going to renew their certificate. But if they have an outstanding surveillance audit, they're still mandatorily required to go through with that. And we've seen that the penalties for missing a surveillance audit are greater than any penalty you would normally assess in an audit, even if nonconformities were found. So in some cases, we're seeing ISCC demand a withdrawal of the certificate, as well as excluding that system user and any related company from seeking certification for up to 5 years. So it's a very severe penalty. And to be honest, most of the issues we've seen with exclusions or certificate withdrawals have been esoteric administrative requirements, that we haven't seen a lot of things that would be really interesting that would allude to fraud or anything like that. Then that's our cue that we think the system is working, and that sometimes people get penalized or kicked out of the system, even not because they're trying to cheat or commit fraud, but simply because the rigors of the audit requirements are pretty high. ISCC has also increased enforcement in the recent 24 months. Integrity assessments are conducted around the world, but there has been a lot of emphasis in Southeast Asia. There are 132 integrity assessments in 2025. An integrity assessment is basically ISCC doing an audit of the certification bodies and an audit of our audits. So this year there have been 50 in China, 15 in Malaysia, 14 in Indonesia, and 10 integrity assessments specifically of the certification body without a system user being involved. I think maybe I'll pause there so we have time for discussion or questions in the rest of the panel. I do want to say I'm really proud of our team and the global perspective that we're able to bring to this. I've been participating in LCFS work